What was your "I don't get paid enough for this" moment at work? We used to be paid half salary to attend seminars related to our industry that grant professional development hours. These seminars would often be at 7 AM at a hotel. That was about a 2-hour drive for me, if I was lucky, in rush hour traffic to get to. But hey, it was paid, and had free breakfast, so waking up at 4:30 to attend wasn't the worst thing in the world. The company announced that they believed attending the seminars was furthering our knowledge, therefore helping the company, and therefore helping us, so we would no longer be paid to attend them, but were still expected to go. I just said fuck that, and haven't attended a single one since then, and delete all the invite. I'm paid hourly, so taking the 6 hours out of my day to drive and attend a seminar I'm not being paid for is just plain stupid. I was asked why I haven't gone to any, and told them I have a mortgage to pay. Haven't been asked to go again since. Edit. Holy crap, my inbox. Wanted to throw a few comments out cause I've been bombarded. I believe the above situation arose when the company realized the licensed pairs were required to attend the seminars for development hours regardless, so they could get away with not paying. The company threw out that BS line to try to guilt us into going, but those of us who are not required to get the hours can't be forced to go. I have already told them, as I mentioned above, that I have a mortgage to pay and am not going to attend anything without pay. I have not been reprimanded for it because, as many of you have been pointed out, that would be illegal, and they know it. I am, quite literally, not getting paid enough to deal with that shit. I was one of 50 or so 12 to 17-year-olds working on this farm harvesting tobacco. Most of the kids were illegal, but I was just 17 and homeless, and couldn't get a job cause I didn't have an ID or any paperwork. I'd started hanging out with the Hispanics, because they were the ones who got under the table jobs. We got there at 6, lunch at 1, leave at 8. It's summer and it's the heat of the day. A couple hours after lunch and this young girl, not more than 14, working alongside me suddenly passes out, and will not wake up. I called for help, and one of the guys watching over us walked over all slow and unconcerned. "Can you wake her up?" I said I couldn't. "Alright. Let's bring her to the house." I picked her up and carried her there. He had me set her down by a tree in the shade and then disappeared into the house. I didn't know what to do and I'm panicking, so I pour water on her forehead and take off her long sleeves. You have to cover every part of your skin when working with that much tobacco or else you'll get sick. A few minutes pass. She's breathing rapidly and shallowly, and I'm still freaking out. So I yell to this other guy who's supervising us, and he just says, "Did someone call an ambulance?" I said no. So he calls the ambulance and then comes over and basically just watches me as I try to cool this girl down. As soon as they get there, all the supervisors tell me to go back to work, and I don't get to talk to the EMTs. I never saw them ask any of the other Hispanic kids for her name or anything. I don't know if she came there alone or they just didn't notice. My supervisor later told me the EMTs said she was having a serious heat stroke. Never heard how she turned out. I just went back to work. It was pretty good money compared to what I was used to. They used to make us leave our water jugs by the barn because they thought we slowed down too much with all our hydration, allowing us about 10 minutes every 2 hours to drink up. We had to wear hot as long sleeves and gloves and jeans. I remember drinking so much water I threw up, then drinking more cause I'd just lost it all. Lol. That really taught me how much a hat helps you when you're in the sun all day. There were thousands of acres that all needed to be harvested and put up in less than 2 weeks. We did it in a little more than 4 days. Payment was $50 a day. That's the hardest I ever worked. Life isn't worth living if you work that hard. Those Hispanic kids, though, they were insane. Never saw them complain. They'd just sing and joke if they said anything. That girl was dead silent up till the heat stroke. I still remember that. I don't know if places like that are still around, but they shouldn't be. TL. Doctor, Toyota service advisor working his bloody feet off alone quits After returning everything to the state, it was when I got there. While boss had to deal with the army of customers he allowed to set unlimited appointments, I worked at a Toyota service department for a few months. It was terrible in general, but one day was the worst point. During the week I had a nail go straight through my foot, so I'm bandaged up and have to walk around to get everything. Probably 100 yards to the car wash, 40 yards to the shop etc. Point my team for Saturday, 4 people, had 1 person quit on Wednesday, and 1 person had a funeral to leave early for. The other guy was new, so he was slow to get stuff done. My boss says he'll come in and help. Point Wednesday we lock it at 60 appointments, since we have short staff up front and back. We do take walk-ins too. Thursday it's at 80, and we tell our boss to lock it. Again on Friday, before closing we see 110 appointments. He never locked it. Come Saturday morning we had 130 appointments from 7 AM 4 PM. I'm having to walk around a lot and ended up bleeding through 3 pairs of socks and bandages. I had to chase down about 80% of our customers' cars because our porters were goofing off. I had 53 open tickets at 12 PM. We had a 4-hour wait for walk-ins and 2 with appointments. Haven't had lunch or a snack since they banged food/drinks at our desks. My friend is about to leave for the funeral, so I cover his work and my boss leaves for lunch throwing his 20-ish tickets on my desk. So I'm now 110 tickets deep, helping the new guy with stuff, moving cars, and trying not to pass out. Oh, did I mention 95th outside, no AC in our covered area, not inside, and 90% humidity? We didn't even get a breeze. Can't have snacks/drinks at our desks either. It gets to 3 PM and I'm rescheduling people, trying to get everyone out when their cars are done, but have to limp them down, to pull them in front, to leave after they pay. My boss still isn't back and the new guy quits. I end up getting in one car and blood from my sock drips onto our paper mats in the car. I cleaned everything out, vacuumed the car, washed it, and pulled it up. Customer went apeshit that she saw blood on the disposable paper mat, about the wait, not getting a discount for her non-appointment service, and demanded to speak to my manager. That was it. Called him up and sent a voicemail. I explained it to his mailbox, then called the GM to explain that I have been alone for about 3 hours dealing with an uncapped amount of customers. 5 technicians walked out. I'm still not recovered from my workplace injury, and that I'm finishing my paperwork to take my lunch break at 4:00 PM. Boss shows up when I'm about to leave to eat my lunch I brought, knowing they're provided. Lunch would be gone before I could set foot in the break room. He told me that in our state I'm not legally allowed a lunch break during a shift and I have to stay to finish out the customers on my tickets. I mentioned being here since 6 AM pre-printing everything, saying I just need to relax, and he said you didn't even clock in this morning, so unless you do what I say, you aren't getting paid. Service advisors are paid commission here and % of parts profit for stuff sold. I don't even get $0.10 an hour. So I walked to my station, removed all of everyone's login copies of my permissions, deleted all of my notes, deleted all of my warranty macros, all the spreadsheets, and reset every custom line I added to our programs before I removed my admin permissions. Walked out and got a call when I got to my car asking why isn't your login able to collect credit cards? So he had to either write down credit card info, take cash/checks, or let them go. My GM asked me to come back at a pay raise and less hours, but I knew it was BS. My boss ended up getting let go the following month since he couldn't get things back up to speed. My good friend moved to Mercedes parts, so he's happy. I ended up going to BMW for a bit after that and handled a few other franchises later. Reddit, wow, this blew up. If I get on a YouTube video please unsub. I'll reply to all comments, but it will take some time. Thanks guys. Edit 2. Thanks for the silver and gold, kind strangers. Here's a link to the Psycho camp director lost her sheet on all of the lifeguards because we said we weren't coming back next summer. Reality was we all had legit reasons. I was going to take summer courses to graduate early. Another guard was moving to university and was going to work in that city. Another guard got offered a head guard spot at a camp near her house, etc. Nothing that said we hated the current camp, just other things going on. We were told in a group meeting, if we weren't happy there we could leave, and she would find other guards. Following Friday she calls us all in, to tell us what a great job we are doing, and how happy everyone is going to the Lake Point. Tuesday after that she calls us in individually, to tell us we aren't working hard enough, and she sees us slacking off all the time. Lunchtime Tuesday all the guards walked into her office, told her to go fuck herself in front of the owner of the camp, and we all piled into my Ford Focus and went for beer. Went home that night to message from camp owner asking us to give him a call back. We all chatted and realized he had called all of us. Called him the following day, told him what went down. He asked us to reconsider and that he would give us a $5 an hour raise and report directly to him. We discussed it and agreed on the condition that psycho director apologized to us at a collective staff meeting. She refused and had a tantrum. Camp owner fired her on the spot, escorted her off the property, and we opened the lake back up. Fuck you Barb. Edit. Wow, my first silver. Thank you. Barb finally got me something worthwhile. Second post to this thread. I used to work as a help desk contractor at a nuclear power company in Pennsylvania. We were phone support, and our job tended to have a lot of downtime. One day my boss comes in and tells everybody they can no longer browse the web at work. The customer is always watching, and we need to always be focused on the job. UHH. Okay, fair enough. A few days later, hey, we noticed that you guys have started to bring in books because you can't browse the web anymore. Given books are a form of entertainment, we can't have people reading at work while waiting on a call to come in. No more books. Cut. To next week, guys, unless you're talking about work tickets, we can't have people chatting with one another. The customer sees this, and it makes it look like we are just sitting around chatting and not doing our job. So please try not to talk to your coworkers unless it's related to the job. The next day she comes in and tells us we are not allowed to use our phones at work either. At this point everybody has had enough, and people start to rebel. We end up turning off our monitors and staring at blank screens while waiting for calls to come. The customer can clearly see this. When a call comes in, we'd turn the monitors back on, do the job, hang up, and then shut them down again. We'd been instructed to sit and wait for calls like a good boy and nothing else. Management ultimately reversed this bullshit policy after about 2 weeks because it apparently looked creepy from the outside looking in. Well, yeah, that was kind of the point. If we are going to be treated like robots, we'll work like them. Almost a third of the team ended up walking for another job shortly after they did this. Working at Olive Garden as a hostess, we had to check the bathrooms to make sure they have soap and paper towels in the men's restroom. Someone tried to flush a baby diaper in the handicap stall's toilet. That stall has a trash can meant for baby diapers, so I don't know why the F anyone would try to flush it instead. Told the manager what happened, and she said one of us hostesses would have to put a bag over our arm and pull it out of the toilet. I refused and said I would rather be written up. I have more self-respect than that. One of the other hostesses ended up doing it and found out it wasn't a baby diaper, but instead a giant pad, like for women's periods, in the men's room. Whatever, I don't judge. Just throw it away instead of flushing it. It was so gross. Edit. I'm essentially copy and pasting a previous reply I made that clarifies I don't think less of people who clean up gross things. I was working at a restaurant for about minimum wage and I agreed upon hiring to be a hostess, where I would be helping customers and occasionally serving food if the waitresses were super busy, not shoving my whole arm in a clogged toilet to retrieve a poopy diaper or bloody pad. If I was okay with being a janitor I would have applied to be one. I'm fine with adding soap or paper towels, but cleaning up human waste is my I don't get paid enough for this moment. Some people are fine with it, but I honestly couldn't do it. And I wouldn't do something I'm super not comfortable with / super grossed out by, just to make my boss happy. Thusly I have more self-respect than that comment. Not saying that people who clean up gross things have no self-respect. Just my personal lines were being crossed, and I have to know when to say no as an employee. I was doing a 3 to 4 person job by myself, plus at least half of my manager's work. It was almost Christmas, and both my grandfather and my husband's grandmother were very ill. Grandmother was in hospice care, and grandfather was in the hospital ICU, and family was debating whether or not to stop treatment and place him in hospice. As well, I gave my manager a heads up that I may need to leave work early, even though it was our mandatory work Christmas party that day. Grandfather started to respond to medication at the last minute, and I ended up not having to leave, but it was a stressful day pretending to be festive. The next day, I was pulled into the director's office, and I was berated for having a terrible attitude, was called nasty, and told people physically recoiled from you because you're so unpleasant to be around. My manager sat there and said nothing, even though she knew I had two potentially dying family members and was trying to hold it together. I found out the manager complained about me to the director because she was worried I would take bereavement and she would actually have to do her job for once. She was also upset that I didn't volunteer to run the holiday party festivities. I started sending out resumes the next day and was gone to a better position 4 months later. Before I left, I did not fill out my employee engagement survey, so they wouldn't get a 100% participation bonus, and I gave them a low rating during my exit interview. Warning: racism. I work the register at a Chinese restaurant in a pretty sketchy plaza. I have only been working here for about a week. 2 days ago, a man walks in with a woman by his side, and when they got to the counter he gives me a weird look and starts laughing, and he says, "You're not a ching ching. I ain't gonna order from your white ass. Get me a CHNK." I ignore him as his assumed girlfriend/wife begins to order. I take her order and repeat it for her. When I finish repeating the order, he gets mad and says I said it wrong. I begin to repeat the order again, and he stops me and tells me to say it like this, as he pulls his eyelids back and does a racist Chinese accent. I ignore him and make the ticket for the kitchen. He gets very mad at the fact that I'm not entertaining him, so he begins hurling all kinds of ridiculous insults. He begins by saying that my white privilege got me the job and I'm stealing jobs from real XXX. Says that I probably own the place like my people own the country. He calls me a white beach boy probably 30 times. My personal favorite, he refers to me as a Clark Kent looking as white beach boy. When he pays I tell him his change, and for some reason this insults him. I think he assumed I did the math in my head, even though the register does the calculation for me, and he tells me my white privilege probably got me into a good school, and that I'd piss him off. I give the woman the ticket for her food order and tell them their order number, and he says, "You'll remember me," as he grabs his very long dreads and slaps the counter, sending menus flying everywhere. He then leans in close and whispers to me, "I'm gonna go to the liquor store and buy a dime bag, and if the food ain't ready I'm gonna get real mean." As he was gone, I spoke with the manager/owner about him and his behavior. She didn't really seem to be fazed by it at all. She just said that he's crazy and we have to put up with crazy people sometimes. He comes back a few minutes later and the food isn't ready yet, so as he promised, he gets real mean. He demands to know when his food will be ready, and I tell him it should only be a few minutes. He says to me, "Go stick your fat white hand in the grease and find out." As he says that, he starts to walk around the counter, so I instinctively cut him off and square up with him. I'm a pretty big guy, 6'2", 250 lbs. He stops and backs off, telling me I won't have to deal with him tonight. As all this was going on, we didn't really have any other customers in the store. It was about 9 PM and slow. Well, right after that happens, a few people walk in and start looking at the menu. As they're browsing, he starts telling them lies about me. Ridiculous stuff. He tells them that I got in trouble with the law and my parents forced me to get a job, that I'm having sex with my boss, that my parents bought the restaurant and they're sending all of the workers back to China. Finally my manager shows up with his food and slams it on the counter and tells him to leave. He didn't leave quietly. Funny part about all this is, I'm not even white. I'm Mexican American and Native American. I've lived my entire life in poverty, and I'm only working in that restaurant to pay for my summer college class. Honestly was a little scared to go to my car because my shift ended right after that and he was sitting in his car eating, and I was worried he might want to mess with me some more. I used to work at a Michael's in a rich neighborhood as a cashier, so a lot of customers were essentially the backquote 35-year-old divorced white Pinterest mom type with more money than sense. Lots of scrapbooking materials getting sold, that kind of thing. On one of the last days of my time there, a customer came through a co-worker's line to purchase a single Sharpie, which is about $1.50 or so. Co-worker asks if she wants to keep the receipt, and she says no, we can throw it away. So she does. Customer leaves. All is well, right? Not quite. The customer comes back about 5 to 10 minutes later in my line this time, claiming that the Sharpie isn't dark enough for whatever project she's doing, and she wants a full cash refund. I tell her that we can't do that without the receipt, which she asked us to throw away, and that she could get partial credit on a store card. She flips the fuck out and demands a full refund. Over a single Sharpie. A single $1.50 Sharpie. I'm just sort of at a loss and call over a supervisor to take care of it, and even though the supervisor is essentially telling her what I told her, she is boiling. She wanted that $1.50 and goddamn it, she wanted it now. Fortunately, later that week I was approached by my current boss for a job opportunity closer to what I wanted to do in life, and I pieced the fuck out of Michael's pretty fast. I was working at a movie theater for minimum wage, which I think was $5 an hour at the time. One day, while I was working concession, meaning I was handling people's food that day, I went on my break, went to the bathroom real quick, and found the most disgusting explosion of shit I have ever seen in my life. The crime scene involved 2 stalls. Yes, 2. There was shit on the toilet, around the toilet, it was on the walls, it was on the floor, it was everywhere. But even more baffling, 1 stall was locked, meaning whoever caused this had to crawl underneath one of the stalls to the next one over to continue their carnage, however they caused it. To this day it was one of the most disgusting, yet most confusing, thing I have ever seen in my life. I went to my boss and notified them. He had people that day who were designated for the bathrooms, but in hindsight, he didn't delegate the task to them. Instead, he asked them want to clean this up. Of course, all of them were like, hell no. I'm a manager now, and I know this manager was weak as fuck to even ask instead of delegate. One of them kept saying I don't handle shit. So, he designated that task to me. Well, you reported it, so you clean it was basically how this went. No instructions were given to me, no out of order signs, no disinfectant, nothing. I was just given a mop with some hot water. I cleaned up what I could, which was essentially not much considering the situation. I then washed my hands in the hottest water I could before going back to serving you popcorn and fried chicken and soda. I'm honestly baffled today that they didn't have a procedure in place for this sort of thing. Like I would think there would be some serious violations here. Worked at Kmart as a cashier for a year, and twice I got the dubious honor of cleaning up human excrement. The first time someone dropped a log in the middle of the floor of the women's bathroom. Being a guy, I had to wait until the bathroom was unoccupied, but even with me standing there with a mop and bucket and the door propped open and a sign in front of the door and me literally telling people there is poop on the floor, don't go in, I still had to wait a half hour for people to stop using the damn bathroom. Someone came in while I was in the middle of cleaning it up even. The second time, and the one that made me go you don't pay me enough for this, was when this old man decided to just paint a bathroom stall with his poop. Like full on smeared it all over the walls and the toilet trying to make everything brown. Then he didn't bother to wash and left sheety handprints over everything he touched and tracked poop on the floor all the way to the food court, leaving a nice smear of poop where he sat. I think he had Alzheimer's or dementia, because someone came to collect him at the food court later. Unfortunately I was young and didn't know this kind of thing really should not be handled by a 16-year-old kid with a mop and some gloves, but I knew enough to tell the managers that there was no way in hell I was going to clean up something like that again. I once worked for a company that specialized in the care for developmentally disabled people as a direct service provider, but we are often called staff. We worked in ISLs, or commonly seen as a group homes. I was paid $9 hourly working 12-hour shifts on the weekends, sometimes longer. The first house I ever worked in had 4 people. 2 of them were in diapers, couldn't speak, and had the intelligence of toddlers. The other two needed moderate support. My co-worker was sick, so I had replacement, PRN, working with me. One of the non-speaking residents had a diarrhea blowout. They got up out of bed, down the hallway, across the living room, and into the kitchen, leaving a long clumpy trail of human waste behind them. What naturally happened? My co-worker hid in a reclining chair under a blanket in the living room while I had to coax a screaming adult toddler into their sit-in shower, constantly redirect the other residents away as they want my attention every 2 seconds, all while I'm bleaching and wiping up clumps of human feces off the hardwood floor throughout the entire house. It stank particularly bad that day too. My co-worker did not help. She did nothing as I had to clean the house, bathe the resident who had the blowout, and then cook them lunch. Looking back on it, I should have forced her to help me, never making that same mistake again. I was working retail at a shop that treats its staff like absolute garbage. The stuff I had to endure there was absolutely mind-boggling, but I couldn't walk out because I needed the money. No longer there. Finally, some of my most "I'm not paid enough for this shit" moments were being forced to clean out the bathroom trash can after someone literally took a shit in it, because I was the store manager at the time, and every other member of the team refused to do it. One of them knew about it and didn't tell me for 2 full days. Being told to try and fix a toilet clog with nothing but 2 plastic knives and a bucket, because I was alone in the store and the owner didn't want to just buy a plunger and bring it in. The clog had to be fixed because there was only one bathroom shared by employees and customers. This happened 3 times before one of the store employees finally bought and brought in a plunger. Being made to scrub the wooden floor that covered the entire store interior on my hands and knees because it had snowed and people had tracked salt everywhere. The store owner felt that drugs to prevent this would look tacky, but he also thought that mopping a wood floor covered in salt with regular mopping solution would eliminate all the white salt streaks. I had to scrub the whole thing with white vinegar and water and one small microfiber rag to get all the streaks out. During store hours, in my work clothes, I requested multiple times that staff be allowed to clock in or be scheduled 30 minutes before opening to do necessary cleaning, and was told absolutely not. If the store opened at 10 AM, employee shifts started at 10 AM. And yet, employees were expected to dust, mop, and otherwise clean the store at opening, even if there were customers. Once, I clocked in 7 to 10 minutes early 1 or 2 times during the same week, and received a text saying, if it ever happened again, I would be terminated. However, we were told it was acceptable to show up early and do the necessary cleaning without clocking in, but we were expected to open the store and help any customers who saw someone inside, even if it were prior our official opening time, still without clocking in. Literally just happened. I work for a digital marketing firm that's just special. My brother nearly drank himself to death earlier this year, had to go through major surgeries to restore his health. He wasn't in great shape before the alcohol. Well, 2 months out from his last surgery and his red blood cell count is down. Doctors informed us they suspect it's either internal bleeding or perhaps some form of leukemia. I think it was, not sure. Basically his body might have just stopped replacing red blood cells at a survivable rate. Knowing my company has a sheet PTO system, 3 days sick pay a year, 4 hours of PTO per pay period, and that we've been both firing and having people quit left and right, I opted to do a conference call with my parents when they discuss what's going on with my brother, with the surgeon who wrapped up surgery this morning. Heck, for all I know, if I called out they would terminate me because I have no PTO to use to cover that time. Only time that works for the surgeon is 10ish. Right when we have a departmental meeting. I informed my director I'll be a smidge late, explained the situation, and got a snippy email back saying, let me get this clear. You will be taking your lunch break when our meeting starts, so you can take a personal phone call. Our director 2. Fact. That. Working at IHOP currently, and it's almost nightly now. I do weeknights, 10 PM to 6 AM, and the skeleton crew consists of myself, the server, and my manager, who spent most of the night locked in the back of house cooking. Since there is no cook, manager does the cooking, while I do everything for the front of house. We have no hostess to seat you, I do that. We have no combo/busser to clean your table. I do that. There is no bartender to mix your stupid virgin drinks. I do that. There is also no way for me or my boss to call in other employees if we are too busy. There are a total of 45 tables in our restaurant. At least once a week, I end up using all of them and spending 2 hours after my shift is over getting the tables flipped for morning crew. And trust me, the tips reflect just how busy I am. Since it's only me doing refills, running food to tables, answering the phone, making drinks, taking orders, seating people, and turning tables, I have to prioritize. The first thing to go is bussing, and after that are refills. On my average busy night, I'm lucky to have $35 to take home. On a well-paced night, I do between $50 to $100. Why do I have to bust as for $2.13/HR for people to get mediocre, rushed service that isn't worth tipping and won't earn me tips? Why can't my employer afford, at a minimum, an extra $2.13/HR all night and have 2 servers? Why does my job have to boil down to, it doesn't matter how good or bad a server I am, it's about how well I can convince you that I'm so bad off that I need your money more than you? I'm to the point I want to organize some sort of movement to boycott bad labor practices by taking advantage of these kinds of situations because people walk out and I'm too busy to stop them to get them to pay. Just can't come up with a catchy statement or hashtag or whatever. Former HVAC installer. The worst day was when I had already spent 12 hours under a house with around a foot of clearance between the ground and the joists. Sometimes it was 4 or so inches, so I had to use a shovel to dig myself a path. We were tearing out a pretty large system and had to replace it. It was a downflow, so the ducts that went from the furnace/act to the vents were under the house. As an apprentice, I did the majority of crawling. This was during the rainy season, so there were also some really muddy spots, which were a nice break from the rocky ground under the rest of the house. So, I knew there was a rat problem at some point, because there were dead rats in a few places. After being dead for a while they kind of looked like yellow, cooked sweet potatoes with rat-like features. So, anyway, I crawled through a stem wall, like a concrete wall from the ground to the floor, usually around the perimeter of a house, but they'll make holes when they renovate and add on to the house. My arm goes in and touches the bottom. The water was up to my shoulder, with deep squishy mud at the bottom. I took a deep breath and went in, relieved for the 3 or so feet of space I now got to work with, and not stoked for the 2 feet of water. I started crawling carefully, working my way in with the ducts to hook them up when my headlamp beam hit something as my head was sweeping. I looked, and my gaze fell on the bloated corpse of a rat floating on the water I was now almost completely immersed in. I looked around more, and found the corpses of 6 more rats, all in various states of decay. I took a deep breath, I was wearing a respirator, and went to work. I finished the 3 duct runs to that part of the house, and got the fuck out. I crawled all the way back to the access point, got outside, peeled my crawl suit off, hosed myself off with the garden hose, and took my supervisor up on a cigarette. After he left, I broke down a little bit. That's the only time in my adult life I've just lost it and cried. Thankfully nobody else saw, and we finished the job. It taught me a few things. The human spirit is stronger than any of us think, and sometimes hiking your pants up, taking a deep breath, and going for it is all you need. HVAC guys, plumbers, and, to an extent, electricians all deserve far more respect than they get. They work in incredibly austere and adverse environments every single day. HVAC is not for me. Nothing dramatic like what I assume you're looking for, but for me, it was the workload and expectations. What started off as a 9 to 5 slowly turned into 8 to 6. It was never required I be there the additional 2 hours while salaried, but if I didn't stay those additional hours I couldn't possibly manage the expected workload. In fact, nobody could. So not only would I fall behind if I didn't stay, but my coworkers, in a small office, would take notice if I wasn't staying late to keep caught up like them as well. It wouldn't have been an issue for me if this was a once every other week type of thing, but it became normal for my boss to call after 6 PM asking if I was still in the office. as if it were just expected, and to call/email me work related things on my weekends and expect answers. It was dreadful, and you always felt like you were on call with no moments in your time off to just enjoy yourself. I quit alongside another coworker after just a few months. My final straw was when my boss called me 5 times back to back while I was in the shower one Sunday morning. I was getting ready to meet up with some friends and my boss woke my whole house at 7 AM to make sure I had completed my work and was ready for a big Tuesday meeting. Work that was not only done, but that could have been followed up on Monday morning even if it wasn't. Edit. I should add that this particular employer was notorious for giving you grief for the 5 things you didn't get done in a day as opposed to focusing on the 30 tasks you completed. They also tried team saving costs by paying everyone more than the industry standard, but they supported this by understaffing the place. Great pay sheet, job and expectations. Learn from that stint that making a few thousand more a year isn't worth it if you're already living within your means and happy with the job/people. A few thousand more sounds nice, but after taxes you're only taking home about $30 to $50 more a paycheck. Yeah, nah. I work front staff at a vet clinic. Title is Client Care Coordinator, and one of the hard truths of working in a veterinary environment is that not all the animals that come through your door leave. He was a big lovely dog who had a tumor in his mouth. Family comes in, and I instantly know I'm gonna be a wreck. Parents are sobbing. This dog was their baby before their children, a literal symbol of their own time together, and they have 2 young children, probably not much older than 6, who are just wailing. The kids are really inconsolable, just crying their little eyes out about their dog has a tumor in his mouth that just won't stop growing, and they give him medicine and clean up the blood that comes out of his mouth, even though it ruins the rugs in the house, but it just keeps growing, and he doesn't breathe so good anymore, and they are so sad because he's their only dog. And I'm comforting as best as I can to what I feel is appropriate, and while I'm doing this the mom and dad are leaning over their pet who is just wagging his tail and wuffing, but they are sobbing too, like full body sobs, and when I finish the paperwork and get out of there, their sobs are just echoing through the entire clinic. The parents had the kids step out for the act of the euthanasia, which is fine and not unheard of, so they end up with me in the lobby, which has other clients checking out. And they rotate between sobbing hysterically and telling me about their favorite toys and TV shows. Let me tell you, I was real faked up that night. My dad, now recently deceased from stage 4 cancer, was in at-home hospice and was rapidly beginning to decline. I knew, on some level, what this couple and their kids were going through. I legit got into my car after close, cried my eyes out, and seriously though about putting in my 2 weeks on Monday. TLDR. Work at a vet clinic, and after the hardest euthanasia I ever had to assist with, almost quit. We do it for the animals and families we help, not the pay, but sometime it softens the mental blows we take. Worked for a rental company when I was 15 or 16. I worked there every summer since I was 12, first cleaning chairs and whatnot, and eventually out in the delivery trucks. Was on a delivery with a guy who was probably in his 40s. He was overall a horrible guy and employee, wasted time on the clock just sitting in the truck, dropping equipment, talked to homeowners, while I unloaded everything. I was a kid, and didn't understand what was going on. Anyway, one day I finally had enough of him not helping, and I decide I'm not going to unload anything until he starts. He sees me sitting in the truck and starts yelling and swearing at me to do my job. I tell him I'm waiting for him to do his. He gets mad, jumps in the truck to back it further up the driveway, floors it and takes out all of the power lines that run over the driveway and to the home we are delivering to. Guy jumps out of the truck, sees me standing behind the truck, dumbfounded, and says, "What the hell are you doing back there? Just standing there letting me do that? What the fuck is your problem? You're completely worthless." To which I replied, "You can finish this job your damn self." Dropped the stuff I was carrying and walked off the property, and all the way home I got a call from the owner, my boss. It was a small company, that night, telling me that what I did was unacceptable and that if I did anything like that again I would be fired. I said, "No, I won't be back." I quit and hung up. Once at a company where I was a salaried employee that was exempt from odd pay, I was asked to work a 12-hour Saturday night shift. That may not seem strange to some, but I was a drafting manager and I didn't have any employees there during that shift. I had to quality check shop fabrication work every hour on a high profile job, which is nowhere in my job description, but still I did it. The really bad part is that after I did that, I was then accused of not having any support at the shop during the project after 4 PM on any day. Someone was out to get me, and to this day, I didn't know who it was for certain, but I did have a decent idea. I had been a part of that company for 12 plus years, and had a very good reputation and work ethic. When I found that someone that was a contract employee could completely destroy everything I worked so hard to get with just a few words, I was done. That guy wanted my job. He was also the worst employee I had ever seen. He would clock in for the night shift, leave to go back to his hotel, sleep or self-medicate with a rolled up dollar bill, and come back a few hours later and make up some story of how he had been working the whole time. Still, his word was trusted more than mine, because he could BS with the right people. When you find yourself in a toxic situation like that, I don't care how much $ you make, and at the time, was north of 140k, it isn't worth it. I left the company for a lower paying job just a month later. Managed a rather famous donut chain, at least in Colorado and Kansas, when I was a teen. I was filling in at another shop and we were getting a big order ready. One of the production guys, Jose, had said that he was going on break. Usually I'd give the guys 20 minutes or so, if they just needed some air aside from their standard break periods. Well, 30 minutes had passed, and I decided to go take a peek out back. The guys work nights. They'd sometimes fall asleep out back if they sat down too long. I found him flat on his back on the concrete walkway behind the shop. He wasn't breathing. I hollered for one of my co-workers and began administering CPR. The firehouse was literally right across the street, so they were there in maybe a minute or two tops and took over. He didn't make it. I called the regional manager to let her know what had happened, and her response was, "Well, did you make sure to clock him out?" before letting out a long raspy laugh. She then said, "See, if you can knock his hours down a bit, that store is way over its labor budget and we are going to have to cut a check to his wife and kids today probably. Oh, and make sure that order goes out on time." I walked out of the office and talked to the other production guys. Most all the production guys at this donut chain were illegals, and it turns out they'd often be threatened by the regional manager with deportation whenever they'd ask for a raise to above minimum wage, or if they weren't willing to work enough hours. Turns out Jose regularly needed to get dialysis, but hadn't been doing so, because every time he'd try to get time off for treatment, the regional manager would threaten to call immigration. This was a guy with a wife and 2 young daughters, and despite your feelings on illegal immigration, he didn't deserve what he got for trying to provide for his family. They later called me from the corporate office to tell me his wife was coming in to pick up his final check and that they needed final numbers. Let's just say somebody got a whole bunch of overtime hours right before I quit. Fuck that place. That wasn't even the worst thing that happened to me at that place. I was a private investigator working a divorce case. Standard gig. Husband was a high up corporate muckety muck who got caught banging his secretary. Wife was a trophy trollop banging half the help. Once they split up, the wife starts banging her dope dealer, spending tens of thousands a day on shopping sprees for herself, the dealer and his crew. Parties all night while her kids are up until 3 AM because of noise and lack of stability or discipline. The husband hired dark company to get the dirt on her for the divorce and custody proceedings, so they're parked half a block away getting audio and video of the partying and the kids wandering around with no supervision. This is $1 million home kind of neighborhood. It's gated, but I schmozzed my way past the security and had a nice enough car that no one who lived in the neighborhood would really question my being there. It was one of the dozen or so our company keeps for business use. They are registered through other shell companies so as they can't be tracked back to us or investigators directly. It's legal, just shady, which is kind of a requirement in that sort of business. So around 0230, I'm getting some pretty good evidence of child neglect, endangerment, etc. Suddenly some guy comes out of the gate for the house next door to the one I'm surveilling. Total tweaker, no shirt on looking like Skeletor. The guy starts coming toward my car. About 50 feet away he pulls a pistol out of his waistband and starts popping rounds at me. I'm in the middle of drinking out of one of those 64 ounces Quick Trip big gulp cups when the first round hits my car. I spill my Monster and Mountain Dew mixture all over the interior and my slacks, while simultaneously starting my car, throwing it into drive, and speeding off as fast as I possibly can. I stopped at the edge of the neighborhood at the security section, tell the guy to call 911 immediately, and then I get the hell out of there, since my even being in the neighborhood without proper authorization is close enough to trespassing that I don't want to answer any questions from the cops. So the next day I see a news story with the house that the shooter came out of plastered all over the screen. Apparently the guy thought I was a cop scoping out that house, which it turns out was a way station for human trafficking and drug smuggling coming in from Mexico. He was so tweaked out that he thought it would be a good idea to come out and shoot at me to scare me off. The cops ended up arresting that guy. I guess he ran out of bullets or something. They raided the house, found a shit ton of dope and about 24 girls that were being held in the home. I get to our office the next morning and my boss, who I had contacted the night before, is there throwing a fit because of the bullet holes in the Bentley and the stickiest bullshit all over the leather seats and floorboard. I tossed him an SD card with the video GPS tracker data and my report on it and walked out right then. Fuck that noise. I wasn't getting paid nearly enough to get shot at, let alone get berated for it because I spilled a drink getting out of there. When my employee started talking negatively about black people, immigrants, refugees, Muslims, physically/mentally disabled, transgendered and other LGBTQ people, when he sat just a few feet away from at least one person that identified with one or more of these groups, we have a very diverse workplace. It was reported to me, and I had to launch an investigation, got witnesses and evidence. Took my findings 2 hours. He was hella guilty, and they told me to write him up. I had requested termination, but they said to talk to him about his behavior, about how it was inappropriate, and give him a final. I spent hours doing the investigation, and then had to talk to a grown man about not being a bigot. The corrective action was super detailed, referenced multiple policies citing the unacceptable nature of his behavior, and I had to write it from scratch as this never happened before. Took hours. Then issued the final, and he argued that I was interfering with his freedom of speech. That took hours. Then, several months later, he does it again and makes pedophilic comments about a young looking employee, how he wanted her to dress up like a Girl Scout for him. Launched another investigation. Took more hours of my life and work time. Finally fired him. After this, he tried to say we discriminated against him. Took several days to pull up all my evidence, conversations, interviews, corrective actions and send it to legal. Just let me fire him at the first signs of extreme bigotry. So, one of the things I do at work is try to live capture ravens to put GPS trackers on them. They respond well to carrion, so places where ranchers dispose of dead livestock are always a good place for trapping. Not only do the birds already expect to find food there, but there's often something to use as bait around, particularly in calving season. Now, ravens aren't actually very good at opening carcasses. They do better than smaller corvids like magpies, but they still tend to wait for other scavengers like vultures, eagles, or coyotes to do the hard work of exposing the entrails. So one thing we can do to make a piece of bait more attractive is cut it open and expose the viscera. So enter scene. A cowwalker and I have just finished up an unsuccessful trapping attempt and are looking at what we can set up to keep the birds used to us being around. There is a several-day-old cow, so we think using that as a lure to keep the site looking like it's trapped and baited seems like a good idea, but the carcass is definitely bloating and starting to reek. So I pull out a large hunting knife I have for this sort of thing and start to cut open the carcass belly. After I pierce it, pressurized decomposition gases start rushing out. And I thought the thing smelled bad before. As it deflated, the cut leaked yellowish fluid. By this point, I'd noped out of continuing the evisceration. I have a pretty strong stomach, but I'm pretty sensitive to the smell of decay. Besides, even without making much use of that carcass, we caught a few birds the next try, so it worked out. Perhaps not quite what you mean, but it still applied. I'm a state government employee, meaning my compensation schedule isn't just policy, it's set by law. There's a certain amount of flexibility still, but a lot of things have very well established limits, classifications, and requirements under our you might get hit by a bus policy. Everything we do needs to be documented in case someone is unavailable on short notice and someone else has to pick up the slack. It happens, and it did happen during a somewhat time-sensitive project. I was the guy who was suddenly unavailable, but it didn't look like I'd saved my documentation in a shared location. I actually had, but there was a shared drive issue that wiped it out. Due to that, I started getting a ton of phone calls from people asking for information, and later asking me to come in, so I could give them my personal copy of the documentation. Problem with that, I was out, because my wife was really sick, like her visit levels of sick. Me coming in wasn't an option. Now this was understood just fine by the other state employees. By the contractor we were working with on this particular project, not so much. I had to tell them no quite a few times before they stopped calling. I thought I'd gotten through to them. Oh my, was I wrong. The next day I was able to come into work and sort out the various issues left over from my absence. After that was done, the contracted project manager asked for a private conversation in my office that went something along these lines. PM, I know you love your wife, and that's very good, and I support that, but you need to be more available during your off work hours. Me, you mean be on call? PM, yes me, my position isn't on call. PM, it needs to be while you're working on this project. Me, I don't think you understand. On call has a specific meaning for state employees. I don't get to decide to be on call, and if I try to do it anyway I can get in serious trouble. PM, you still need to be more available when you aren't at work. Me, I'm literally not allowed to be unless my job is reclassified. Eventually I had to get my supervisor involved. Yes, the PM wasn't in my chain of command, so he could explain to her that being on call meant that I needed to be paid 50% of my normal wages while I was in on-call status. That required approval and, relevant to the topic, me to be paid more. Literally I was not being paid enough for what the PM was asking. The PM balked at that of course, but at that point higher management stepped in and made sure she understood that 1. No state employee was going to be working on call without being paid for it, and 2. She did not have the right to demand changes to the job duties of any state employees. Worked at a grocery store for a little while. Every once in a while I'd have to do maintenance. Maintenance is emptying trash, cleaning bathrooms, etc. One day, while I'm doing maintenance, my supervisor said that she heard someone was having a hard time in the bathroom by the deli. So I go to the back of the store and check it out. The minute I opened the door of the bathroom, the first thing I noticed was the smell. It was like my nose was being filled with manure. As I was checking out the bathroom, I noticed which stall had the person who was struggling. From the other side of the bathroom I could sort of see under the stall enough to see the floor and the person's shoes. The floor was covered in sheet and the person was wiping it up with their underwear. The minute I saw this I walked out and went to tell my supervisor. She told me to go back and clean it up. I was not excited. Now that the person had left, I walked into the stall. It was a nightmare. The toilet was clogged to the brim. There was sheet on the seat, on the floor, and I think there was some on the walls too. I stood there for like 5 seconds then walked out. I didn't just walk out of the bathroom though. I walked to the front of the store and quit right there. Never been back to that store since. I'm a part-time stripper in a very nice club on the East Coast. Let me tell you, I get this deadpan look on my face so often, and get hit with a wave of I don't get paid enough for this. Most recently, I did a private dance with one of my friends, a fellow stripper and a very intoxicated regular. This regular is notorious for being a character, almost 70 years old, bizarre loose cannon, heavy drinker, with incredibly bizarre fetishes. That being said, has a former mechanical engineer and incredibly intelligent, and thankfully completely harmless. When he drinks he loves doing one of two things. He either gets multiple girls, duct tapes them together, and to the pole in the private room, where they have to only use their mouths to bite and get out, or he likes to be berated called Jessica, and have his nails, hair, and makeup done, while we drink champagne and talk about how it's girl time. The night in particular, he booked an hour with my girl and I in which we were going to drink champagne and fix Jessica up. Then he was going to duct tape us. He had been in the club for hours by the time we got in, and he was very intoxicated. We, being opportunists and wanting to start the night right, ordered champagne and started drinking. Heavily. We did our hour dance, had a great time, and I moved on to my next customer. I did another hour dance, and after I emerged, I remember being hit with an awful smell. I chalked it up to trash about to go out or something, and went upstairs to freshen up before my next stage set. Only then did a girl come running upstairs and screamed, "Oh my god, insert regular's name, sheet himself." In the hour that I had been in another private room, my girl who had done the room with us got the regular so drunk he sheet himself, covering his legs in the floor of one of the rooms. He then, not knowing what had happened, touched his leg, was wearing shorts, then his face, and ended up effectively covering himself and sheet like a small child. My manager kicked him out, but didn't get it cleaned up in time before a poor unsuspecting younger stripper slipped in it and fell, obviously resulting in tears and a storm out. So it didn't necessarily happen to me, but I was one of the pieces. Upstairs I sure did laugh my ass off and think I don't get paid enough for this, but I'm sure she was thinking it 100x more. She ended up fine, but I doubt we will see him for a while. Plus also events like this are make me love my job and laugh even harder / more. I worked in financial aid for one of those for-profit schools. The big one. The one that told you weren't doing anything, so get off the couch and go to college 1 point anyway. When shit starting hitting the fan and the DOE was cracking down on us, they would hold these morale meetings where they would assure us that all was good, we weren't in danger of closing, keep enrolling those students, etc. Towards the end, I missed one of those meetings. I get to work, and an admissions counselor immediately tells me, why died, that they were told in the meeting that we would possibly be missing our next paycheck, as the company was seriously struggling to find the capital to keep itself going. So, I made a FB status saying as much, and saying that couldn't possibly be true, as it is highly illegal to not pay your workforce for time worked. Immediately, I get pulled into the admissions manager's office, where she and another manager and then the president of the campus all started coming at me, telling me I had better erase that status, etc. Then the campus priest has the cajones to tell me that if I wasn't willing to be there and possibly not get paid, I wasn't a team player and was only here for a paycheck. Well, yeah, you intelligent motherfucker, that's exactly why I'm here. I said calmly. Wait a minute. I wasn't here for the meeting. I was told we all were required to be here, working business as usual, but could possibly not be paid for it. Are you telling me that is actually true? So glad those days are over. Such a shady predatory company you were. Corinthian College's Acker Everest. The day I was called into a meeting with my manager, the CFO and another clerk, to take minutes. Why? Because I'd entered an invoice into the system correctly, but hole punched it for filing before my manager had checked it. The practical effect of this? We all lost 45 minutes of work time, which consisted of them asking me to justify why I'd punched the paper before it was checked. Apparently I worked a 12-hour day yesterday, was tired and made a mistake wasn't an answer they'd accept. They then said it was my second written warning. The holes hadn't obscured any information or anything. It was literally just that I did it out of sequence. What was my first written warning? I came back from lunch at 13:01, 1 minute late. The fact that, because the manager had forwarded a customer call to me at 12:25, I hadn't gone to lunch until 12:47 was apparently irrelevant. The girl after me was waiting to go. Even more ridiculous. She was going to the lunchroom, 20 feet down a corridor, which was where I was. But she couldn't leave the office until I was back. In case the other two clerks, we were a team of 4, couldn't hold down the office for literally 60 seconds. I was already depressed, pissed off, and a couple of weeks off going for knee surgery, so when they said it was a second warning, I resigned. Best bit, they couldn't make me work my notice because they never gave me a contract of employment, even though that was technically illegal. But they had to pay my accrued holiday pay because the holiday was a legal requirement. Was a truck unloader at Walmart for a few years. Originally was transferred to the position by an asshole boss I had confronted about immoral food safety in front of customers. The job is breakneck, physically demanding, and deadline based, so the boss thought I'd get washed out and make one slip before she could fire me. Turns out I got really good at it. Had some good mentors, lenient coworkers, and I got in good shape after adapting to the racetrack pace. Keep in mind that being on your third strike at Walmart is what they call a D-Day, and it stays on your record for a full year. You have to make no mistakes for a full year or else you will be treated as not meeting the agreement with the manager and fired without recourse. Treated as though you quit. Anyway, it's 11 months into the job, and my name is almost clear. I'm nervous and excited, but mostly nervous. Because it's mid-December, and we've been getting a metric ton of holiday freight every day since October. Trucks can carry anywhere from 2,000 to 2,800 pieces of freight, and at our Nebraska location, half the week we'd get 2 trucks holiday nights. 1 truck nights became 2, and 2 truck nights became 3. We hear about the next day's count being 9,000 PCS, 3 trucks. And we still have our deadlines to meet. I go to work with several lunches packed, pre-workout gummies and juice, and nearly a whole pack of Starbucks double shots ready to tackle my part of the line I was best at, the front. The section of the belt just off the truck that required stacking pallets of furniture, lawn and garden, housewares, and holiday sheet. You'd kind of have to have been an unloader to know what kind of sheet went down in a holiday rush, but we clean out 2 trucks, 6,000 PCS. A little after 4 hours into our shift, which is damn faking fast in the pallet stacking, with the exception of per new guys' pallets, flawless and stable. Only we are running out of room in the back, and lunch is quickly approaching in 2 hours. Should have been easy if we kept at the same pace, right? Well, the truck was almost entirely holiday crap, and I'm scrambling to delicately and speedily moving reams of boxes coming off the truck with maybe every other box being for the other sections. Then our managers come by to ensure that things are running smoothly, and they bring friends. One of them is the manager who wants me fired, but she doesn't have authority over the back room. My coworkers eye me cautiously, and I play it cool. No way I'm gonna screw up now. I was good at my job. Problem is, we had no room and almost no time to make room to stack more pallets. My buddies keep up with setting down fresh pallets as soon as I finish the next ones, and she's right there watching me at the front. Our manager goes back to the office to deal with some calls. We hit a vein in the truck where it's all holiday stuff, and I'm just trying to keep the line moving. I'm nearly shoveling, swiping, not quite tossing freight onto my pallets for me to stack properly when the line isn't my depths. Freight just whisking through the air onto the pallets. I'm in a frenzy, and she shouts at me, "CMON Chris, hurry up, you're holding up the line." I don't even look at her and just keep blazing through the freight, furious but terrified, and eventually we finish the truck with 5 minutes to spare before our state mandated lunchtime, 6 hours in Neb. I clock out in a hurry and beeline for our manager's office. I tell him about how pissed I was, and he ended up agreeing with me that she was out of line. She never got reprimanded, and I never got an apology point, but she never stepped foot in the back room again, lol. 5 years later, I eventually became an unloading supervisor. Straight out of college I took a job as a paraeducator at an elementary school at the district I used to go to school at. It was a special education class for students classified by the district as severe disabilities, their words not mine. Of course the district was desperate for bodies for hire and they didn't bother telling me that. No problem, I've worked with children before, and have dealt with special education children as well. Plus, it would be cool to address all my former teachers by their first names, lol. What they also didn't bother to tell me is that the 7-year-old I was assigned to, who had Down syndrome, had zero control of his bowel movements or peeing. He basically wore a diaper. He went when he went. So my job was basically wiping his ass and changing his diaper. He wasn't a tiny 7-year-old either. Dude was taller and bigger than everyone in class, so imagine trying to change that diaper lol. Ever held a elementary kid's sheet before? Well, I did, multiple times when he decided fuck diapers and just ran off when I was changing him, as still raw with sheet lol. The running joke in the classroom was I was the most educated among all the paraeducators. Everyone else was a college student or only had a high school diploma, and I had my bachelor's, and whenever I had to change little dude they were like, college education coming in handy. Made for a good laugh as I was wiping dudes as lol. Turns out mom and dad had entitlement issues of their own, which introduced me to the world of entitled parenting. They demanded that my student be integrated into regular mainstream classes. Head teacher put her foot down and said no, but then had to acquiesce and put my student into an ESL class. Keep in mind that this dude was nonverbal, so an ESL class can't help a kid like that. It's literally for kids with English as a second language. Teachers of that class were burdened by the fact that not only did they have to teach English to students who only spoke Spanish, but also to a kid who didn't speak at all. And of course, I had to drag him to the bathroom during class anyway. Only thing that passed the time was listening to JT's new, at the time, 20/20 album while wiping his ass. Great album by the way, one of my all-time favorites. I stuck around for another year listening to his entitled parents and wiping his ass, literally, before I decided I had enough. Let's just say now I don't work with kids lol. Warehouse job, loading and unloading product from trailers. I had one day where I was the lead in an unload area by myself. Me and about 10 trailers full of product, 2 people unloading each trailer. I had to unload product, close up the empty trucks, open up the new ones, keep the numbers high and push people to speed up, plus provide backup for my area and other areas when someone needed a bathroom break. Already stressful, then the rain starts. Water pours from every seam where the truck connects to the building, flooding the trucks, soaking the conveyor belts and product on those belts. I have to pull that product to the side and let it dry. Standard procedure is to tie up shields, thin as pieces of plastic, that catch the rain and pour it off to the side where it drains outside. It takes about 5 minutes to do each one, for 10 trailers, by myself. I'm completely soaked, because you have to stand under the dripping water to tie up the shields. Once I finish the 4th shield, the first I had tied up fills and bursts, and water dumps everywhere. I fix it, go to fix another one that's starting to fill and bam, it bursts and dumps the water all over me. The whole time I had been communicating over walkie to the managers what was going on and no one helped. Once numbers started dropping they radioed me and asked why, and I went off. A manager from a different area finally came over to help assist with everything, and she apologized multiple times saying they should have had someone helping me the whole time. It was way too much for one person to handle alone, then gave me some time to go to the bathroom and dry off as much as possible. Soon to be former Walmart employee here. It was a dark dreary night, the snow was piling up, and I walked into the store, soaked. As I headed to the deli, head hung low, I saw something peculiar to say the least. It was empty, not the empty that tells you I'm going to have a easy day, not the empty that tells you I won't be too stressed, not even the empty that tells you I was ready to walk right back out the door and pretend I had never walked in that level of empty. I made my way around the counter, hung up my jacket, clocked in, and put on an apron. For some reason, I had yet to see my coworkers. I was early by 6 minutes, and they tend to be late by 8, so I didn't fret. I started humming as I walked when squish I stepped on a pile of buffalo wings left on the floor by morning crew. Oh morning crew, the bane of my sole existence, the very reason I dread work, the very reason I called into work today. I cleaned it up as best I could, trying to assure customers I would be with them in a moment. There was just 2 customers, I can handle that. As I gave the first one their food, they responded and now I want deli meat sliced. Well, the other customer just wanted food, so I told them I would meet them over there after I helped this next customer. Silly me, assuming people could have things like decency, compassion, or even understanding. The can of expletives that I had opened shook me solid and made the second customer give me an uneasy look before they left. I went over to cut the meat for the still screaming customer. What meat can I get you? How much would you like? And what size do you want this to be? This was my second mistake, as the customer informed me that I had forgotten please. Since I had asked them something, I should have said please, and now I was about to receive a lecture about how kids these days don't respect anyone or anything. A quick glance also informed me that there was now a line at the deli counter. Of all the snowy days, why was this one so busy? After a tedious and hard-fought battle against the morons monsters we call customers, I looked at the clock. An hour and a half had passed. I was out of nearly all the food, and it would require a cook, and the rotisserie chicken needed a cook. But something was strange. I could have sworn I didn't see a single coworker during this time. I called over a manager and informed them of my concerns that surely I must have lost my mind because I could not seem to find any assistance and I would need help locating my coworkers. Act 2. Screw you, what do you mean I don't have anyone coming in today? Well, called in and has a doctor's appointment, so it's going to be you until your lunch. I heard the words, but I assumed I was in a nightmare. Surely they wouldn't leave an entire department to one person. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon, and I got off at 10. I could power through till 5 on my own. Or at least, I could have, if my manager's manager hadn't shown up. You see, me and the store manager had a history. A history where he told me to do something. I told him why I couldn't, and that was wrong. He spoke in a more firm voice, and reminded me I could be coached at any time. He wanted rotisserie chickens out, right now. Well, there were none in the oven to start. Why wasn't there any to start? Maybe, just maybe, because I had been busy helping customers for 2 hours and I didn't have time to leave, and if the meat room could bring me the raw chicken, I could cook it, and try to get it back. I was informed it wasn't their job to help me, simply because I didn't have any help, and I was also informed I was not to leave the counter unattended. Why, of course, my mistake. Enter 10 PM. Life was literal hell for the hours leading up to it. I was only 1/4 closed. Nobody ever showed up. I got to go to lunch at 8 o'clock for a half hour. Management shows up and asked why I wasn't done. I explained I could not do all the work, take my lunch after the deli counter is closed, and be finished, as I was one person. So my manager told me that I would have to suck it up and work overtime to close 1 AM. As I'm leaving, a night manager told me it better be done right, or I can go back in. I informed her she could fix it for me, because I was exhausted. It was a 12-hour shift, and she could not drag me back in there no matter what. I'm a pit boss at a casino. There is something almost every weekend, but I think Memorial Day weekend this year had 2 prominent ones. In the first case I was called over to a table because the players on first base and third base were arguing and cussing at each other. I never did find out why. I wrote it off to the alcohol because that's usually the cause. But the moment came when I asked the lady on spot 1 to calm down, and she literally said, well, he started it. He was cussing at me, and the guy on spot 6 responded with, well, only because she cussed at me first, and in that moment I realized I was breaking up a fight between 2 drunk 30-something-year-old children. The next one was similar, except it was 2 men this time, one in his late 30s, the other probably early 30s. The older man was talking about how he was a bartender by trade. Pretty common subject at a gaming table, is what people do for a living, so nothing out of the ordinary there, and when the waitress brought him his drink he gave her $2. Keep in mind that, in my experience, it's actually pretty common to only tip the waitress $1, unless the player is winning a lot of money. The younger guy waited for her to leave, and then started complaining that the guy didn't tip her enough, claiming that since he was in the service industry he should have at least tipped her $5. Keep in mind the table they were playing at was a $5 minimum, so over the course of an hour I walked over there to stop them from arguing 3 times, because the younger guy wouldn't just drop the subject. On the 4th time I said, okay, this ends now, and the younger guy colored up and left. Then he proceeded to leave and come back like 4 times over the following hour and just mug the guy and his wife while they are playing. I found myself, for a second time, dealing with an adult male acting like a mean girl at lunchtime. Ultimately I got the shift manager involved, and security told him to stay away. Then they ended up having him leave, and then 2 hours later, he came back while I was standing 5 feet from where he entered, and the security manager dropped what he was doing and went over there to escort him out. I just want to track money, rate my players, monitor their behavior, and do my paperwork. But once in a while I have to add schoolyard security guard, and that's when I think this. 2 defining moments from the same store. Context: I used to work in a deli at a real sheet company that let the customers walk all over the employees. Had a customer come in one day and threaten to fight me over a single rotisserie chicken that I put off to the side for someone who had properly called ahead to reserve a chicken. One Christmas Eve, I was closing meat department because the actual closer called out again when a older Asian man came in and asked for me. I came out to the sight of some lamb chops he ordered custom cut earlier that day, had paid for and taken home. Apparently they weren't cut the way he wanted them cut, and wants new ones cut for him. Mind you, it's 8 p.m. The butcher left at 5, and I'm already finished cleaning and sanitizing all the equipment. You'd instantly poison any meat you put on the cutting surfaces right now. Plus I'm not a butcher. I explained this, and the man begins screaming and cursing in my face, telling me that I'm giving him terrible service, that I've ruined Christmas for him and his family. I'm getting all of the blame for something I wasn't there for. So after a moment I said, "Sorry sir, I'll go find my manager to help you further. He's just in the back." Went and grabbed my coat, went through the back exit of the meat room, went around to the far side of the store, it's a big warehouse building, and went home. I keep getting asked to become shift lead, and I don't want to because of the amount of added responsibilities compared to the raise I would get. Mostly because the guy that's shift lead now was a great coworker and friend until he became shift lead. They gave him so much stuff to do because they didn't have a supervisor for our shift. No one ever applied for it, so they made him do everything a supervisor would do besides time cards. He became such a complete asshole that just let the position go to his head. In reality he was basically a hall monitor, but he acted like a supervisor. He would write emails every day at the end of the shift to the actual supervisors and management about who was on their phone that day, who wasn't at their workstation for whatever reason, who was talking to who while they were working, etc. No one respected him and everyone treated him like shit, but he couldn't understand why. Productivity went down because everyone was in a shit mood and management clamped down on him even more. And all he got out of it was a $1/HR raise, which to my best guess based on our similar time employed meant he made about $16/HR, just $0.50 above me at the time. For some reason he thought he was making about $3/HR more than anyone else. I never told him. Anyways, he keeps asking me to take the spot if he finally gets hired for the supervisor position. He's applied 3 times now, but has no formal education, so they keep denying him, even though he's done all the work before. I keep telling him, not unless they pay me at least $23/HR, which at this point is now only $3/HR above what I make, but he doesn't know that. He wanted to know why I wanted so much, so I told him that for the amount of shit he goes through in that position, there's no way I'm doing it for any less. I worked as a porter for a while at a grocery store near me as one of my first jobs. Manager refused to hire another porter. There were 3, one kid who obviously wasn't all there and screwed up a lot, and a 70-year-old deaf guy. The shifts overlapped by about an hour, and that hour was crucial to getting out of work by closing for porters, because you had to clean the meat room daily, which took about 90 minutes, condensed to 60, if you really moved your ass. Naturally, I wanted to do this when I came in, while the other porter did the dishes, cleaned the hot bar, cleaned the deli, etc. Seems like a good idea, right? Well, the manager and butcher disagreed. They claimed the meat room absolutely needed to stay open until like 3 p.m. I'd come in at 1 p.m. for reference. Morning porter leaves at 2 p.m. just in case we needed to cut more meat in case of a big rush. At first, I figured okay, makes total sense, but after about 4 months I realized it was bullshit. In the 14 months I spent at that place, Twice did the butcher need the meat room after 1 p.m. Once for the Super Bowl, and once because someone dropped the meat everywhere, and the customer demanded we get him his cut point and a hoe. I decided to really fuck off with that job after I started working mornings during the summer, and my manager expected me to stay until 4 p.m. to clean the meat room because the other porters couldn't handle it by themselves. I'll do anything for anyone. It's kind of my thing. My dad is the same. But I'll tell you about the only job I ever quit. If I've told it before, my apologies. I was a department head. I'd been waking up every day at 2 a.m. I would work from 2 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. until my wife got up. I'd spend an hour with her and then go back to work from home until 6 a.m. Then I would get ready, put on my suit and tie, as was required for all management, then go to work at the office. Keep in mind, my shift didn't start until 8 a.m. technically. Then I would work until 7 or 8 p.m. Once I got home, I'd get some food in me, say goodnight to my wife, then go back to work from home until 11 p.m. I did this for months. One morning, I couldn't get my VPN working from home, so I had to drive into the office at 1 a.m. after already 8 hours on the job. Just as my staff was getting to the office, I walked into the VP's office at 9 a.m. and said, "I'm done. No more." Then I walked out. He gave me a week's vacation to think about it, which was nice of him. He didn't want to lose me. I did not go back. I threw up as soon as I got home and then became very confused. I couldn't even figure out if I was wearing pants. I talked to a friend a few weeks later that had served in Iraq. He explained to me that I had PTSD. He had it himself and completely understood. When the stress comes off, you have a lot of trouble letting go. I was still in Sagan, as it were. I still haven't gotten over it in 10 years. Don't abuse your staff. It hurts more than you think. I worked at a nursing home a bit back as a nurse. Plenty of crotchety and sweet old people to go around. One in particular was a small, very pleasant, nearly 100-year-old. She never complained of anything, yet her daughter complained of every little thing, as if it was emergency. That's your mother. I get it. Mortality can be frightening. Anyways, this sweet old lady thought she had a pretty bad hemorrhoid. The CNAs confirmed there was occasionally blood stool on her underwear, and she had been using pads. Now she lived in the independent section of the nursing home, with her own room, that was designed like an extended stay. I go back to her room, and lo and behold, she had panties hanging up to dry all over the place, which is unusual, since second and third shift is constantly doing the laundry in unit. Part of my job is to inspect, so I can report what I see to the doctor and document accordingly. So I have this tiny little lady lay in her bed, so I can take a look where back quote the sun don't shine point. Imagine my surprise when a grapefruit-sized section of the colon has literally puckered out from lack of muscle tone down there. The doctor's solution? Push it back in. So here I am, knuckle deep in someone grandma's butthole trying to pop this thing back in place. The thing about intestines is they are very slippery. Once the thought popped in that I was practically fisting someone's grandma, I noped the fuck out point. Yes, we eventually popped it back in. Yes, it just popped right back out as soon as she stood up. I felt so bad for her. Nice lady. As an industrial pipe fitting apprentice, work was slow, and I was told to go to a job at our city's water treatment facility. It was the beginning of August and southern Indiana gets really hot and humid around this time. The second week I was moved to the waste treatment side to demo some old piping. They had marked the piping with orange spray paint that had been drained and flushed. After we got set up, we checked the gauges and we are given the green light to start removing the piping. I began removing the first Victorlic clamp, and as soon I got the second bolt loose it shot the rubber seal across the room, and I was hit square in the chest by a flood of 90-degree raw sewage. It was an 8-inch pipe. I don't know how much pressure was behind it, but it knocked the wind out of me and put me on my ass. I was covered in sheet and gasping for air. I had to strip to my underwear and spray down with a garden hose outside. I threw all of my clothes away and grabbed a trash bag to cover the seat in my car. I had to walk from the back of the facility to the front, about a quarter mile outside for everyone to see, in just my briefs and boots. I only got paid $15 an hour at that point. Discovered that the guys responsible for draining the system didn't do it. The project engineer went out that morning and looked at the gauges at read 0 and marked the piping accordingly. The gauges hadn't been reading for years from what I was told. Apparently the lifespan of a pressure gauge on a sheet pipe isn't very long. Go figure. TLDR, I got paid $15 an hour to get drop kicked in the chest by a sheet cannon on a hot August afternoon and had a nice walk of shame afterwards. I work for a lawn company my family owns, and one day we were mowing a renter's house. For people who don't know, when you mow a renter, the landlord is the one who pays you the majority of the time, so as long as you are satisfying him and doing a good job, you'll get paid. This tenant was an older lady, around 60 or 65 by the looks of it, and she was very cranky all the time. I was weed eating her walkway when she just comes out of her house in pajamas and yells, "Are you crazy? I'm standing right here and you're hitting me with the grass and rocks." She was inside the screen between her front door and the outside world, so nothing cold been going through besides some dirt, and I understand how grass or pebbles getting thrown around can hit you and hurt a bit. However, if she just stayed inside and didn't come out, nothing cold hit her, and her walkway takes maybe 15 seconds to do, so she could have waited a little bit if she needed to go somewhere, even though she was in pajamas. I decided I didn't want any of it, and that this house doesn't pay me enough to deal with anything, so I just turn off the weed eater, look her in the eyes, and say I'm deaf and don't speak English. I'm a Caucasian MF, not bilingual, and have never moved out of the state I was born in, so it was obvious I do. Got the weed eater running again in 1 or 2 pulls and kept going. All around, pretty good day. Still working and mowing that house, but the lady doesn't bother me anymore. It happened last week. I'm in college right now and needed some extra money, so I took a job as a hotel breakfast worker. It wasn't too bad. Mostly, I worked the coffee shift, 7 to 11 am, responsible for cleaning tables, helping the cook, who does the 4:30 am to 1 pm shift, and, of course, making tons of pots of coffee / making sure the coffee station stays stocked up with everything. Normally, this isn't super hard. Once I got used to having to be up at 5:30 most weekend mornings, the job was a breeze. Last week, I decided I'm definitely quitting. There were 80 children in the hotel. 80 school children. We were told there were 20. We were not prepared. We were not warned. Oh god, the Fruit Loops, crunching under my shoes, getting ground into the carpet by itty bitty hole-filled shoes. The waffle batter, we went through 4 batches of waffle batter. Why, god, why does my hotel have a make your own waffle station? What kind of satanic plan was this? Feed kids as much sugar as possible while letting them play with things as dangerous as whipped cream, chocolate syrup, strawberry syrup, and maple syrup. What kind of twisted fun did you get from this? Why did this happen? There was so much syrup everywhere. My shoes squelched at every step for my entire shift. The tables looked like sticky nuclear bombs had gone off. Every surface stained as if it rained syrup. And, in the middle of all of it, the man complaining that we were out of 2% milk. There was a full jug of skim milk directly next to it. But, no. Instead of going to myself or my coworker, because yes, there were only 2 breakfast workers on staff at the time, he went to the front desk to complain about a lack of milk. I do not like people. I'm a bartender. We have this regular white woman in her 50s, wears big cat eye sunglasses inside, and every ring on her fingers could pay for my college tuition. You know the type, right? She never comes and sits at the bar and gets a drink. She always gets a table in the dining area with whoever it is that she's with. She has this routine where she excuses herself from her table to go to the bathroom, walks into the bar area, restrooms are right beside my bar, hunches down behind one of our computers at the end of the bar and waves the bartender over to order a vodka on the rocks, and pounds it before she returns to her table. Close to alcoholic, right? Last time she did this she was weirder than normal. She asked me if I could put her vodka on the rocks in a plastic Togo cup with a lid on it. I said no ma'am, legally we are not allowed to put alcohol in a Togo cup, sorry. Oh boy did she lose it. I'm in a rush and I need to leave, but I'm not leaving a drink I just paid for. It took every part of my being to not say I've seen you slam those babies in 5 seconds and then stumble back to your table, take it to the head and go. Instead she ended up arguing with my manager over it for about 10 minutes. As they're arguing, one of the women that vodka lady was sitting with in the dining room walks over, and her face was priceless. Confused and embarrassed all in one, as my manager is telling the vodka lady, "Ma'am, I cannot let you leave with alcohol, it is a law." The vodka lady turns around and sees the lady she's with looking at them in horror. I shit you not, without skipping a beat the vodka lady turns back around with the biggest smile on her face, looks at my manager and goes, "Have a lovely evening," then hugs my manager as if she knew her, turns around and ushers the lady she's with to follow her. I can only imagine the backwooder story she told her friend, but in that moment I realized I don't get paid enough to babysit alcoholics. Worked for a major car rental company. We were to sell the insurance and upgrade customers because that's where profits come from. I absolutely hated it. We were told to make our sales numbers, which were dependent on selling insurance and upgrades. We needed to do all these shady tricks, but if upper management caught you, you'd be fired. Basically a blind eye was turned unless a customer caught on and complained. Some tricks were quoting a rental rate with insurance included. It was just a way to force the customer to pay the $20/insurance fee. If a customer called in to book a rental, we would quote the rental rate, but we would make the official reservation for a lower class car and tack on the difference as an upgrade. I.e., if you wanted an SUV, you were booked a mid-sized car on our end, and when you rented the car we put it in as an upgrade at the extra amount per day. Everything was shady AF. I wasn't comfortable doing it. I did it on occasion, under direct orders from my branch manager, but I hated it. It was deceitful. Point. If you rent a car, check with your insurance company to make sure they'll cover you in a rental car. Many/most do. I think the price on insurance has gone up since I worked there. When I was there, it was $20 a day. If you have a 5-day rental, that adds $100 to your rental. Also, don't let them weasel you into an upgrade. You're going to pay way more per day. Sometimes they'll also try to get you pay for an upgrade because they have a larger vehicle than the one you reserved. You'll hear the line, "Well, since your car isn't quite ready yet/still being cleaned/whatever other lame excuse, I'll put you in this SUV for not additional charge today if you don't want the upgrade," but they were going to put you in it anyway. I saw them fire the entire branch I worked with for not meeting sales numbers or doing the shady stuff they were told to do. It was a damned if I do, damned if I don't situation. That and the new branch manager that came in did some shady stuff, like saying he cleaned and checked in a Versa and then rented it. He did neither. We got a call from the customer he rented it to, who was a government employee who had found a pair of brass knucks in the car. Brass knucks are a prohibited weapon in Texas, although THWTX legislature just changed that, but this was several years ago. Person was upset because if they had gotten pulled over and an officer found them in the car, he could lose his job. The manager sent our drivers to retrieve the brass knucks and also a skateboard. Yes, a full-sized skateboard that had been left in the clean and checked car. When the items were returned, new manager kept saying how excited he was to have a pair of brass knucks. I told him they are illegal. He kept telling me they weren't. Eventually he said, "Well, if they are illegal, the owner won't come looking for them." And he kept them. I reported him to security because he 1. Kept a customer's possessions for himself and 2. Didn't properly report an illegal weapon left in a vehicle. Dude kept his job, knew it was me that reported him, and made every effort to tank my sales numbers so he could fire me. I eventually walked out after he scheduled me at a location with a day full of rentals and 0 cars to rent. Another attempt to tank my sales. He wanted me to send customers to his location. Our branch consisted of 3 locations, so he could do the rentals. I had spoken with management several times about issues with not having cars to rent, not properly being put into the rotation for location to balance sales, but they didn't do anything about it. I had enough, and I drove to his location and turned in my keys and said bye. I was working with mentally and physically handicapped people. Basically I was an activity leader for a specialized vacation agency. One night, I was with my coworker in our bedroom after our shift. It was midnight and a half, and we were having a drink. Another coworker knocks on the door, opens it and asks for help. We go in the corridor, and one of the residents was fully naked, covered in diarrhea from head to toe. It was everywhere. Of course, we took her under the shower, scrubbed everything she touched. Her roommate was not happy at all about the situation, understandably since it was late and the smell carried everywhere. She started rambling about wanting to change room, and proceeded to look at me dead in the eye, and tell me that she had a dead in her bag, and she wanted to show me. Turned out, it was a bridal bids, in French mors, and dead is mort, hence the confusion. I'm still laughing at this, because I think she understood that I was startlingly confused. Anyways, we finished washing everything at 2 in the morning, and the smell lingered around for 3 more days. I was getting paid €38 a day for that job. Don't get me wrong, I loved this job, but shit like this after midnight was hard. I can also cite the runaways, the people throwing sharp knife at other residents during meal times, the fact that the house was not adapted at all for wheelchairs, or the showers. When I was 17, I was working for a catering company that was hired as extra help for the PGA Phoenix Open. We basically were admin employees for the main catering company. I'm working hole 16 with my mom, my girlfriend, and my dad. Anyways, each day we are basically just making different sandwiches or wraps. You had to have 6 trays out at all times. Now, not to brag, but I'm great at making sandwiches in a quick hurry. I was working hole 16, which is the only hole in golf you can heckle the golfers. We were warned that we would have the highest amount of foot traffic out of any area in the event. Every day we are getting slaughtered. Booths are running out of sandwiches because they can't make them fast enough. And then Saturday happened. Now, again, fastest sandwich maker in the West here. I have 6 trays out because I'm just head down, full steam doing my damnedest to make sandwiches faster than they are going. But Saturday was trial by fire. I'm going full steam, just barely keeping my head above water when suddenly a runner shows up and says I need 2 trays from your booth to cover the other booths that are behind. I can't exactly say no, so I just do my best to start catching up. 5th tray goes out and suddenly another runner comes up and takes 3 trays. Then the event coordinator walks by, notices I only have 2 trays out, and proceeds to rip me and my partner several new holes. My partner and I attempted to explain the situation the first time, but to no avail. Repeat this process for the next 3 days, and we are at the end of the event. I'm tired, pissed, and it's almost the lunchtime rush. I'm making sammies at a lightning pace. After you make 20k plus sandwiches you get good at it, and I ask my booth partner, my girlfriend, for more ingredients. Instead of ingredients, I get a new HM. We're out. Fortunately we were ahead, so she left to check if anyone else had extra. Nope. Everyone's out of food. And guess what happens now? We're ahead and everyone is running out of food. So naturally our trays start vanishing. Guess who walks up? The coordinated dickhead from earlier. Here's where I lost my sheet. He starts to chew me out, and I told him to shut up and listen. Told him that runners had been taking my trays, which my girlfriend vouched for, and that I had been working my ass off to keep not only my booth stocked, but the other 6 booths on my floor stocked too. He told me that he didn't buy it, so I told him it's not my fault that you failed to properly plan this event. He said I was fired, and I laughed at him and walked away. Apparently he turned to my girlfriend and asked where does he think he is going. The guy runs after me and tries to get me to load catering equipment. I laughed and told him I was fired and he could get bent. To this day I have never been so happy to be fired. I worked at this sports complex place for a little while because a family friend worked there and recommended it to me, so I was like alright, I'll give it a shot. They were probably the worst few months of my life. Here are some of the things that I hated about being there. They didn't give me a job description at the beginning. They would drag me out of training to do other meaningless work. They expected me do like a million different thing. The owner was a jerk and did absolutely nothing. I had like one 10-minute break. They had me score basketball even though I had zero idea how it works and barely trained me for it. The parents/coaches would always scream at me if I made a mistake, which was often. We had to turn in our phones before we started working because the owner was notorious for firing people on the spot if they even took it out. They had me direct traffic in the parking lot, which was the stupidest thing in the world, but it at least gave me time away from that hellhole. And all of this for like $11 an hour. And the part that actually broke me was when my manager, she was awesome, one of the only nice people there, was training me to run the arcade counter, and I'm kinda getting the hang of it when suddenly the old guy comes to me and tells me that I need to help him take out the trash. He did absolutely nothing. Whatever, not a big deal. So I'm taking out the trash and I get to the 2 trash cans at the back door and I'm pulling on the bags to try to get them out and they just won't budge. Now I'm not super strong, but I'm not weak either. So the bags were especially heavy. So I walk back in and tell the guy the situation. Hey, there's some bags that are really heavy, could you give me a hand? And he says just take some trash out of the bags and put them into another bag. So I walk away thinking, why didn't I think of that? And then I realize they didn't give me gloves or anything. So this guy straight up told me to pick through the trash with my bare hands. And not to mention it's raining out to the trash is kinda wet. So that makes it even worse. But I suck it up and do it anyway because screw it. And one of them comes out fine and I throw it in the dumpster. But the other one still won't budge. So I'm pulling and pulling trying to get this stupid bag out and I'm getting really frustrated and I manage to lift it up to my knees when all of a sudden the bottom of the bag rips. Side note, the bin that holds the bag was one of those weird mesh ones like these https://cdnimages1.medium.com/ and literal gallons of coffee and water comes pouring out, soaking my pants and my new shoes. So there I'm sitting on the curb wearing my ugly bright yellow uniform in the pouring rain, soaked in coffee trash water, and I just start bawling my eyes out for a few minutes. People even walked past me like I wasn't even there. So after I'm done crying to myself, I pick up the trash, put it in a new bag and throw it in the dumpster, and I walk to the bathroom to try to dry myself off, and I think to myself I'm done. So I have like 15 minutes left until I can go home. So I walk back to the arcade with my head down, soaked from the knees down, puffy red eyes, and I just want to go home. And at the end of my shift I go to my manager and I just look at her and I just can't tell her I was quitting. She was so nice to me and I felt like I was betraying her by telling her. So I finally manage to say I'm giving my notice. And she just says, I know, I could tell that you were miserable. It was like the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. So I apologized and told her about everything that happened, and she said she understood and told me that I won't have to come back in. So I walk outside where my mom is waiting for me and am crying in the car. So she takes me for ice cream and I tell her everything that went down. There's other stuff that happened but nothing nearly as bad. You're probably not reading this, but if you are, Bree, thank you for being such a great manager and an even better friend. You deserve so much more than what that place is giving you. You made my time working there tolerable because of your kindness. I was working at the register at a small grocery store. Now, we sell 2 types of strawberries. They both are in those plastic boxes. If I remember correctly, they were the same size. They had a price difference of about €1. More expensive ones were from location X and the cheaper ones were from location Y. They weren't next to each other on the shelf. Cheaper ones were in a movable table box type thing and the more expensive ones were in a permanent shelf. An old lady comes to the register. She has the more expensive strawberries and a few other small items. I ring her up and say the total to her. She asks how much the strawberries were again. I tell her. She says it says a different price at the shelf. Now, the store owner, who is responsible for punching in the prices to the system, is a fuck up. Never can trust the register. I walk with her to the shelf of the expensive strawberries and look at the huge yellow neon sign. Same price as the register states. I say it was correct. She goes, oh no, I took it from there. We walk to the table that houses the cheaper type. I look at the box I'm holding. I state to her that these are the more expensive ones. Would you like to take the other type instead? She says that well, I took that box from here. I say I'm sorry, someone must have put it in the wrong place. She huffs at me, well, you have to sell it to me with that cheaper price then, since it was in the wrong area. I just stare at her like this for a while and just whisper stutter it doesn't work like that. She just stomped out without any of her purchases. Peas. This took place in a Finnish store, so that meme is perfect lol. Context. This was an after-school program run by my former church. A new supervisor just got hired. Guy was fresh out of Liberty University. Major red flag. That guy was incompetent and hateful. Another Jerry Falwell clone. A coworker kept harassing me, and one day it almost came to blows on her end. I kept trying to walk away and keep the peace. Other coworkers stood up for me, but I was blamed for everything. Keep in mind the bully had been harassing me for 4 months. The new supervisor had been with us for 2 weeks at the time, did not witness the incident, and my coworkers were on my side. The new supervisor told me to apologize to the bully because I caused all the problems. The bully sat with a smirk on her face. It gets worse. He told me, you need this job. The joke was on him. I was losing money helping these kids because I get SSI. Yes, I reported my income to them. I made more money staying home. I decided to resign and leave that church. I also left that denomination. Edited for spelling. We're on a beach trip with lots of youths, around 130, 150. Had 3 scheduled bus rides back from a set place. My way older coworkers weren't able to read the map and didn't believe me when I tried to convince them that they are at the wrong spot. Then they realized it, but told me to stay at the wrong place to collect youths that misinterpret the map as well. After phoning around and making sure all of my youths, everyone had a set group to care for, were with me or already in the bus, cause others took them with them even though they shouldn't. We went to the bus stop. The first bus was already gone, but so far no problem. We entered the second bus as scheduled and drove off. Then one of the coworkers realized where's kidder? He forgot to make sure all kids entered the bus and he himself entered first. But as that wasn't bad enough, he didn't forget any boy that maybe could have had fault himself. He forgot that one boy in his group that was going in a wheelchair. If you are responsible for a boy in a wheelchair, you maybe want to make sure he is able to enter the bus. Thank God there were adults with brains around that made him take the third bus. I was trainee at that time, so I definitely got paid not enough to put up with such irresponsibility. I see working at a McDonald's. While in post-secondary school, we had a team bus park and the entire baseball team shat in the same toilet without flushing. There was a pile that was higher than the toilet seat. Nasty. The last few must have been standing on the seat and squatting. SMH. My manager sends me to clean the bathrooms. I cleaned the ladies' room first, and I had no idea this was waiting for me. I cleaned everything but the bowl of that toilet. That washroom was spotless except for sheet mountain. So when my manager came to check on my progress, something he never did other times, and saw the pile was still there, he tried to give me shit for it. I looked him dead in the eye and said I do not get paid enough to clean up this shit. Fire me if you want, but I'm not touching that. He ended up going to a nearby dollar store and came back with elbow-length gloves, a bucket, a little shovel, and a longer sharp knife. He donned the chemical mask for acid cleaning the grills and a rubber addition from the dish area and got all geared up. Told us all after that he had to shovel it all into the bucket, then flush a couple shovels full at a time. Yay, not getting paid enough for that. I worked at a certain convenience store chain in between jobs several years ago. I was stocking cigarettes and noticed a couple come in. They look around, talk, then the boyfriend leaves. My coworker comes up to me and says, see, this is why you need to pay attention. That guy just walked out with a coffee. I said that I didn't see him walk out with anything, and she was like, yeah, you were too focused on the cigarettes. The girlfriend eventually comes up to the counter to buy some things, and my coworker goes, and how about the coffee your boyfriend stole? The customer asked, excuse me? They argued back and forth for a bit until the lady just got fed up and left without buying anything. 5 minutes later, I'm cleaning the counters and find a coffee just sitting there. So, I bring it over to my coworker, and before I say anything she immediately goes, "You know, you just think you're better than everyone, don't you? You think you know the job more than me?" I was so frustrated by that point it just turned into a shouting match. Several people came into the store and then immediately left when they saw us. My coworker brought out the assistant store manager and tried to play on their shared history, I'd only been there a month, to get me in trouble. It was one of the most infuriating experiences I've ever had. Somehow we ended up calming down enough to get through the shift together, but I told the assistant store manager I was so freaking close to just walking out. Point anyways, I was only at that job for a few months before I got another job. But I guess my lesson of the story is, don't let people abuse and take advantage of you at work. Especially not for convenience store pay. Sheesh. Few things for a few jobs. Bagger at a grocery store. Multiple times where someone would sheet the floors either in the bathroom or right outside. No idea why, but people sheet the floors a lot. More often than I ever thought possible. Anyway, I was a dude who cleaned it up because everyone else was too scared to. But I've been picking up dog poo since kindergarten. Still went home early right after though. Dishwasher at a restaurant. They'd pull me to the side to help prep their food, so I'd help make all of their food for 5 hours a day helping their fully staffed team. Then, when I got back there'd just be mountains and mountains of dishes piled up that nobody would help me with, so it was all on me. Also someone threw a searing wok at me and didn't say it was hot, so I got huge blisters all over my hand. Insurance coordinator at a dental office. Abusive as boss. My job was to process insurance, but also mop, clean the floors, decorate the office, set up rooms for patients, clean the dental equipment, mold/make the plasters, walk my boss's dogs, sweet dog's dick boss, among so many other things. Worst job of the 3 by far, because she was so verbally and emotionally abusive. Now I work at a call center and sometimes people get angry for things that I don't have much control over, but it's a really cozy environment, pay is better, and everyone watches out for each other. See. I was a dishwasher at a fancy country club a while back. The work was hard. If you've ever been in a high volume dishwashing job, you know what I'm talking about, and the pay wasn't good. In our kitchen there were deep fryers, and lots of oil needed to be transferred to a specialized dumpster on a fairly regular basis. The thing is, we dealt with so much oil that, in order to haul it out we put it in large barrels, and then wheeled the barrels out on little floor carts. Well, one day as my coworker and I were taking out the oil, one of the cart wheels caught on something, and the barrel of oil ended up spilling everywhere in back of the country club kitchen outside. My coworker was drenched in oil down to her socks, so she was excused for the night. That left me and the manager to clean up the mess. For a little more context, my shift was in the evening and I hadn't eaten that day because sometimes I'm an idiot. So, I wasn't operating at 100% that night. So how does one clean up a fuckload of spilled cooking oil on asphalt? Well, since we were a country club, we had a golf course. We had a backup supply of sand in order to top up the sand traps. So the idea was we would use a sheet load of sand to soak up the oil and then throw the sand away with the oil. Well, guess faking what? Sand is heavy and oil soaked sand is even heavier. In order to get all of the spilled oil we had to use about 15 to 18 5-gallon buckets of sand, and about halfway through the manager left and went back to the kitchen. So it was just me lugging these heavy ass buckets to the dumpster and throwing out the contents. I don't know the exact weight, since I'm not bothering to look up the densities of oil and sand, but each bucket felt like it weighed well over 50 pounds. As I'm sitting there, dying from low blood sugar, scraping up sand into a bucket, I thought to myself, I'm a dishwasher. Why in Poseidon's wrinkled nipples am I holding a faking shovel? Later that night I told my manager that I quit, and I haven't regretted since. My family owns a food establishment. At the time, I was getting paid just slightly above minimum wage, $8, and it was closing time. I was cleaning the espresso machine while two couples sat in the front corner talking. One couple had 3 children, and since no one else was in the store, they let their kids run around the lobby and raise hell. Whatever, I had one earbud in and kept cleaning. The middle child was running and suddenly stopped, walked over to her mom who shooed her away because she was breastfeeding the youngest, and continued to engage in the other conversation. The child walked in front of my ice cream cooler and squatted to play with the magnets on the front of the machine. Or so I thought. The older sister walks over to see what's going on, and not even 10 seconds later, she yells across the store, "Hey, child's name pooped." It goes dead silent. I pull my earbud out and look at this massive pile of sheets sitting in the middle of the carpet. The parents look at the oldest and ask her to repeat what she just said, because I guess they thought she was joking. Stone-faced, this child repeats, "Yeah, child's name just pooped on our carpet." The dad gets up fast, runs over, grabs the middle child and runs to the bathroom with her. The mom gets up, grabs the other remaining 2 children, and leaves. I'm still standing at the espresso machine and faked that someone actually shit in the store. A few minutes later the dad walks out carrying the child like a piece of lumber, looks at me, and apologizes. Doesn't offer to clean the sheet off the carpet, doesn't offer anything, literally leaves with just a "Hey, sorry." I walked in back where my mom was cleaning the cutting board and told her yeah. So a kid just shit on the carpet, and the parents took everyone and left. What the fuck do I do? Mom thinks I'm joking and brushes me off. I'm still standing, waiting for an answer. She kinda gets that at that moment, I'm not joking. Pours some bleach on the board, swishes it off, and walks to the front. She looks at the mound of poo sitting in front of our ice cream machine and looks at the other couple who is sitting, mortified, in the front of the store. Silently, she walks to the back, grabs a pair of gloves and a dust mask, and hands them to me. I asked her if I could get a raise after I clean this up, because I don't get paid near enough to clean up human shit. She said she'd give me a raise as long as she doesn't have to touch it. Those people haven't been back since. I live in the UK. One day was told that I'd be delivering a car to a location that would be a bit of a long haul, which the name also changed 3 times over the course of a week, all beginning with C's. Names went from Chichester to Coventry and then to Cheshire, which I only found out about on the day of the delivery. Got told it'd be roughly a 400-mile round trip and about 6 hours total. On the day it was planned I'd leave at 9 AM. So no big deal. I'd be back by 3/4 PM and still have time before shift end at 6. The salesman proceeded to tell me on the day none of the paperwork was ready to go with the car and needed to be prepped, as well as my manager pointing out that it had a dent that needed to be sorted before it left the site. Scurrying and rushing around to get everything sorted, I was ready to leave by 11:30 AM. A little later than was promised. Set off on the journey nonetheless, on the M6 towards Birmingham, only to be greeted by roadworks and average speed check zones of 50 miles per hour every 5 miles. This obviously slowed my progression down heavily above 6 hours, and shifted the time more towards being around 7 hours. Still, no biggie, I'd be back by 6, which is what mattered. Came off the M6 roadwork hell, and immediately got hit with tons of traffic, which increased my round trip time to 8 hours instead. At this point I was fuming, but there was nothing I could do. Eventually got to the dude's house and had a brief sit down for 10 minutes, then set off again. Worked my way all the way back until about 7:30 PM. Got back to the site, which was now fully closed until the next day. Had to abandon trade car, which I took back outside the bollards, then walked 10 minutes back to my car and got home in 20 minutes. Then I had to set out to Wales for my girlfriend's house over 3.5 hours, which also encompassed roadworks. Because of removing the tolls, I spent a whole day driving, a total of almost 12 hours. And to this day, have not been compensated by my work or apologized to by the salesman. Friday feels right. Worked at Chick-fil-A for about 6 years, from 15 years old to about 21. I was a manager who cared about my employees. It was always a rule to be clocked in 10 minutes ahead of time for everyone to ensure a smooth shift transition. One of my employees attended high school and struggled to be able to get to work on time, always making it a couple of minutes before the actual shift time. He was one of my best employees and was never late when he didn't have school. After about the 5th time being late, For clocking in after the 10 minutes before shift start, the owner asks me to write him up. It continues happening due to him being held up at school. My boss informs me I have to fire him for being late so many times. Again, not late for the shift, but late for clocking in 10 minutes early. I was forced to let him go. I hated it. Fast forward 2 weeks. I find out during all of the years I'd worked there, the boss was removing that 10-minute time from everyone's sheet. We were forced to clock in 10 minutes early, only for the owner to remove it to save on labor costs. I'd written up and fired people for something they, nor anyone else, were ever getting paid for. As managers, we were also required to plan our setups for the shift off the clock. Sometimes it would take hours and we weren't getting paid for it. Finding out they were breaking labor laws that I was forced to fire people over was the final straw. I work at a youth crisis shelter. We are pretty much a holding area for kids transitioning back home to foster care, PMIC, alright. The point is that we aren't a treatment facility, we are just supposed to maintain the kiddos anyway. August 2018, we got 2 brothers in, young teenagers. Both are non-verbal and low functioning. They came from a severe hoarding household. Neither had any concept of what a bed was or what hygiene is. They wouldn't shower, brush their teeth, sleep in a bed, nothing. And the older one didn't know when to use the toilet. He'd wait so long. He'd urinate and defecate himself, and then would wander around the shelter, leaving urine and fecal trails. We are supposed to be hands off per our contract, but by not trying to clean him up we faced neglect points during all this. Both boys would go on run. We are locked from the outside, so people can't get in, but people, kids included, can leave at any time and we can't stop it. We are not to follow clients that leave, because it takes attention away from those who stay, and each time the police found them, they'd be in the middle of an intersection, just standing there in traffic. They don't know what sidewalks are, or walk lights. So many times they were almost hit by cars, according to the police. One time, I was told to follow the older brother. It was 5 AM. You got me, a heavily tattooed and pierced baldy, following around a child who can't speak. I followed him for an hour. I was getting hysterical because I didn't want someone to think I was trying to abduct him. I didn't have a phone on me. I ended up falling in a hole, screwing up my right leg. Luckily, the police recognized us. The shelter gets a lot of police contact and picked us up to take us back to the shelter. The oldest brother got sent to the mental ward of a hospital due to obvious safety concerns. After 2 weeks, the hospital told us to pick him up because he was better, and it started all over again. Working for Avis Rent-A-Car, I was cleaning cars, and it was over 100 on the tarmac. I had just started, so I was not officially covered by the union contract yet, but that didn't matter. The contract had a clause that you could be fired for insubordination. That meant that you could be fired for almost any reason. So you would work 7.5 hours in the heat, only to have the fat boss cruise up in a rental with the AC blasting, and tell you that you are now forced to work a double shift. It was not possible to leave to get more food or water, so you always had to have enough for 2 shifts every day, because you never knew if this would happen. I saw him tell the most senior employee there that he was forced to work a double shift. The guy says I really don't, and the boss cut him off with, if you don't, you are fired right now. After working 4 double shifts in a row, I got a day off. As I was leaving I was told to stay by my phone in case they called me to force me to work a day off. I got home and ripped the cord out of the wall and went to sleep. On my next regular shift I got called into the office because I did not come in on my day off. When they tried to call me, I should have quit right then, but I went ahead and worked that shift and then quit. This happened over 23 years ago, and I will never rent from Avis, because I know how they treat their employees. And by the way, what the fuck is with the people who rent the Grand Prix? Every one of those cars that I cleaned looked like it had been driven through a cornfield with muddy wolves in the back. The car cleaning quota is 4 cars per hour. Sure, that can be done if you cherry pick clean cars that just need fuel topped and a wash, but if you get one with a week's worth of fast food smeared on the inside windows you can't make the quota. Working as a restaurant manager, there were 5 managers including the kitchen managers, kilometers, and sous. We just replaced our GM because of lack of work ethic and kilometers, and the company was restructuring due to some issues that stemmed from overreaching and making too many new stores. The new CFO of the company sets a quality of life memo for the managers, where every manager is supposed to close the store. The GM and kilometers aren't required to close all the time, but at the very least once a month, and work Sundays as well. They came aboard around December and both took a vacation in January. I left around July, and in that entire time the GM and the kilometers never once closed. Despite wanting to close, the kilometers prevented the Suze from doing so because it would leave him alone for a few hours in the morning, and he wasn't going to do that. That left myself and the final manager, people who have been with the company for 4 and 10 years, to close every night. So our weeks involved us closing nearly every shift we had. So we would come in to work around 3 and work until 12 to 1 depending on the day and the workload that was left. Once instance I was there until 8 AM because we didn't have a dishwasher. So after half a year of this and being forced to work 9 days to 13 days straight closing, if someone was on vacation and trying and failing to get them to help close, I was at the end of my rope. The final straw was when it was beyond time for my vacation. The GM shorted me on my 7 days and only gave me 6. I told him to keep the vacation and gave him my notice. The restaurant went under a few months back and the company has been closing stores left and right. I have no idea why I worked so hard for them. In college, I worked at an after-school program summer camp for middle schoolers. Our first field trip of the summer was a hike at a local national park. It was the first trip that I had actually planned on my own. My favorite cow walker and I had a great group of kids between us. The weather was beautiful, and all in all, it was looking like it was going to be an awesome day. We started the hike, and my more athletic cow walker took the lead. I brought up the rear with the similarly unathletic types, and we made our way, slowly but surely, up a slight hill in the trail. My cow walker had a decent lead on me, not an issue, since we had walkie-talkies and had already planned where we would be meeting for lunch. When I saw one of our kiddos on the side of the trail, he had been up ahead, so I figured he just needed to catch his breath. He was a pretty stocky kid, but had wanted to keep up with his friends. Anyway, I asked him if he was okay, and he said no. The rest of the stragglers stopped with me while I was talking to him. He wouldn't tell me what was wrong, but kept insisting that he was sick and refusing to move. Finally, I told the other kids to keep going and catch up with the rest of the group while I got him sorted out. Once the other kids were out of earshot, he told me what the problem was. He had trusted a farched. That's right, this soon-to-be 8th grader had just pooped his pants in public, surrounded by his peers. I knew there was no way I would be able to get this kid to continue the hike, and honestly, who could blame him? The only option was to radio my cow walker, head back to the trailhead, which had bathrooms, get the kid cleaned up, and wait for the group to get back. Except my radio wouldn't work. Stupid Nextel thing needed a cell signal, which I didn't have, which meant I couldn't call anyone back at the office either. I just hoped that we'd run into someone hiking who had better service than me, so I could at least call it in. The next problem was getting the kid to actually move. He just wouldn't. Finally, he agreed to walk back if I stayed close behind him so no one would see what happened. I had to get him back to the trailhead, so I agreed, and I hiked for about a half mile immediately behind this kid. And I realized why he didn't want to move. His legs were coated in chunky, yellow-brown liquid. It ran right out of his shorts and into his shoes. And the smell. Dear God, the smell. Anyway, we ran into some other hikers who let me use their phone, so I was able to call the office. They got a hold of his mom to come and pick him up, and we made it to the trailhead. He did his best in the bathroom, but that situation clearly required a full shower and complete change of clothes. His mom came just as the rest of the kids were getting back, so he was spared any humiliation. When the kids asked what happened, I just told them he got sick on the hike. I don't blame the kid for it. He obviously did not intend to sheet his pants, but when we got back from that field trip, I gave my 2 weeks notice. I already had an interview at another place anyway, and decided I was okay taking a slight risk. Got the new job, finished school, and haven't had to deal with anyone cheating their pants in years. My boss's wife is so petty. She likes to feel in control over every little thing. She tries to control conversation. If she can't hear you, she will ask you to speak louder, and that's when you're speaking to another coworker, not her. Me and 2 of my coworkers are not allowed food at our desks, but her sister, and her husband, actual boss, can have full-blown meals at their desks any time of the day. Time off is heavily frowned upon, but she can go work on her boat whenever she feels like. Gave me shit for having a closed water bottle on my desk while holding an open cup of coffee she was taking to her, saying those are my computers, don't you dare spill on them. Constantly makes snarky remarks on my makeup, hair, wardrobe, even though they are all within company guidelines, and I honestly feel good with the way I look. She gave me shit when I had to put my rabbit down, who was basically my baby, and I had her for 9 years at that point. It was very sudden, saying taking the day off to put her down wasn't necessary. My boss didn't care, and I did, but she still holds that against me for some reason. This was 4 months ago, but the icing on the cake was last week when she denied my coworker 2 days off in August that my coworker was going to use to go to her soul wedding as her wife is a bridesmaid. She said no, because it's unfair to the rest of us. No one takes time off in summer. I've been here 2 years and that is a load of bull. I took time off last summer, and my boss is literally going away for 4 days this week for an on-work event. In summer, yeah. Not a fan of her. I've had a few, but I'll give you the most obvious one, where I think anyone would have said nah, fuck this point. So, I started working for a contract security company about 1.5 years ago or so. I bounced from site to site, the contracts were up, but each place gave me glowing reviews. Eventually I ended up at this mall next to a river. In February. Naturally, this meant it was about 10 degrees colder at this mall, where all the positions were outside, than it was in the rest of the city. I'd call into the office to ask about what hours they had available in the city. They'd tell me just at the mall. I'd ask if they were sure. They were, but they'd tell me if anything came up. I'd thank them, take the hours, and move on. One of the things I had to do was occasionally direct traffic. This meant K had to stop cars from leaving the mall so others could enter, or so pedestrians could cross safely, or so trucks could go into the loading dock. This was in New York City though, so it meant that people frequently ignored what I did and almost ran me over on a daily, if not hourly, basis. Anyway, I was just about done with working for the damn mall after 2 weeks, but I needed the hours, so I stuck it out. Met a new guard there and started talking when he informed me that he had just left a position 2 days earlier at Bryant Park Winter Village. I had literally just called the office the day before to ask if there were any other positions anywhere else in the city, and they had told me no. And according to him, they had yet to fill the position at BP, because that's what his old friends were telling him. Basically, I wasn't getting told about the good positions, because I'm one of the few people willing to actually take those hours. So long as they've got me there, why throw me anywhere else? Well, fuck this. It's New York City. I can find a new job. The next week, I called in for hours. They told me all they had available was for the mall. I thanked them, and to let me know if anything else came up. Okay, so I'll sign you up for the full 40 hours? Do you need any of these days off? Oh, no, you misunderstood me. I'm not taking them. Please, let me know if any other positions become available. Okay, yeah, I'll sure. Hung up and spent about 2 weeks straight just playing games in my room. They spent those 2 weeks calling me and trying to fool me into working the shifts. They'd offer me shift with hours and not tell me the site location until after I'd already accepted, for example. Unfortunately for them, I'm rude enough to immediately take back my consent to those hours, but were ultimately unsuccessful as I didn't work a single new shift there. I didn't really need the money. It was food and video game money. So I was more than happy to sit on my ass for a couple of weeks. After all, they'd be stupid not to use me. I dormed right above their office in Manhattan, which means I was their most flexible and fastest guard, able to get anywhere inside of an hour, whereas their other guards would take an hour and a half plus. After those 2 weeks, they ended up calling me and offering me a position at BP. I ended up loving it. I worked at that village during the final couple of months and went back when they opened up during the last season. It was probably my favorite site out of all the ones I worked while working for that company. Point anyway, it's not like I quit from that company after the mall thing, but I was certainly willing to forego a paycheck if it meant not getting run over. $15/HR isn't enough for me to risk my life. I used to install network computer systems. We run Cat5 networks throughout buildings, and 99% of the time we have drop ceilings with removable tile that make it very easy to pull Cat5 lines from the server room to the rest of the building using a stepladder. On the night of my story, we had a building with hard ceilings, no tiles, that had to be accessed through a small door above the server room. There was framing above the ceiling that I had to crawl through and couldn't step on the ceiling or I'd go through. It was hot and dirty and awful, but had to be done. I spent about 3.5 hours crawling over the supports and through tight spaces without complaint, distributing the network throughout the building. When I finished, I practically fell out of the access door covered in dirt and sweat, aching all over from contorting my body in strange ways. I stood up and said sarcastically, "I don't get paid enough for that shit." My boss, who had been working with me, exploded in rage. In 20 years running this company, I've never had a technician have the balls to say something so disrespectful to my face. He continued to rant and rave, grabbed his tools, and walked out, leaving me and the other technician to finish a 3-man overnight job. This boss was known to be a hothead, and I considered us to be friends. As much as that particular job had sucked, I totally meant it as a joke, but he wasn't hearing it. I called the other owner of the company and told him what had happened. He laughed it off and told us not to worry about it. The owner, who walked out, called the next morning to apologize when he cooled off and realized I had been joking. This happened a few days ago. I work at a hotel restaurant, typically 70 people maximum at the restaurant at any one moment, so we were set to have a busy day that evening. But since our manager isn't good at her job, this will become apparent soon. We were understaffed, 1 bartender and 2 waiters that evening for just the restaurant. However, unbeknownst to everyone, our manager booked 2 banquet halls for 50 people each that were a good run, 3 minutes each way from the main kitchen, and not set up in any way. We were faked when the restaurant went full house, but somehow we managed to get all the food and drinks out and serve them as best as possible. However, since we were so understaffed, many people were angry with the service and didn't tip. After having to work till midnight, we closed the restaurant at 10 and kitchen at 11. I made almost no money in tips. I'm paid less than minimum in Canada, and I was collapsed along with other kitchen and waiting staff at the end of the night, and I sent a letter to my manager and her boss. I used to work in another position in the hotel, and I've worked with the hotel manager about how she faked up, and he got back to me saying he was going to call my manager in to talk with all the waiting staff when she's back from vacation. But I literally didn't get paid enough for that day's work. By the way, we all worked for 10+ hours that day, since we had to clean up everything at the end, and that took hours to do. Depressing atmosphere, and the way they treat me and each other is questionable at best. I used to really follow all the rules to a T, and was like that for over a year. Was doing my best to be positive, did all my work, etc. Well, they still treated me like shit, cause no matter how hard I tried, my depression would wreck me, and I would end up being slower and get overwhelmed by too many people at night. I only worked day shifts for a long time because of this. Literally without even talking to me, my schedule was turned from some days and some nights to all day shifts, where you get a lot less money, and I was paying for ortho and my car, and dealt with this schedule. It felt like I had to have a crazy circumstance to bring forward to them to get a few night shifts. Slowly it affected my ability to take my job seriously, and I would do all of my work, but I would get more depressed more easily, and little things guests asked for bothered me way more, and having to move tables together for parties of 6 with my back just, I couldn't help but not smile when I was asked to do this. Well, yesterday they had 3 hosts scheduled for night. I'm the first in and only work 2 hours before being sent home cause we were slow and operate on a first in first out basis just now. I'm fixing to call an Uber, but I see my boss called 2 hours ago. Same situation. They don't want me to come in at all tonight, and I just Feel really bad cause I feel like a failure, unworthy cause I can't earn any kind of respect there. I can't stick up for myself. They don't respect me. And I don't know what to do. On a side note, I'm also mad cause my mom had wanted me to go with them to visit my dad. Had to say no cause of work, and they pull this shit on me. TLDR, my depression makes my job hard, and I'm seen as the most disposable at my work because of it, and I feel shitty and stressed due to money situation coworkers including my GM hitting on me and having to stay positive in front of customers. Yeah, I don't get paid enough for this shit. Years ago I worked for a minor league hockey team, ECHL level here. Our boss was a former player who never graduated college, and after he retired from the league he didn't know what to do. Somehow he talked himself into being the GM of the team. He's the type of guy that when the team loses he takes it personally and thinks it's because of something the front office staff did. Maybe the game operations were off, or he didn't like a promotion, and because of that the team lost. So we got yelled at often because our team sucked. In minor league hockey, it is very much a stepping stone job. You do not make much money at all, and you're doing it more to gain experience, so you can move up the ladder to the NHL. Anyway, it was towards the end of my first season with the team. The night before the team lost, thus eliminating us from any postseason playoff spot. Our manager comes in screaming, cursing, foaming at the mouth, telling us all what pieces of shit we are. In fact, one particularly great quote I have from him is when he was yelling at me and saying, "What the fuck were your parents thinking when they raised you?" I just shook my head nope and started walking to my desk to grab my phone so I could leave. I do not get paid enough to deal with language like that from someone like him. I spent 5 years in the military and waded through a bunch of BS there, and I will not get spoken to like that in any office environment outside of that military experience. He starts screaming at me to come back, and if I leave I'm fired. I told him, do what you have to do, that inside this room and that Coliseum people know who you are because you were a former popular player. But outside of those walls no one gives a fuck about who you are or what you do. You're a nobody that couldn't even make it out of the ECHL bottom level rung hockey. He told me to go fuck myself as I walked out the door. I didn't have another job lined up or safety net. I spent several months on unemployment, but ironically enough I made more unemployed that I made working for that team. I worked in a small distribution center. There was only like 6 of us. Myself and another worked 9:30-6. We were responsible for packing the freight orders, so the other guys would pull orders, we would secure them, wrap them, and ship them. While usually one of us was on foot wrapping these electrical enclosures with shrink wrap. The other was on the forklift loading them into a bigger shrink wrap machine and shipping them. Well, the guy who worked with me was absolutely useless. Never let me use the forklift. Always made me do all the physical stuff. And was just a downright useless waste of space. Their point, he would sometimes take the forklift and park it outside the bathroom when he went. When we had meetings he would sit on it, so I couldn't have it. Basically he didn't want to do anything. Even on the forklift he wouldn't do his job all the way. He would just get us so behind and go sit on the computer or in the boss's office. We were also responsible for unloading finished product from the main factory. They would come in on trucks every day at 2:30 and we had to unload and receive. Of course he made me do the harder part, which was unloading, and he received them. So my day consisted of doing a 2-person job, myself, while another guy got paid more than me to do absolutely nothing. So one day we were absolutely swamped. Floor was flooded with orders. We had nowhere for the pickers to put more orders. So things started getting nuts. Another coworker told me for the past 45 minutes my helper was in the boss's office, with his feet up on the desk, laughing and having a great time. And no, he wasn't on lunch. I already had another job lined up, so planned this out nicely. I purposely did nothing all day after finding that out. And when we started getting swamped I lowered it down another gear. The other guy that usually stayed to help was taking a half day and absolutely couldn't stay. I knew everyone else left before us too. So on lunch I was like, fuck this. I put my badge on the lunch table, clocked out, and walked out with my other coworker. He told me on Monday that the dude had to stay super late and was really mad. The boss who allowed this to continue for months also had to stay. I never minded doing the harder part of a two-man job, always worked hard, and always showed up. So to be paired with an absolute worthless excuse of an employee was hard. Being taken advantage of day in and day out, and having my job threatened when I reported it. So I got the hell out. This was years ago, and have since started my career, and I'm paid much more. I'm glad I don't have to do that stuff anymore. That was my moment. I heard semi-recently that Ashot got promoted and tried to get his boss fired. I just laughed. Anything retail. I worked in a Big Lots back in college. People would come into the store, take clothing from the shelves into the bathroom, and use the clothing to wipe their ass. One time, they put the clothing back onto the shelf. This happened 3 times to my memory. If you worked there for more than a year, you got a nickel an hour raise at minimum wage. Some days, we all really busted our ass at that job. This is a reason why I can't stomach talk from conservatives whose ideology implies that people are poor because they are not working hard enough. It is completely full of shit. If you busted hump for a year, you got a nickel an hour. That buys you a piece of candy every 2 days. If for some magical reason you were promoted to manager, this never happened. You're barely scraping out of poverty level. Everyone who I worked with came from hardship. People who made mistakes in their past, but are doing their best to get on the right track, showing up for work every day. To be fair, Big Lots was par for the course for retail jobs in that regard. Retail is hell. If you need a bottom of the barrel job, for God's sakes try to get into food service. Then I found out that our store was one of the worst in our state for loss of stolen goods. This is why I can't stomach talk from liberals who think that all poor people are innocent angels. According to management, who almost certainly was a perpetrator, loss was most likely to be from employees. I kick myself for being too honest. I should have been stealing FAQ retail point. If you walk into a store, treat people nicely. Some people are literally sheeting all over their day. I used to work at a truck stop as a part-time student, slowly but surely more suicidal by day. Not joking, legitimately more by day. I work hard because I care. I was raised to believe that you put your work in, you get what's worth it when it matters. Well, because I worked myself into the ground, I fell ill. Couldn't heal unless I took time off. Managers were furious when I got hurt because they didn't let me off because I was sick. I took workman's comp and they tried to reject it. I went above them and still got it and was able to recover from my illness at their expense because of them forcing me to work. First day back, I'm getting screamed at for being useless and somebody sheets all over the bathroom. Walked in it barefoot and tracked it out everywhere. When they told me to clean it up, I said sorry, I'm too useless to know how. I think you should have taught me what you knew, rather than just being an uncaring bitch. She stared at me, mouth agape. The store and team looked on in horror as I walked out, dropping my apron and the sheet to step safely out. For the first thus was born my hatred for almost every woman by the name of Susan. For the first time in months, my chest loosened up, my mind relaxed, and my headache left within minutes. Thoughts of suicide seemed all but gone as I turned in 32 applications across town and was accepted within a week to my new job. I work just as hard, but they give me respect and treat me as a team member. So I'm much happier at it. Words. I was working as a pharmacy tech in a hospital. We took care of the crash carts, picked them up when they were used, brought them a fresh one ECT. I get a call to come to pick one up and bring a replacement. I wheel this beast to their floor and ask where the one was I needed to take back to refill. She tells me it's still in the room and that she doesn't have time to grab it for me, so if I can just get it myself. Okay, no biggie, whatever, I can do that. I walk in and the dead guy is still hooked up to the paddles which go with the crash cart. I nope out. Tell her not a chance. She can unhook it and call me when it's ready for pickup. I get a call about 30 minutes later and I go back down to the floor to get the cart, except I notice as I pass by the room that it was and that it is now hermetically sealed with big huge warning signs that say, "Do not enter without full protective gear, airborne TB inside." Holy effing faking my life, fuck this, no be masu this whole damn place and burn it to the faking ground the fuck. I came unglued. She knowingly sent me in a room with a dead tuberculosis patient, without warning, without making sure I had any sort of protective gear. She allowed me to be exposed to airborne tuberculosis. I was pissed. I'm still pissed. And the ours folks were all you were likely not in there long enough to get much exposure beaches. If you had do not enter biohazard signs on the door afterwards, there must be an issue. I was hot. I had to go through blood tests and they gave me such a hassle. Doesn't help that I show positive every time they do the yearly TB sub test. Having to go, halves raised to show I don't have TB was nerve-wracking. Al Bundy here. An old lady, hunched over, sweating profusely, and wearing a twisted expression of pain and fear, rushed into my stockroom. I chased her down to get her out of there, only to witness her pull down a pair of granny panties that looked as if they'd been dragged through the mud. Then it came. It started as a sputter, bubbling, dripping, a few errant arcs of brown drops, not unlike the liquid that jumps out of a bubble bursting in festering bog. Suddenly, hers erupted like an inverted geyser, sheet with the consistency of chili and the color of pea soup mixed with beef broth, sprayed across the cement floor, the sound of flatulence muffled by the woman's sobs of shame. The pressure was so great that it splattered off the hard surface and coated dozens of shoeboxes like a Jackson Pollock painting. My colleague, who had been in the back fetching shoes, initially approached the woman to help, stared, wide-eyed and motionless, but for a moment before lurching forward and losing her barely digested Chick-fil-A barely a foot from the pool of putrid poo oozing out across the floor and under the shelves. The vomit and feces met, but, surprisingly, did not mingle, instead spread out lengthwise against each other like the distinct border where the river meets the sea. There they stood, or barely stood, my colleague bent over, supporting her convulsing body with her hands on her knees, the old woman holding a shelf, the only thing keeping her from falling into her own filth. I left the stockroom, pale and unsteady from the horror I had witnessed, and proceeded to call the store manager. He and loss prevention came quickly to assess the situation. At that point, I took a very long lunch break that did not feature lunch, then spent the rest of my shift in the offices performing administrative duties. I worked as an oral surgeon's assistant for a small private office with one oral surgeon. Boss/surgeon had me regularly work 10 to 12-hour shifts and never allowed me a 30-minute break. I would bring a mass protein shake to work every day and try to chug as fast as possible when I could slip away unnoticed for a minute or two midday. I had no preset schedule. I wouldn't know what time I needed to show up for work until the office manager would text me the night before. I never knew when my shift would end either. The surgeon would randomly invite non-emergency patients to come in the same day they called and add them to the end of the schedule, even on days when he knew I had to leave for a scheduled class after work. I was never paid overtime, even when I worked 50+ hours a week. When I asked why, the office manager claimed that my tasks in surgery were separate from the more secretarial type tasks I would do after patients left and on office days when patients weren't scheduled. Apparently, to reach overtime, one of these separate jobs would need to amount to 80 hours over a 2-week period. The surgeon and office manager would both show up late for work almost every day, sometimes over an hour after the first patient was scheduled, leaving me alone with them. The other oral surgeon's assistant was allowed to show up late and leave early too. I was told it's because she has kids, so her responsibilities are more important than mine. But her kids are middle school aged. I almost suspect racism might be involved, because I was the only person that worked there who wasn't Muslim. The surgeon would often give me multiple tasks close together, telling me to drop every preceding task and immediately start what he just asked. Then later in the day he'd berate me for forgetting about the earlier tasks he told me to drop, before giving me any chance to do them. I have an excellent memory, but the surgeon would often berate me about forgetting, usually when he'd ask me about one of many random tasks or papers I was helping him type days ago without describing it very clearly. English is his second language, so his communication was often unclear. I'd ask for some clarification about what he was describing, but then he'd get all pissy and accuse me of forgetting it. At the same time, he would boast about having a photographic memory, even though he'd forget and misplace things multiple times a day. The office manager and oral surgeon would ask me to do different tasks at the same time, then they'd get upset with me and each other for doing what the oral surgeon asked first. They'd waste a lot of time by just arguing about what they wanted me to do, or interrupting me in the middle of a task and making me start something else. The office manager would constantly give me dirty looks for no apparent reason, especially the last few months before I quit. I've always been praised for my speed and efficiency at past jobs, but at this office I was often criticized for being the slowest assistant they'd ever had. The office manager would get bored of her office work and randomly decide to set up surgical rooms as a favor for me, even when I told her I'd prefer to do it myself. She'd usually forget to set things up, and I wouldn't realize, or even have a chance to check, until I walked into the room with the surgeon to begin the procedure. In front of the patient, the surgeon would throw a little fit at me for forgetting to set something up, and tell me I was unbelievable, and should know better, since I'd been working there for almost 3 years, when in reality I only worked there a little over 1 year altogether. I would apologize for the delay and reply that I wasn't the one who set up the room. He was just so fixated on trying to catch me forgetting something. It was so fucking weird. For the first few months, when he came into the room, after I set up he'd accuse me of forgetting an instrument so excitedly, then I'd point it out to him on the table and he would fall silent for a while. Sometimes he'd barge into the room, while I was setting up, and berate me for forgetting this and that. He got somewhat better after a few months. The surgeon and manager were the most bitter and unhappy people I've ever met. They weren't always bad though. I think if they worked less hard and didn't fast all day they'd probably be happier people. They've both been through a lot. I feel bad for them, but it doesn't excuse their behavior and treatment towards me. I can't believe I stayed at that job as long as I did. I guess I did it because the pay was better than I expected, and it was a cool opportunity that I learned a lot from. In the end the stress wasn't worth it though. I didn't feel like my anymore while I worked there. My sense of humor was dying. I always felt exhausted and had little to no will to do anything. I stopped going to the gym regularly and lost weight. My friends missed my positive energetic personality. I'm making less money after quitting, but I'm still so relieved to get away from that place. Mental health is more important than money. This isn't the worst thing that's happened to me, and it's very far from the worst shit I've seen in this thread, but I've been a stay-at-home mother for a decade with only sporadic weekend jobs here and there, and this was my last one. The last job I had was a PT thing at a pet store for minimum wage. I took the job with the understanding to get day shifts because the owner knew damn well that I was only working while my kids were in school and agreed to that, and I told her that I was flexible in that I could do a closing shift or 2 per week if needed. Her idea of flexible was that I would be on call to come in for shifts that she might switch on me with a day's notice. I had 3 family members to schedule around, and she had recently shown me my month-long schedule of working nothing but closing shifts. When she called me during an outing with my daughter on my day off to dress me down for not knowing she'd changed my schedule psychically, cause no one told me, I quit the next day. Fuck that shit. Hire a faking teenager who doesn't know any better to deal with this crap, or have a family to raise. You're selling dog food, not curing cancer. Also, lady, choose who you're going to flex on this way. My husband was working 12-hour days at a job that paid him like astronomically more than minimum wage, let's just say. I'm not gonna screw him over and make him make dinner and do homework and parent and put kids to bed on top of that just so I can spend time in your shitty pet store after spending the day alone at home and never get to see my kids' dumb ass. This'll be buried, but it'll be good to tell. I was a young architect, about 24, and had just started at my second firm. Prestigious place. Was being paid $12 an hour, typical at the time, and working on the competition team, meaning we got to do the initial design work on projects we were trying to win. It also meant we had to design whole high-rises in a few weeks or a month. Full plans. Renderings third. Elevations. The whole design. Absolutely brutal work, but it was also pure architectural glory. Anyway, started at this firm during the middle of a competition project, a Sony retail entertainment mid-rise. I was the third hotshot and got up to speed fast. This was mid/late 90s, so third was new. People didn't really understand how long it took. My boss was a notorious megalomaniac, take credit for everyone else's work kinda guy. Was always looking at his faking calendar. Always. Constantly. Even though the only thing on it was Sony Project. Anyway, I was probably on the project for 2 weeks when this event took place. Had worked 2 100-hour weeks back to back. Was sleeping for an hour here or there on a pile of tracing paper and bubble wrap under my drawing board. Finally, and literally deliriously, I asked the guy if I could just go home and shower and change clothes. He said, fine, hurry back. I said cool. Was too tired to take 2 trains home to shower, so I went to my buddy's place 3 blocks away and took a shower. She said she'd wash my clothes if I took a nap, and I proceeded to pass out. I woke up 4 hours later. Didn't think anything of it. Grabbed my clothes, said thanks, returned to the office, tossed myself down at the computer, and got back to work. Buddy in the neighboring desk turned to me and said, Jude, asshole boss, is looking for you and he's pissed. I went and found the guy and said, neighbor desk guy, said you wanted to see me, come with me, he said, while never taking his eyes off his goddamn calendar. Got up from his chair and walked me to the conference room. Closed the door, and then looked me straight in the eye. Did you have a nice time? He shouted. No, not really. I went to my buddy's place and took a shower and cleaned my clothes. I took a nap. Got back here 5 hours later. I'm not sure what the problem is. You just decide to party it up all over town while we're here working. I'm trying to figure out how not to fire you, you little sheet. I was literally flabbergasted. This faker was going home at like 9 PM every night after full days of calendar staring, while I was literally dying from my efforts to complete this project. Hey, listen, I'm sorry I had to go get a shower, but I think I have the legal right to go home after working 100 hours and take a shower and a nap. I gave you permission to take a shower, not a nap. I'll never forget his eyes when he said that. It was just so desperate. Figured out his freak out years later. He knew he couldn't do any of the things I was doing, but knew if I didn't get them done he was faked, cause he was going to tell the bosses he had done them. I looked at him in an almost out of body way and told him matter of factly, listen, if you want to fire me for taking a 4-hour break after working 2 100-hour weeks back to back, you're gonna be in a shitload of legal trouble. I literally don't know anything about labor law, but I do know that's gonna be a pretty big problem. He stared at me, frothing at the mouth, shoulders heaving, defeated, and said, get back to work. Douchebag was fired a few months later for pulling similar shit with someone higher up the food chain. Talentless con men always get caught. Fact. That guy. After 20 plus years as an apartment manager, I was on the fence about quitting and going full time in my own coaching and seminar business. One day a 49-year-old male resident who lived with his elderly mother came into the office to let us know his mom was in the hospital and not likely to come home again. We offered our condolences and asked if he needed anything. He said no and left. He came back 30 minutes later to borrow a pen. 2 hours later the maintenance man called me and said to get to the resident's apartment ASAP. He had hung himself and the pen they borrowed was to write instructions on how to contact his mother. He had all his documents laid out, notes about what to do about other items he left behind. Finding dead bodies is actually a common issue I have dealt with many times. The fact this job moment came when I had to stay in the apartment with his body now on the floor, covered with a blanket. Because we were short-handed, I had to forward my office phone to my cell and take calls including leasing inquiries. Thanks for calling Shithole Apartments. May I help you? Do we have any 2-bedroom apartments available? Yes, we just had a vacancy. Yeah, funny, but so faked. The thing is that wasn't the most stressful thing I had dealt with that day. I gave my notice the next day. Former 911 operator here. I gave directions over the phone to a random jogger on how to perform CPR on an 17-month-old who was not breathing. His parents brought him outside and were going to take him to the hospital in their car instead of calling 911, but the jogger immediately called when he realized what was wrong. I knew he was dead because the caller kept telling me he was very stiff and fluid was coming out of his mouth and nose. The caller was phenomenal and stayed calm the whole time, communicating with me while the parents screamed in the background. I was so upset because I couldn't help him or the baby, and at the time I was angry at the parents. I now realize that shock is a hell of a drug. Even though I still don't agree with them not calling 911 right away, I do know that this has never personally happened to me, so I know I can't say for sure what I would do in that situation. I have done CPR on the phone at least 100 times and I know that just being that guiding voice wasn't enough for me. I wanted to care for these people. Combine that with being in a profession that is vastly understaffed and underpaid. I quit my job of 3 years a few months later to pursue nursing school, and I'm in my final few months. I'll graduate with my RN in September. I don't regret my switch in careers, but I know that 911 helped me be a better nurse. TLDR, I quit my job as a 911 operator after a traumatic call involving the death of a toddler, so that I can be a nurse and care for the people I used to take calls about. I worked in the music industry for over 15 years. I was one of the only females in the whole industry of what I did specifically. I once had to do a gig where there were over 500,000 motorbike fans. I was a lighting engineer and the guy I was working with did not want to work with a female. He didn't think I was worthy. He passworded all the computer systems, so I couldn't turn on one single light. I spent the next 12 hours reprogramming the board I had. He turned up just as I finished. Said back quote, "We don't want to use that." Deleted ALK. Then proceeded to open up his computer. I had the concert tour manager screaming "Street me" because we didn't have any lights. He then sat backstage reading a newspaper for 3 hours. He never worked in the industry again. What he forgot is that it's a really close industry. I didn't say a word to anyone. But obviously all the roadies and bands etc. saw him doing this. He made his own bed. But I remember thinking I so don't get paid enough for this sheet. It turns out it was one of the best things that could have happened to me, though, as some tour guy saw me spread the word and I was busy a heck for the next 5 years. I used to work direct support staff for mentally and physically handicapped people. My job consisted of, but was not entirely limited to, feeding people, bathing people, changing diapers, wiping us, cleaning up the house, giving shots, cleaning tracheotomy tubes, monitoring food intake for diabetic clients, financial bookkeeping, transportation, etc. All for a whopping $9 an hour. Here are a few of my highlights. A client went into an extremely violent seizure and faking died within seconds. I tried to perform CPR while bawling and freaking out, but unfortunately, he passed. A cow walker, and I spent 12 hours cleaning a client's hoarder house spotless when before it had trash everywhere, cat piss everywhere, and bags of human feces. Yes, you read that right, thrown around everywhere. One severely mentally handicapped client, think Hodder from Game of Thrones, got angry and became violent. I'm a former pro kickboxer, and still, he hit harder than I've ever been hit before. One client had a meltdown, dropped his pants and projectile shat on the floor of a Dollar General. One client sprinted into the women's locker room at a YMCA and nearly got himself arrested in the process. Severe case of Down syndrome. Man, reading back on this makes me look like I had no idea what I was doing. Hands down the most difficult job I have ever had. I was a junior engineering consultant. The regional director of the company had a habit of saying yes to clients in meetings and then trying to wriggle his way out of it one way or another. For some background, we'd just lost a couple of senior engineers and I'd been working on a huge multi-million-pound project pretty much by myself for around 2 months. So the road had been working on 2 projects. One was a very small sub 100k project, the other was in the region of 15k. When one of the head directors heard of this, he, rightly so, switched our projects. I filled Rode in on what had been happening and gave him a breakdown of all the works completed and works ongoing, and in return, he dumped a bunch of emails in my inbox. The sub 100k project was a shit show. Turns out he subbed out some really easy to do designs to one of his mates, and the design didn't really work within the client's spec. The other project was the real kicker. This 15k job had been left. The client was faking pissed and was asking for surveys to be completed. So there's an urgent meeting for this project scheduled, and when I ask for backup from my road to try and resolve, he says he's too busy with the multi-million-pound job Turns out, he hadn't factored in all these surveys when he priced the job. The project was 2 months away from breaking ground, and we had no idea what was under the ground. And there I was, sitting in this meeting, with a cost breakdown of the job, trying to tell a client that we have no money to do this. What made it worse was that when I tried to claim my mileage expenses for the job, finance queried it, as that project was $2,000 over its expenses costs. I stuck my notice in 2 months later, and haven't looked back since. Was working at a local fast casual sandwich shop, not a chain, which was very popular during the lunch rush because 1. The food was great, 2. The price was even better, 3. It was only open for lunch, and 4. We were almost right in the middle of the downtown business hub point. Needless to say, my moment was when the owner's fat ass son walks into the restaurant after running, delivers for almost 2 hours, which there were only 3 deliverers to begin with, which is a maybe-hour job maximum. During the middle of the lunch rush, mind you, there's a line of people out the door of the restaurant and a line of tickets for sandwiches, just as long, while all employees are busting us to get orders out quickly, because we were short-staffed, and orders 2 sandwiches for himself. Not for customers. For himself. I looked him dead in the eye and said, "Name, you see the line out the door, right? You see the back order of sandwiches, right? You know we are short-staffed today, right?" Him, I didn't ask about any of that. I want my sandwiches. Now. As soon as he said that shit, I straight up walked out of the restaurant mid-shift, with the line out the door, and told him to go fuck himself. Dude was even K-trained, and couldn't even make his own damn sandwich. Culinary Art Institute or some BS like that in Denver. Glad I ultimately left, as I graduated from college shortly after, and began a career path that wasn't in the food industry anymore. I just felt bad that the owner was so blinded by his son's ineptitude and lack of caring. Nepotism is for real, and it's a blinding beach for those caught in its midst. I was a manager at Hot Topic in the South, and this is like an entitled parent story. I was in the back of the store folding clothes as a manager and doing stock. I had several associates up front to help with sales. I was legit just there as the manager on duty, but didn't have anything to do. So this costumer walks past the greeter, #1, past the 2 mids, #2 and #3, and come up to me in the back. I heard the greeter greet them, "Hey, welcome to Hot Topic. We have a sale on shirts or dresses or whatever." It's this lady and her like 12-year-old son. So she walks up to me, goes, "Excuse me." I'm assuming she's talking to one of the mid-store associates cause our store was actually very small. It was a very small low stock store. Weekday our goal was about $400 for the day. Weekend was about $900. I'm still folding shirts, and there is not another "excuse me" or anything. And suddenly, I feel someone yank my hair. Hard. Like a full fistful of hair, and yanked as hard as they could. My hair color at the time was a wild color. I think a blue purple, but I don't totally remember cause this was like 4 years ago. I let out a very loud yelp and turn around so suddenly I probably would have punched someone. And this bitch is struggling to hold her preteen child up so he could yank my hair. I'm mad and I'm like, "Why would you yank my hair? There are other associates to help you." And the mom with a faking straight face goes, "My son wanted to see if it was a wig." And she turned around and left the store. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I wanted to scream. He ripped a chunk of hair out. Finding out that one of our regular customers destroyed our only bathroom in a panicked frenzy. They overflowed the singular toilet, and in the panic of trying to clean up the mess, they tore down the toilet paper roll holder and automatic paper towel dispenser in the process. The other 2 people on duty with me were out at lunch, so I had the fun job of manning the register, the ice chest. We had it go outside and unlock it per customer request after they purchased the ice, because people were stealing bags on camera and not caring if they got caught. The propane cage and the overflowing bathroom all at once. Our gas station was part of the grocery store across the parking lot, and yet people acted like it was the end of the world when we told them that they would have to use the bathroom literally 100 feet away inside the main store. The IC machine was also down that afternoon and people were very unhappy about that as well. The Burger King across the street had an any size icy promotion for $1, which was decently cheaper than our price, but you cannot console the masses, especially the baby boomers. It honestly wasn't the individual's fault and they were still welcome at the store. They lived in a group home for adults who needed assistance, and their lazy day manager would get bored of doing her job around 3 o'clock every day and dump her clients at our gas station for a half hour. We didn't mind that she did it, because they were all very nice and spent money, but reporting her negligence to her company after the incident regretfully ended with no consequences, because they were severely understaffed. We are 8 hours in, and there's no way anyone will see this, but I got this one covered. This holiday season I was managing a movie theater, had been for a few years. I made a whopping $12.50 an hour. I get a call on my walkie to come to a theater as soon as possible, as it was a busy day, and I was finally getting a chance to eat. I was a little annoyed, but I had no choice. I headed there. I was not prepared at all. I have seen and dealt with many things, but this was the event that made me finally start looking for a job. I get down there, and the first thing I notice is there are nachos and cheese all over the entrance. I find my employee and ask what's going on, and he brings me to the other side entrance to theater. He already has the house lights on in this sold out Grinch that's in trailers. When I see it, the absolute fattest woman I have ever seen was stuck on the floor. She was so fat she couldn't walk and obviously couldn't stand. Her family had been pushing her in a wheelchair that clearly wasn't going to make it into the theater, but they still tried. And of course their trying made her fall out of it and become a beached whale. I had to walk away for a second to laugh at this, because I could not believe it was happening. After a moment myself and a few employees go back and try and get the woman up. No luck. She's too much for us, and I don't have any more staff to spare to get Shamu up. I end having to pause the movie again and was sold out and call them to get her up. When they arrive, these lifesavers get her up, and to everyone's shock she insists, no demands, to stay for the movie. And that she did. I had to have 6 staff and stand by at the end of the movie to make sure this same shit didn't happen again. That's only one of my many horror stories, but that was the last straw. I work in construction. We are contracted with a hazmat cleanup company to assist in any emergency spills. That is, a truck ruptures a fuel tank on the highway, or an accident that left fuel and oil running into the ditch. It's super stuff. We were called out to a town where a chemical tank leaked acid onto a limestone parking lot. From what we were told, the reaction with the limestone was obviously hazardous and produced a smoke cloud that, if inhaled, would cause damage to your lungs and throat, let alone your skin. In fact, the military was brought in thinking it was a chemical attack and nearby houses were evacuated. Anyways, I digress. We arrived on scene after firefighters and everyone prevented the acid from getting into the nearby stream. All we had was a mini excavator. We were coming from a job when we were called, and the area that was contaminated was very large. We quickly learned, if you walk downwind of the acid spill, it'll knock the wind out of you, but not do any damage. The stuff was still caustic, so we avoided as much as we can and let the vac truck suck up what it could as we let the sand absorb the little that remains. We had no hazmat suits, no masks, just safety glasses and a quick rag over the face if you got caught downwind. My boots were junk after that job, and I took a long shower. When we were done, LDR responded to acid spill. Stuff was still dangerous, and we were not properly sweeted. At least Deepa was with us when we were cleaning it up. Worked at an electronic company making parts for submarines 2 years ago. The task set to me, as a newly employed, was partly to mix certain substances and later fill plastic ice cream cones with this substance. One day a consultant from another company visited and asked what substance we were working with, saying he hoped it wasn't polyurethane. I was stunned, because I thought I had read that on the labels. In my curiosity/suspicion against my supervisor. For that you need certain masks and a good ventilation. Well shit, my suspicion was confirmed. We were sitting in a small office. The ventilation we had was an open door, and it wasn't even in the same room. Also, the first week we worked without any masks, and I had to ask for them. Seeing my supervisor's carelessness, I asked if they were suitable for this kind of substance. He said it was fine, but I was worried. So I got in contact with the mask company and asked about the masks we were using. They said it wasn't made for that kind of substance. My coworkers thought I was silly for always wearing the mask in the first place, but I didn't care about that. They blindly watched the older experienced workers not caring. They are old and healthy, so why should I care? In my findings, I questioned the supervisor and asked him about this, and he was dumbfounded, telling me the mask company said it was fine. It didn't matter what he said after that. No trust left. When I told the company owner, he didn't seem to be unaware or willing to change anything. I told them to be careful and warned them, but couldn't convince anyone. If you are wondering what polyurethane can do to your health, I can tell you that it can cause chronic lung conditions, birth defects, allergies, cancer or other serious problems. No money in the world is good enough for risking your health, except for helping others, I guess. I quit after 2 months when I found out. Nothing too fancy. I almost got flipped into a row of Coca can/soft drink syrup while breaking up a fight in a mall food court restaurant I worked at. A college-age woman hit somebody who could have been my grandma's age with a solid plastic bread tray over some perceived insult. It devolved. I stayed up front and served customers as my coworkers filed one by one into the back of house to see the event. Finally, it was just one bemused guy sitting there. Everybody else left at the sounds coming from the kitchen, and I told him that I was needed back there. Short stocky beach who started the fight is now swinging blindly because the old woman had retaliated eventually and knocked her glasses off. Everybody is circled around, World Star style. People had their phones out. Male manager fears for his job getting involved. What? Female manager couldn't care less. Neither is a grams. I tried arm locking the girl, but she is way stronger than I'd thought and half my height. She was swinging at anybody at this point. I felt a lurch, like she was trying to crouch and pull me over her shoulders. There was a metal safe and a soft drink set up in front of me in a room the size of an office cubicle, so I opted to throw her into a wall instead. Told her to get the fuck out and help the elderly woman clean up. Everybody almost forgot they were working, and meanwhile that guy is still at the register smirking, waiting to order. A week later the owner came by. This guy would rip on me constantly for my appearance and my lack of sunshiny demeanor in that sweet shop. On that day he shook my hand and said thanks for dealing with those two killers. Guy didn't even look me in the eyes as he said it. I'm not playing bouncer for your trashy fast food joint for $8.25, you slave driver. This morning, when I walked out, went back to a job I had years ago, new boss did not train me at all in how they do sheet now. I was just told do freight, except the way grocery handled incoming freight now meant produce. Me, had no way to work product into the cooler. I had nowhere to put the pallets, and there is no room in the cooler to work them down, if they're in there. To top that off, I was literally the only person there this morning that was actually on time. When my boss got there, I asked how I was expected to do freight, since the way I used to handle it was clearly no longer supported. I was basically told to work down pallets in the cooler, not safe, and leave the back room so choked with them, you can't work, vendors can't bring in product, and sheet doesn't get refrigerated, because sheet takes 5 times as long to throw. I handed her my apron, said I'm out, have fun, and walked out. Checked when store management above her would be in, went home and waited, then gave them a call. I explained the situation, I apologized, told them I was unable to work in conditions I considered unsafe. Store manager's response was basically yeah, that's faked up. She wants me to come have a sit down. I'm willing to discuss it, but don't expect anything to come of it. Additional info, I started this job on Friday. When I did, the cooler was a damn hazard. Product was just piled on the floor, what was on pallets was not rotated, and had no indicated date. Sheet was in separate stacks all over the place, and either stacks themselves were so haphazard, several fell while the department manager had every produce employee working the front end. Someone could have been hurt. Saturday, I came in and organized it, because freight actually came in early enough for me to do so. Notably, when I last worked there, I handled 16 faking pallets more or less by myself, because I was given the resources with which to do so. Today, I basically couldn't handle 8. That should tell you who the better faking manager is. Miss my old boss. She overordered like a motherfucker, but at least she gave a shit about safety, worked hard, and made sure her employees were properly trained. Edit. I worked produce freight at a grocery store. When I worked there years ago, I got 2 merit raises and a set 4-day, 9-hour/day schedule every week. Both are things they claim they don't do. I left because I was being overworked, could not take breaks, was stuck living with family, and had issue with one of the people they hired. Dude borrowed money from a bunch of people, tried to open a credit card in the big boss's name, tried to sell a car that wasn't his, then bailed when he got caught. Everyone had thought he was a solid dude and ignored me when I said I was outright not working with him. They tried to get me back several times, but when the dude left, I was already thousands of miles away. Just disappointing. Worked at a small gift shop one summer. My boss had accused me of stealing $20 out of the till and said I'm taking this out of your check and never let it happen again. I don't steal, and my counts had been correct always. Boss went out of town for a week and I had my mom come in and help me run the store while boss was gone. I was working 7 days a week at this point and was exhausted, so I needed an extra hand so I could have breaks and such. While boss was out of town, the stealing thing was nagging at me. So I decided to check the books for that day. There was $150 missing. Checked that week and found even more. Made no sense to me, so my mom helped me go through all the books for that summer while the shop was closed. Found out that boss was embezzling quite a lot from the store. My mom took the information to the owner, as this is a huge tax liability. Boss had taken around 40k. This is not a small thing. Boss found out that my mom had told the owner. Came into work one day and I was getting ready to leave when boss asked me to stay. Tour bus stops and customers flood in. Boss loses her mind and starts screaming and bitching about being found out. Told all the customers that my mom was a liar and said a lot of bad things. When boss went back in the office, I took out my keys, left them next to the register and left. Boss was fired shortly after that, and shop closed for winter. I never looked back. Few years ago, when I was a bank teller, this older lady came in. She looked very upset and very unkempt. I asked her to come to my window and greet her normally as I would with any other customer. She comes up, and first thing she yells, "This bank is bullshit. I have been trying to deposit my cash in your ATMs for days and the machines won't take my cash. Now I can't pay for my electricity bill because I don't have money in my accounts. What are you guys gonna do about it?" So I then tried to explain to her our hours of operation and that she could have come inside the branch if there was any issue with the ATMs. Note this is middle of the week and we are open 6 days a week, 9 AM to 6 PM. She did not need to try at the ATM 4 days. There is also another branch with 3 more ATMs 5-minute drive away. This escalated very quickly after I explained how this is basically not the bank's responsibility. She kept going on and on about how we are the worst bank and we are all liars, cussing up a storm directed at me, etc. She then proceeded to get as close to the counter as possible, still yelling and cussing, while everyone looks at us, and she then proceeds to throw her debit card at my face and a bunch of cash. The cash legitimately looks like she crumbled all of it into a ball, then threw that ball into the washer and dryer, then let it sit in a pair of jeans for a week. Lol. At this point I can feel rage boiling inside me. With all my power I mustered, I control myself to not cuss this lady out. I instead told her calmly and firmly, if she doesn't calm down and be quiet I won't help her, and I'll make sure no one here deposits her cash, because frankly I don't care about your bills and we want you to leave. She stopped yelling and basically went to muttering under breath while I did the deposit. My manager told me to go take a very long and well-deserved break after I was done. But honestly, the teller jobs at banks are awful positions. Some customers are very nice, but most are really awful and mean people. First job in a new city after graduating college. I was working in a small mom and pop shop as their only extra set of hands. It's November, and they said that it will likely start snowing soon. Fine. I'm 22 and they're in their 50s. I say sure, I'll make sure to keep the sidewalks clear around the shop. Not good enough. They want to make sure that the sidewalks are clear before they open. Lots of commuters walk past the shop and they wouldn't want someone to slip. Sure, I'll be sure to come in extra early on days when it snows, so I can have it all clear before we open at 8 AM. Not good enough. It might freeze before I can shovel. They ask me to come in right when it stops snowing to get the snow cleared. Any time of the night. And they would pay me for my time, of course. Not travel time, but they'd pay for the 30 minutes of shoveling. In my head, $8/HRX 30 minutes equals $4. Point get up, dress, dig out/clean off my car, drive to work, shovel, go home, go back to bed, and still get up in time for opening. Point $4. How do I know when it stops snowing? You listen for it. What? Does snow stopping falling sound like that? It would wake me up. Well, you just check every now and then. $4 per snow? Yep, they were surprised when I gave notice the next day. I was working the last day of a 20-day stretch, with the occasional mandatory double thrown in, working until midnight as a security guard at an It had been a quiet night, and I was responsible for watching one of the mental health evals. This was a gift, because they mostly slept until they got transported or discharged. I got up to look down toward the ambulance bay when I see the EMTs rolling in with their faces covered and people actively diving out of the way of this gurney they were wheeling in. Please don't TB for me, I thought. And then I got hit with the smell and knew that this patient was destined for my secure ward. It was like sheet, death, and unwashed body all in one, because that's what it was apparently. The guy had a serious scat fetish and had been crapping himself for days. It had oozed into his shoes and covered the guy from his hole to ankles. Had his clothes cut off him, and I got stationed in his room. He had 3 nurses attempt to clean him to cut the smell down, but each time he started masturbating. So finally, they give him a rag and a bucket and tell him to start cleaning himself. So about every minute or two, I have to tell a grown man to stop playing with himself and finish up. At this point I have thrown up from the smell, but eventually someone comes by and puts coffee grounds around the room, which does nothing. At this point, the guy has finished up washing himself and proceeds to take the tub of poo water and dump it all over himself. It ruined my shoes. Finally, we strap him down, clean the room up, and hope the smell dissipates. I spent the rest of my shift retching and listening to a man desperately try to masturbate while in restraints. I think at one point he shit himself again. At the end of the night the shift captain said that was one of the worst things he'd ever seen, and then told me he needed me to come in on my day off. And that was the worst Thanksgiving ever. My significant other works in a free public library in an area that is quite affluent. When I first started dating her, I got the feeling she was a pathological liar just from her work stories. A patron smeared poop all over the walls, another brought in a portable stove and cooked a full breakfast with coffee in the corner, a girl refused to leave until police escorted her out because she was recording adult films with men between the shelves. A homeless man got into a knife fight with another. People naked and drying, washing or sewing their clothes in the bathroom. Children talking about rap then calling the employee a cunt when asked to leave. And the classic watching Born and forgot headphones scenarios. Some serious stories. My favorite story is the one where a woman comes in and spends a significant amount of time in the bathroom. After a while she runs out completely naked and screaming. The cops had to be called and they found something like 8 bottles of vanilla extract shoved in the toilet. Apparently she went in there, chugged the confection, and came out screaming. I had a tough class one semester, so I decided to spend some time in the library. I'm sitting in an open area studying one day. There's an older man a couple chairs next to me. With no shame he lifts his legs and releases a loud fart. I'm a child inside, so naturally I giggle, maybe a little too loud myself, until I smell it. Like being hit in the face with shockwave. He doesn't even look around. Just gets up and walks away. But as he walks, he's leaving a Hansel and Gretel trail of diarrhea behind him from the pants of his legs. My dude just walk out. No words after this, and several conversations with many of the employees. I now believe the stories. Needless to say, I don't think she gets paid enough at her job, but she loves it, so hey, that counts for something. In 2014, I worked for a Papa John's franchise, working 12 to 16 hours a week as a manager for $10/HR. Corporations generally deliberately understaff to save on labor, and franchises do this even more cause they have to pay the bills and also pay the corporation to have the name Papa John's on the shop point. As a result, the manager generally works the store with just a delivery driver. On this particular evening, we actually had 3 managers, though I was the one in charge, 3 delivery drivers, and 1 not manager. 20 minutes into the dinner rush, over 100 orders, still way too many for our staff to handle. The phones won't stop ringing. Online orders are still pouring in. We are going to fail our 30-minute guarantee, or whatever. And when my boss came in, it was going to be my fault. In a rare outburst, I slammed my pizza cutter on the table and shouted, "This sheet is not worth $10 an hour." And the entire shop shut down. Everyone was glaring at me. One of the other managers, a person at my exact same level who'd been working that store for 5 years, said to me, "You're getting $10 an hour." I knew the motherfucker who hired me was a racist dirtbag, but I didn't realize that he would hire a brand new, never worked in a pizza shop before dummers like me at between $1 and $2 an hour more than his senior employees, just because I was the first white guy to apply to this all Bengali/Somali/Sudanese immigrant workplace. I took a new job a few months later. Went into a fire in a coal gallery at work. One of the conveyors has coal sitting stagnant on it and auto-ignited. This was back before our plant started using AFFF, firefighting foam, to fight coal fires, so we laid out our water lines and headed in. We double checked with the guy on the nozzle that he knew not to hit the fire with a straight stream and to use low pressure to rain down on it. He said yeah he knew, so we went in. We line up to the fire and he opens the nozzle full on narrow stream. The gallery went black. I thought it was game over. All the coal dust flew everywhere. Here's the thing. If coal catches fire and gets into fine dust, it explodes. Then, the shock of the explosion knocks the dust off of everything and explodes worse. I seriously thought we were dead. We were wearing our full bunker gear, but that wouldn't have helped us much. Thankfully nothing blew up, and I switched out with the nozzle guy and put it out. Once we got back to control the foreman and I tore into this guy. That is such a huge no-no. I sat down with the foreman afterwards, and he said the same thing I was thinking. He had been a volunteer firefighter in his town for years and years, and he said that was the first time he thought he was a dead man. Nowadays we use that foam instead, and it works like a charm. But that was literally the first time in my life I thought I was a dead man. In 100% seriousness, I definitely earned my pay that night. I'm a highway emergency responder. There are literally 100s I can tell, but here's one point. At night in blinding rain, on the interstate, traffic moving at 60-70 miles per hour, I had a family of 3 females that were stopped in downward sweeping blind curve on the left shoulder, up against the wall. They only had a flat tire, but were terrified and crying. I called it out and requested a traffic pace to stop all lanes upstream. Close street unit was tied up with an overturn, so no pace. So I asked the eyes in the sky if they could see me on camera. They said 10-4. I popped a flare and began walking up the left shoulder hill until I was at a straightaway. I asked for visual confirmation again. I got a 10-4. We have you. I then advised them that I will be walking down the traffic. They responded 10-4, 20-17. I walked out until I was at lane 3. We count from left to right, flares in hand, waving down the traffic. It usually takes a few vehicles to fly by you without seeing you before people begin to realize what's going on and start slowing down. At night, in driving rain, it takes longer. So, the big nuts moment came when 2 tractors and trailers split me as I was straddling 4 and 5 and kicked up a rooster tail that drenched and blinded me with water so bad, I instinctively crouched. I popped back up as quickly as I could and just kept waving my flares and batting my eyes until my vision cleared. Once I could see, I realized I had another gap in traffic. So I took advantage and started walking against it, this time in the lane I got a charter bus to slow down enough to hold him in that lane. Then I started popping flares and dropping them in the lanes. Fire on the ground gets attention. I stood there until everybody began to slow down to a stop. When I got all lanes held, I ran to each driver and told them to hold the lane for me. They always say yes. Called God and advised holding all lanes. God replies 22:28. I ran back down the hill to the family, assured them they would be fine, and instructed the driver to take her time and drive over to the right shoulder. She did. Like a champ. I ran back across to my truck, turned it around, and drove back up to my standing traffic. With lights flashing, I got on the par and told everyone to get ready to roll. I paced them down and around the sweep until I saw my family on the shoulder. Merged over until I was behind them as the traffic continued by, and called out lanes clear. God replies 10:4, 22:33, 10:2:38. Excitement job. I went to the family, changed their tire, got them going, and went back to my truck to close the call out, soaked to my skin from top to bottom with full gear. I just sat there for about 3 or 4 more minutes and just thought, fuck me. $17,000 isn't enough for this sheet. Way too late, but I was at an unpaid internship. I also did some freelance jobs for them. But they had this film festival, and it was from at least 12 o'clock till 23:30 for a whole week non-stop deadlines. Filming, editing, helping others since I was the one most experienced with filming and editing of the internees. But never have I ever experienced so much stress and pressure. Maybe my finals, but still. But that combined with a little amount of sleep and stress and no rest and doing 10 different things at the same time wasn't great. Also, it was not only internship, but it was also voluntary work, so no one got paid to that. Also, longest day was from 4:30 till 23:30. Had to go to an event from work to have people choosing the media as a class. Got back at the office around 1600 hours and stayed there to finish my own deadlines and helping others at the same time. The day before the last day had to edit out a director and put in a different one. Always nice to make changes one day before it needs to be broadcasted. Then the final day, the big event, had to edit again because a director didn't show up. Then when we are getting ready to go, and when we arrived on the place with a lot of camera gear, the internees wanted to get out early out of the car, so I had to drag all of those equipment on my own. Left my camera bag with the internees and said to pay attention on it. Even said it to the first cameraman. Got back with the rest of the stuff out of my car and noticed my camera bag is gone. So I assumed one of them took it with them in our room. But when I got there I didn't saw my camera. Went to the internees and asked if they had seen my camera bag. They all answered no, we don't wear it. As even the first cameraman didn't know what. Like faking hell, dudes, I told you to keep an eye on it. But luckily I saw the bag in the corner of my eye and could finally film some stuff. But it turned out in really bad footage. Then afterwards most internees were drunk, of course, because you always drink alcohol during working hours, and even the sheethead of the first cameraman encouraged them to drink alcohol because he doesn't have to clean up the place at 2 AM. They even tried to get me drunk, but I'm not an idiot and already knew I had to clean up the place, and also I was working, and you don't drink during work, only after everything was done, and I had to drive still. Most of the internees were too drunk to even function and help us to clean, and being very annoying because everyone was exhausted. And after the film festival my stress levels didn't go back to normal, so now, even if I feel a tiny bit of stress, it just hurts my brain like having a consistent pressure on it. Edit. If you read this through, I applaud you. When I was a patrol cop, I was dispatched to a call where the only details were, there is a man going from door to door in an apartment complex yelling at people. Okay, no problem. I think my partner and I respond to the apartment complex and start walking around. We didn't have much of a description, so I knocked at the person reporting's door. She tells me the following: a guy in his early 30s dressed in a bra and panties was pounding on my door asking for me to play Devo. He went that way. Okay, fine, not the weirdest thing I've heard. I think we turned a corner around the building she pointed to. This complex is multiple buildings outside with exterior doors, and sure enough, I see a guy about 6 feet 2 inches wearing a bra and a thong with his arms moving in a manner which appeared to be that of a man who was in the middle of a feverish wank session. Turns out, I was wrong. My partner and approach, and identify ourselves as police, and ask to see his hands. To my surprise, he was holding his penis stretched as far as he could hold it in one hand, and sawing at the shaft with a steak knife with the other. I began to yell at him to drop the knife, and pulled out my taser, while my partner put on latex gloves. It was at that point he finally accomplished his goal, and cut his penis off, which he threw at me. Thankfully this missed me, and went over my shoulder into some bushes. We took him into custody, and attempted to put pressure on his mangled genitalia. About 5 minutes later, the fire department arrived and asked what happened. I told him he cut his penis off, and threw it in the bushes. They didn't believe me. I showed them the quarter remaining shaft, and pointed to the bushes. It took the fire department rookie about 5 minutes to locate, and bag the said penis. He lived. No idea if the penis was reattached or not. I was bartending at a fancy campground. I say fancy, because it had a go-kart track, several pools with a tiki bar, where I worked, and a small arcade room. Well anyway, I worked Halloween night, and halfway through the shift they shut down the bar, and made all 6 of the bartenders go out onto the grounds, to monitor trick-or-treating. I was never told of this in the job description, but I had my dab pen on me, so I could really care less at the time. So the rules of the night goes as follows: no skateboarding/biking, no running, and operation of any motorized vehicle is strictly prohibited. So after about 20 minutes I hear the radio blowing up about some guy is drinking a golf cart. Cool, sounds dangerous. Then I see said golf cart, so I approach. Can't really see anything, because it had 3 different LED light bars. As I get closer I can see it's one guy, mid-30s, driving, and some kids. I ask politely to turn off the cart, and walk to their destination. The guy starts screaming/cursing me up and down, saying he is just trying to get his daughter back to the camper before she sheets her pants. While this is happening, the radio is blowing up, still talking about how we have to find this guy and handle him before anyone gets hurt. The guy in question can definitely hear all of it. I looked the man in the eyes and said I could care less, so I let him go about his business. I quit mid-shift sometime later because they fired one of my friends the day before and forced this other guy to come in on Veterans Day. This guy was a vet, mid-20s. He showed up hammered just to quit the job himself. I once used to work for a pet crematory. We were pretty busy too. One time I loaded a communal burn with the machine still cooling down, by which I mean probably 500 deg. A communal burn is something we did, and your local shelters do, where people do not want ashes back or anything. It's sheer disposal. So instead of having a dumpster with dead dogs and cats and strays and such, we loaded the machine full to capacity, which usually meant somewhere in the 30 animal range. Well, this day, I loaded the machine. The animals start smoking almost right away. Any fluids outside of bodies, blood, decomposition, etc. immediately began cooking/smoking. It's not wonderful. I swing the door shut to engage the burners. They started working for about 5 minutes, then cut out. We spent all day trying to force the burner to work by manually activating it for hours, only to have it click off or fail after just a minute or two. My boss then proceeds to tell me we have to unload the machine. To attempt repair we did. We laid down a large tarp, opened the door to the machine, let the smoke clear, and began raking half-burnt dog/cat/goat etc. closer to the door, so we can reach them through the heat. They began pulling apart as we grabbed them with our hands, and started piling half-cooked dead animals onto the tarp. Decomp and oil/fat everywhere, bloated dead bodies, and burning hair organ smoke everywhere. All for 11 hours. Might not be too interesting, unless you know what it feels like to be in this sort of situation, but here goes. People would try to pick shit up through the drive-through window when I was a pharmacy tech at CVS. Worst place to work. To K18 by the way. Not prescriptions mind you, like 2 liters of Coke, chips, candy, and sheet. Usually I'd unenthusiastically remind them that the drive-through is for recipe business only. If someone just needed a box of medicine quickly, or they were handicapped or something, I'd oblige. I'm not a faking monster. The OTC medicine was close enough to the pharmacy, so that isn't a big deal to me. My problem was with the people who would come through and expect me to do their shopping for them. Yeah, can you get me a 2 liter of Diet Coke and like 4 peanut butter Snickers? You fat cunt, come inside and do it yourself. Obviously this is retail, so no is never an acceptable answer, and I would catch a lot of heat for standing my ground. Often my manager would have to come over and tell a grown-ass person throwing a literal tantrum that no, we are not just here to serve. A few times we had to call the cops cause these motherfuckers wouldn't get out of our drive-thru. The absolute worst though is when they want to drop off or pick up photos. Here's why that sucks. Farm techs are not trained know about photo. Why the fuck would we need to? You want a prescription filled? I'm your guy. Anything else? There's a bunch of dead-eyed 20-somethings in blue and red polos up front. Fuck off to them. Point B. Photo is in the front of the store. Pharmacy is in back of the store. Pharmacy is also the most busy part of the store. So essentially, if you want me to walk to the opposite corner of the building to put in your photo or order, you're taking my time away from sick people who likely have already been waiting way too long for their recipe because CVS is run by faking clowns. I got a new job at a non-profit hospital in January after 5 brutal years at that shithole, and it's been such a breath of fresh air. My hard work actually feels rewarding and appreciated here. Retail is soul-crushing, kids. If you don't believe me, go work for CVS. You'll learn what it really feels like to work for one of those big scary evil corporations that you read about. Worked landscaping for a brief stint after the army. I enjoy the manual labor, truly, but we had some dumb as fuck rules. We weren't allowed to eat a lunch in the trucks and use the heater. Mind you, this was in the winter time, and most of the time I was working with the waterline crew, so I'd be freezing my ass off eating cold food, since we couldn't take the trucks to get any hot food. Didn't bother me, and that wasn't the deciding factor. I was used to it from the FTXs and bullshit in the army, even though the army actually treated me better. We weren't allowed to use our hands to pick random shit up. We had to use tools. Everyone broke the rule and everyone got beached out. Nothing new. On average we only worked about 50 hours a week, so 10-hour days in the freezing cold, but nothing traumatizing. I was working on this dude's house and digging these trenches for some sprinklers. Well, I start my trench right where they planted the flags. I get my trench started, and a couple hours later I've got the team lead, the assistant manager, the manager, and the co-owner approaching me about why I cut this pipe that was in the trench. I informed them that I only dug where the flag was. I had stopped before proceeding and asked my team lead if this pipe was good to be cut or not, so I could make the trench bigger. He gave me the okay, and I went with it. Now, I'm a pretty big guy and this pipe was a beach to cut with that shitty trench shovel. So, one of the Hispanics that worked for us came over and helped me out by digging out the sides. Because of this, they suspended us for a full week, no pay. I'll never forget this guy's face. He looked right at the manager's face and said fuck you. Then I quit. Eventually, the owner calmed the situation down and we got our suspension reverted. That still wasn't enough to make me quit. I wanted an apology, but of course I didn't get one. Now, what made me quit was the manager and his stolen valuable sheet. He said he was an Apache gunner in the NG who did both Katrina rescue missions and special ops missions to take out drug lords in Mexico. Like, I could believe the rescue missions in Katrina because maybe he was part of the National Guard in Louisiana. Doubtful, since he said he lived an okay his entire life, but more likely than not he's a bullshit liar. I just kept calling in when I know I'd have to work a project with him. Only had to do it 3 times before they let me go. The temp agency wasn't even mad. Apparently it's a dead 50 over 50 on veterans for that company, and didn't even hesitate on getting a better paying job that was much more relaxed. I have another story that I was reminded of after reading some of the stories on here. Another busy day in a kid's retail store and the dressing rooms have a long line. Both dressing rooms need a key, so as I go and unlock the door for customer I clean out whatever is left from previous kids. Finally, the dressing room area cools down, but that means our checkout gets incredibly long because now customers are buying what they just tried on. Cue a 12 to 13-year-old girl asks me for the key. Again, we are busy so all associates are ringing, so I tell her that whoever is done first will open it up for her in just a minute. She goes back to wait for one of us. I ended up finished first, but I go back there, and she's not there. I figured she changed her mind, or didn't want to wait. Pretty normal. I didn't see her leave the store, or buy anything might I add. About an hour later I go to open the dressing room for another customer. As I go to clear the remaining clothes out I realize they're wet. I tentatively sniff the clothes. Yep, it's pee. I opened the other dressing room for them, before dumping the clothes in our damages bucket, and bleaching the soiled dressing room. I was disgusted. However, working in a kid's store, it's not completely uncommon to deal with this stuff, especially when we don't have a public bathroom. At the end of the night, we ended up looking at the cameras to see if we could figure out who peed on the clothes. You guessed it, the teenage girl had crawled under the dressing room door, unlocked it, to let her mom in with the clothes, and peed on $200 worth of jeggings. Yep, definitely don't get paid enough for this shitty retail job. A client I took care of, gave most of my personal life to along with my professional life, worked off the clock for, let manipulate and take advantage of me, bent over backwards for hid me, while I was driving him somewhere, because I didn't take the way his mom takes. Looked it up, and my way was shorter by a fraction of a mile, so it's about the same, and does not matter. I took care of this man for 5 years. He has muscular dystrophy, and is in his 30s. He is sharp. Mind is very good. Nothing mentally wrong with him, just physically. He scared all potential PCAs off with his overwhelming expectations and sexual harassment, so I would have to cover these shifts. I used to take him places with my friends and family, because I wanted him to have friends. I wanted him to come out for a beer with buddies here and there. I took him to my mom's for dinner, and took him all kinds of places off the clock, and on my dime. I cared very much about him, but he physically abused me while I was driving, and that was it. I slammed on the brakes and lost my mind on him for the first time. Took him home, put him in his chair, and said fuck this. I quit. Put his blanket on him, and left crying and shaking. I didn't want his 65-year-old mother having to break her back after working 10-hour days, so I told her I would come in, get him up, and do what I have to do. No talking, no fun stuff I'm not paid to do. So that's what I did, until they found somebody new. I ended up making up with him, because I knew he would feel very lonely without me. No way somebody else would bend over backwards for such a prick like I did. Mistake. He needed a new wheelchair really bad. His was getting dangerous. He also needed other medical devices that were costly. He was worried about his insurance declining the request for his needs. I suggested that, if they decline it, I will start a GoFundMe for him. He texts me and informs me that his insurance company said no. I felt really upset with his insurance and got to work right away. I made a GoFundMe and even paid to promote it. I made a video to go song with it and really got it out there. In just a couple days, I raised about $1.1k. I found out that he lied to me and his insurance hadn't even answered yet. Actually, they hadn't even fucking requested it yet. Luckily one of his part-time PCAs informed me. I felt like I just scammed all my friends and family, and I was so humiliated. I confronted him and told him this was fraudulent, and he lied to me. Had nothing to say. That was that. I reflected on the past few years and I just walked away from it. Since I left, his health has deteriorated. He's skinny. He's pale and he's sad. I do feel awful for him, but he just should have appreciated the people that cared for him like a brother. I miss a lot of him, and I dread the rest. I will love him always, but he will always hurt me. My freshman year of college I had a very short stint working at the IHOP bike campus. One of my friends told me he knew someone who worked there, and that she hated it so much, and that it was ghetto as hell. My optimistic ass blew him off, and got the job anyways. I had to work overnights on the weekends, 10 PM to 7 AM, which faked up my sleep schedule too much. I told my boss I couldn't do the graveyard anymore, because I was starting to do bad in school and couldn't have that, so he switched me to the swing shift that got off at 10 p.m. A few weeks go by. Things start getting worse. I slowly begin to realize that college kids do not tip, and none of the city locals tip either. I was lucky to go home with like $30 after a 8+ hour shift. Flash forward to about a month after I first started. I'm on a swing shift that, once again, is supposed to get off at 10 p.m. It was already 11 p.m. and I was still working. I wasn't even close to being done with my side work yet as the boss kept screaming at me to do other shit. Some waitresses for the graveyard didn't show up, as per usual, but I decided to ask the graveyard boss if I was good to leave, because I had school in the morning and it's not my faking responsibility to cover when people decide to no-show time after time. Well, big faking mistake. This beach goes since when do you get to leave when your shift is over? I didn't even know how to respond. Isn't that how jobs work? If you're scheduled for a time, it's generally understood that's the time you're going to leave, give or take a little bit. She then proceeded to start screaming in the middle of the restaurant, "You all have faking bad attitudes. If you're not going to do your job then leave. You're all just numbers on a spreadsheet to us, we can replace you so easily." You points at another waitress, "Can faking leave," and you points at me, "Can faking leave," and on and on. At this point I was crying, as was every other waitress on the floor in a rage. I yelled back, "I faking quit," and dropped my money and stormed out. I was the only waitress on shift the following day during the biggest college football game of the year. I figured if we were just numbers on a spreadsheet and they could replace us so easily, then it wouldn't be hard for them to hire someone and train them in half a day to be ready for all the drunkers people. To this day I flip off that goddamn IHOP every time I drive past it. Oh, did I mention that the entire corporation of IHOP lost a grant because of this one singular IHOP? And in that 1 week, they lost 8 waitresses. The only fucking good thing about that job was getting a free Sinastak every shift. When I was employed to train under an experienced IT guy on minimum salary, he left within 6 months, and I was alone to manage an entire company network with 20 users. Roughly a year later, when the company's business intelligence guy left, and they told me I was taking over his role while retaining all my current responsibility. The operations manager's PA left, and he couldn't be bothered to pick up his own slack, so dumped a few of his monthly responsibilities on me. The GDPR deadline was coming up, and it was left completely to me to prepare the company infrastructure, policies, and staff. The business decided to launch a new product which needed a system, but wasn't willing to hire a developer, and pushing me into learning how to build an entire system while retaining my current responsibility. The business decided to launch another new product at the same time as the other new product, but because they valued this product so much more, they hired a bad developer to build a half-assed system that couldn't do most of the required tasks, leaving me to pick where the system failed and support the 10 additional new staff members on said system. I'm writing this while at work, still retaining all the above responsibility. I was quite slack as a young man and didn't get my first major job until 23, which was this job, and it was a massive breakthrough for me. I never expected to get such a solid job, so I'm quite scared to leave, although there have been many times I have wanted to just stand up and walk out of the door. There are many more things I could add to the list, but these are the milestones 6 years into the role. Most of the time I feel grateful for the experience and knowledge. Sometimes I feel completely let down, defeated and unappreciated. I've posted about this before on other subreddits, but here goes. Worked for a small startup that supplied aircraft parts for Boeing, among other things. We are talking things like hinges for toilet seats and luggage bins, usually nothing actually critical. Company was really shitty to work for, tried to cut every corner they could. Boss was a brilliant engineer and inventor, but had zero social skills to the detriment of everyone who had to work with him. Additional problem was that this guy was sleeping with the head of the project management department. Well, TBH, I'm not 100% sure he was, but fact was that they always got there together, they left together, they had lunch together, they always agreed with each other, etc. The project management department and engineering frequently butt heads because of various conflicts of interest, for instance meeting deadlines vs doing the job properly, staying in budget versus delivering a solid product. Now one time, I was asked to do a review of a certain product with a focus on cutting costs. This is something you do relatively frequently in my field, and it has to be done by an engineer, because someone trying to cut costs with a solely financial view doesn't have the necessary knowledge to realize what you can do to cut costs without impacting the quality and what you can't. Usually it's things like I can use a cheaper material here because it also fulfills the specifications, or if I change the shape of this part, it's easier to machine and therefore cheaper. Project in question had been looked over like this by half a dozen engineers already. I could tell because every change I could possibly think of had already been made. No, I know, if I turn up nothing, I'll get yelled at and accused of twiddling my thumbs because my boss has done this before. So I write what ends up being a 50-something page report, mostly diagrams and calculations about what I tried and what didn't work, and submit it to my boss. Sure enough, 2 days later, my boss comes to me and tells me that the result of this analysis is unacceptable. I tell him I'm sorry, I've done everything that I can think of, but we can't cut costs here any further. Project management head also comes to my desk, tells me we can get a contract to sell X more, would have been a huge deal for the company, of this product, if we can cut costs by another Y amount, but otherwise we're out of the running. I tell her it's my professional opinion that can't be done. Boss, leafing through my report, hey, this part doesn't have high forces acting on it. Why are we making it out of steel and not a polymer? Me, it goes inside the engine cowling. FAA regulations says all parts in there must be able to withstand temperature X, and the few polymers that can do that are more expensive than steel. Boss, does this part actually get that hot? Me, according to our simulations, no, but that's irrelevant because the FAA won't license it. Boss, it's not a flight critical part, we'll probably get away with it. I doubt we would have. The FAA is damn thorough, and even if they don't notice initially, they will notice at some point and it'll come back to haunt you. Me, I'm not signing off on that. I'll make the drawing, but if you want to use a polymer, your signature will be the one on the drawing. Designing something like this is willful negligence. It's a faking crime, people. If someone gets hurt because we cut costs in the wrong place, then the carrier will sue Boeing. Boeing will sue my company, and my boss will pretend ignorance and say he never ordered me to do it, and then the company will sue me. And since a single aircraft engine repair can cost as much as your average single family home, it wouldn't even take anything big to absolutely ruin me for the rest of my life. No. I worked as a Walmart cart pusher for about 2 years. That entire job consisted of a lot of moments like that. GMs and cashiers screaming at me for not doing my job right despite the fact I had to do it as efficiently as possible, and the fact they really expected 6 people, most of whom genuinely didn't give a shit, to clear the entire parking lot by the end of the night as well as deal with cleaning up diapers and shit. 4 incidents stick out in my mind. The first one is that there were a shit ton of birds that hung out at the store during the day, and they liked to congregate on the roof and this one tree near the front of the parking lot in one of those small grassy areas that are used more for making the place look nice. Apparently, over the years the birds had done nothing but shit on that area unimpeded, and when I was there we genuinely had to warn customers not to park there unless they wanted a car absolutely plastered in shit. It was so bad that it all just gathered up and made it look like dirt was spilling over when really it was just layers upon layers of bird shit. It made that entire side of the parking lot stink like hell, and allegedly they had done everything short of cutting down the tree. I even thought about buying an axe and coming out during the night to do it myself. Second one was when somebody had just left an entire flatbed trailer just absolutely full of trash in the parking lot. Just so much junk and garbage that I had to report it to my managers, who didn't believe me until they came out and saw it for themselves. Third time was when I was working and I got called in, and the centimeters yelled at me in front of the entire store because I wasn't answering my walkie-talkie. I apologized and then she proceeded to mock my voice, which I ended up taking up with management because I'm autistic and have a certain way of speaking, I guess. She got a slap on the wrist and still did it once or twice afterwards. Fourth one was just more weird than anything. couple came in and bought like $2,000 worth of stuff for a swap meet, and I helped them pack it into their car. The lady then tried to rope me into a pyramid scheme for hemp oil of all things. I politely declined, and she tipped me $20 for the help. By the way, did you know that we are not allowed to accept tips and we are supposed to give everything to the CMs? Question mark? It's too bad that none of us gave a sheet, and we pocketed the money anyway. It's still by far the worst faking job I've ever had. Fact that Walmart and fact the corporate assholes, who are actively destroying Sam's original vision for the place. Not to mention they're strictly anti-union as well. I used to work at Wingstop, just quit like last Monday actually. I'm 17 and started around September when I was 16 and 2 months later was promoted to shift lead. I was really good at my job, like super good. I was a super fast cashier, customers loved me. I started bagging and started doing shift lead stuff. I was putting in 40+ hours a week at 16. Our manager was amazing. He was a hard worker and worked and struggled with YAB instead of acting like a bad boss who just yelled out orders but never worked with his workers. My manager was desperate for people, but he refused to hire just anybody who walked into the door. He knew who was good and who was not, and he would rather struggle with a few good employees he had than hire a bunch of bad ones. Now we have a new manager. He literally did not know anything prior coming to work with us. All he did was cashiering and boss people around. Him and I got off to a bad start because I had called him out on how he was not being a manager and more like a dictator, because he would just sit in the lobby during rush hours working on paperwork, but when I would look at the laptop history he was furniture shopping and on Facebook. Anyways, this manager hired anybody that walked in that door. Literally we had like 30+ employees and like more than half were cooks. One day I came into work and the assistant manager told me that I was going to help her change oil, and I said no, I'm not legally allowed, I'm under 18, and she got mad, even though she knew I was right. Well, basically the manager got into it too, and he said about how he would fire me if I didn't help, and I said, don't worry, we can go on and talk to the district manager and corporation about how you want to fire me, because I don't want to change oil, because I know it's illegal. I told him it can't be possible you hired all these cooks, but still expect me to do a cook's job when you literally have 20 cooks. All I can say is fuck Wingstop, fuck that place. I worked so hard and got no appreciation whatsoever. Once found a dead dude in the toilet of the bar I worked at. It was after close, doing the final rounds and about to go home. Men's room was locked. It happens. I guess people find this hilarious to do. So I unlocked it with a spoon and I saw a dude sitting on the floor. Tapped him on the shoulder. No response. Thinking he was asleep, I shook him a little and he just tipped over. The girl I was working with started to come down the stairs to see what was up, but I told her to stay upstairs and pour us some more beers because we're going to be there for a while. She said what's up? And was halfway down the stairs when I yelled at her to go back up. The only time I've ever yelled at a coworker/employee. So she did point. I went back upstairs, apologized and explained there is a dead dude in there and I didn't want her to see. Called the cops who sent an ambulance along with 2 cars and later a hearse. We did the final checks at 1:30 and I was planning to be home at 2 o'clock, but we were still there at 9 o'clock in the morning. Called both my employer and manager. After I called the cops, the first didn't pick up and the manager just said, well, that sucks. Good luck with it and let me know how it went, and hung up. Finally we were allowed to go at around 10 o'clock, so I logged our hours and went home. Boss gave me sheet for not leaving the keys in the usual spot and changed our hours in the system from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock because he didn't ask us to stay. When I found out he did, so I was in the middle of my shift, threw down my sheet, grabbed a bottle of scotch from the stockroom, and faked the fuck off. Ain't getting paid enough to deal with this sheet. Well, I just had mine happen. Background: I'm divorced, have 50% custody, so I need a set schedule with certain days off. I was working as a butcher for a medium-sized grocery chain in the Midwest. The schedule hadn't been a problem for 9 months. 3 weeks ago boss says to me, I've been helping you on your schedule for months. I'm not going to anymore. As a condition of working there, before being hired I had explained the situation and had been told it would be fine. So I go to his boss say this is bullshit, and he changes that schedule. I say if it's going to be like that I'll turn in my 2 weeks now. He assured me that wasn't the situation. The next week, same schedule on days I had specifically made sure I would have off for a few appointments by turning in a request off sheet on 4/26. I like to follow procedure and make sure my hours is covered. I turned in my notice that day and said I'll deal with the schedule, but my 2 weeks is really only 9 days because I had put in for a vacation on 4/20, bought tickets etc. So to comply, I just used a sick day on the day I had requested off. This was my first move of just as they played check. As this week comes, schedule goes up, the day it goes into effect no less. They completely ignored my vacation request, scheduling me off my last day and on the following 3 during my vacation. Again I flip out, call bosses, have them fix the schedule to reflect my last day and my vacation so everything's good, right? Well, I had been threatened by my boss that they would take my PTO if I quit early etc. So I contacted corporate hours about it, explained all that had been going on, and I'm actually supposed to call her in about 20 minutes. What's about to happen to those managers I like to call scorched earth? I have lots of pictures I've been taking the last 3 weeks. They said that's a lie. That law requires it gets paid out, but sick time does not. Use it or lose it. Now my checkmate. Final day and I call in for my final remaining sick day. Best part is the 2 managers that screwed me are the ones working today, so they have to do my job too. So, I live in New Hampshire and I worked at a Subway in Manchester. The bad part of it at this job, I was only getting paid $1 an hour. My parents owned it, and I was only 14 at the time. Which, yeah, I know, I wasn't of age to be taking part in this job. Well, one time, I made a sandwich for a man who wasn't talkative and was listening to a podcast on his phone. It was a slow day, so time was passing by very slowly. Anyway, after I cashed out the man, he put his meal on one of the tables and went to the bathroom. He was in there for quite a while. And when I say a while, he was in there for maybe 40 minutes to an hour. My coworker and I were just assuming he had a stomach problem or maybe he wanted to be alone to listen to his podcast, but the dining room was empty because of how slow it was. So, my coworker and I went to the men's bathroom, knocked on the door, and was asking if the man was okay. No reply. Nothing. We knocked quite a bit, still nothing. And when we tried opening the door, it was locked. Thankfully, the lock was one of those where you just need a small straight thing to click open the lock, that is toothpick, or in this case, a bobby pin. I took the bobby pin out of my hair and clicked the lock, and when we opened the door, his face was like a royal blue, and he was gasping for air. When we called the ambulance, turns out he almost overdosed. I still have his face drilled into my head. He did survive thankfully. The only way we found that out was because his mom came to pick up his car from the parking lot and told us, "Thank you. He's still in the hospital, but he's doing much better." I think it's safe to say I was not getting paid enough for that sheet. I'm just glad he survived. Sometimes I still wonder how he's doing. It's been a couple years, about 3, almost 4, so hopefully he stayed away from drugs and such. Oh boy, my favorite story from work to hate tell dates back to a few months ago when I was working a closing shift. I work customer service at a locally owned grocery store, and lem tell ya, you never learn how much a grocery store's clientele can range in weirdness until you really get thrown into the thick of it. A customer came in a couple hours before our service counter closed with absolutely putrid ground beef. Like, had been left in the soon in her driveway to rot for 2 weeks kinda rancid. She had double bagged it in some other grocer's plastic bags and brought it to me sans receipt for a refund, insisting she'd kept it frozen and that there was no reason it should smell this horrifically off. What I'm about to tell you is not colored by melodrama. It was sincerely this disgusting. Now, I could smell this actually decaying meat through the bags. All you had to do was shift it slightly and you got smacked in the face with stank. I was not about to open those bags to find a sell by date or price, so I asked her for a rough estimate of when she bought it with the intent of using her rewards card to sift through the system and find her receipt in order to go through with the refund. She told me it had been bought around 3 days prior, which I was hard pressed to believe given the smell emanating from the bags, which were tied shut. But you really don't argue with a lady who brings that kind of cursed object into your place of work. So, while she went off to do some other shopping, I worked on finding her receipt. Could not find the transaction for the date range she'd given me. That included ground beef point. By the time she'd come back, I had triple plastic bagged it, thrown it in the trash, and double trash bagged that. Still smelled like health code violation hell, even though I had long since moved it out from my counter. She proceeded to really dig into me, telling me that, even if she was mistaken, I could surely still find the sell-by date on the packaging and use that to find the receipt. Right. Unfortunately, right. But it took me a moment to absorb what she was asking. I sort of sheepishly admitted that it was long gone, meaning I'd thrown it into the office adjacent to my counter for someone to grab when they changed the trash maybe 15 minutes later. She stared at me for a moment. Again, she told me I need the sell-by date, and I realized that there's really no way to acquire that without opening the bags and catching a full-on whiff of death. Turns out that, even if the customer is right, it's in the wrongest way possible. What followed is not something I'm proud of, nor something I would admit to someone who wasn't a close friend or anonymous stranger. I left my counter, went into the side office, and proceeded to tear into each and every plastic bag I had, wrapped it in, all for a price and a sell-by date. If I thought it reeked before, I was wrong. My god, was I wrong? Even holding my breath and trying to breathe through my mouth when I couldn't hold it, it was near tangible. I could taste it in the air. I sort of tried to quickly rewrap it before I returned, dignity lost, to the customer service counter. I vaguely remember burping a couple times as I tried to calmly relay to her the information that I'd just gathered. Somehow, what semblance of professionalism I had left trumped the fact that I was easily 50 shades of green in that moment, and I managed to do the refund after finding her receipt from over a month ago that I was not willing to contest her on. In short, you win, stinky beef lady, you win. In lying in bed and laughing, I was the root cause of someone's I don't get paid enough for this once I was young, and I went to camping trip salad with my best friend and his parents. We were like 10 years old I guess. We were on the property of the camping place, shooting some hoops, when I got struck with extreme cramps in my stomach. Next thing I know I was running towards the toilet location, which is like a construction place trailer with one shower directly on the left side when entering, and 5 toilets on the right side with doors and stalls and all. So I ran, and when I got to the trailer I've started to sheet my entire self. As if my body commanded to. I for sure didn't want to point. I ran to the upper right side toilet, sheeting and running or stumbling it was more, so I pulled my pants down. Everything was covered in the brown. And the next wave arrives. Look to my left, no toilet paper. I went out to the next toilet, no toilet paper. Then the next, same story. For FFS there was not one piece of garment or something that could possibly wipe something of somewhat. In pure panic I ran from the last toilet to the shower to use the water to flush everything away, but when I ran the last wave, thank God, was clearing itself from my bowels. Yes, I made my mark once more. This all happened and took some time, and my friend comes to check up on me. He enters the trailer and he went crying of laughter. He literally pissed himself of laughing because of what he encountered when entering that trailer. He found me in the shower, washing myself covered in doo everywhere, on the walls and all, because it was literally everywhere on the floor, and every door of the toilet stall point. But now comes the real fun part. My friend told nothing against his parents and managers to get my clean clothes. When I finish showering and cleaning myself, he rushes in panic saying, "Somebody's coming, we must leave right now." So we hid under the trailer. Tall grass and it was positioned on high concrete blocks. We hid under the stairs. It was the owner who came to refill the empty toilet papers. He went in. He screams in Dutch, "What the hell is this?" Picture this, the trailer with sheet everywhere, one path to the upper toilet, then the next and next till the last one, then another path of sheet towards the shower with curtains and the wall altogether covered, and not to mention that every door had some marks as well. We were so scared he would find us. But he didn't. Thankfully sorry for the long post, but this is my funniest memory. I used to work at Subway. The pay was $7.25 and I'd argue that's not enough to deal with any of the bullshit that goes on there, but I do have a specific example. Was called into work a 10-hour shift on a day I had requested off, and my request was granted, mind you. Apparently somebody got mad at an interaction they had with a customer and just left. She was eventually fired, but ironically it was not for this, and it was months later, so I was the backup plan. As soon as I came in, I had one person telling me to go slice 2 tubs of onions and 6 tubs of tomatoes. Well, I started with tomatoes, since they take longer, and I wanted to get it over with. There were 50 tomatoes in the cardboard box, and 36 of them were unusable. And by unusable, I mean black and white spots all over them, or grey fuzz/mold forming a spider web-like structure all around the box. So of course I threw them away, and said we did not have enough tomatoes to slice. Well, not only was I scolded by my boss for wasting the store's money, but I also got so much heat from customers that came in and wanted tomatoes. I tried to tell them without making them throw up that we did not have tomatoes and wouldn't until our next delivery, but they couldn't seem to grasp that. Then we were slammed with customers. Don't remember why, but something was going on in town, and when it was over everyone wanted Subway. We sat there for 3 hours straight, no breaks, making sandwiches up at the bar, all while listening to people bitch about how we didn't have tomatoes. When it was finally over, it was 11 o'clock, 1 hour before closing, and we were very behind on everything. We had a list of about 20 things that have to be done before we close and leave, and we had done maybe 3 things on that list. Long story short, I had to stay until 1:30 closing the store and getting that list done so whoever came in the next morning didn't bitch to the boss. High school graduation was that next day, but I spent my night closing Subway and receiving calls saying this was wrong with my sandwich. Can I get your name? I will be reporting it to the manager. Oh, and I wasn't paid for the extra hour and a half I spent staying closing the store point. That was the day I realized I was not paid enough to do my job. I was 17, and I worked at a Subway that was inside of a gas station. This gas station was right off of a busy exit on I-95. There is a pretty good homeless/junkie population in this area, but they are always pretty cool people. One night we are busy and the gas station was packed. I was making subs when I saw a guy come in that looked super rough. I had never seen him before, but that's not super unusual since we get a lot of people passing on their way down to Florida. He's in there for a good while, and as I'm finishing up with the last customer I look up and see him going out of the front door. After all the customers leave, I go check the dining area and check the bathrooms. I was not prepared for the bathroom point. I opened the ladies' room door. No problems, just need toilet paper. Decide to check the toilet paper in the men's room, so I knew if I needed to grab extra from the stock room. I opened that door and the smell hit me. This is a smell I can only assume smells like Satan's asshole after an all-night enchilada marathon. There is shit everywhere, smeared down the walls. But wait, what's that? It's blood. Blood splatters mixed in with this guy's as lava. He left his rig next to the toilet. I turned around, walked to the manager, and told her she had some business she may want to attend to in the men's room. She already saw the look on my face and did not want to go. She opened the door and immediately got sick, but bless her heart she still cleaned it up so 17-year-old me wouldn't have to touch it. Thanks, Ms. Bonnie. I left the world of freelance photography after a specific assisting job a few years ago. It was an e-commerce shoot for a company like Moda Operandi, or maybe Intermix. The photographer was a bit of a pompous from the beginning, but the shoot went on pretty well. At the end of the shoot, when we had all of the shots from our shot list, the clients came in with some beer for us all, and we started packing things up. But the photographer was really into the model and wanted to get some portfolio shots for himself while she was still there. So I left the lights up and continued to watch the computer as he fired away like Rambo, point shot after shot after shot. He continued to shoot too fast for the computer to process the images. Finally the software crashed, and when I informed him of it, because I was also talking to the clients at the same time and drinking a beer with them, he lost his shit. He started screaming at me to pay attention and fix the computer. I set the beer down and attempted to fix the issue point. At one point he screamed, "That's not how you fix it. I've been a tech for nearly a decade, so." I shouted back, "Then act like it and help me fix the issue instead of acting like a child." At that point he actually shut up, stood up, and came to help me fix the issue point. All of this happened right in front of the clients. All because he wanted to get some personal shots, while the rest of us wanted to end the day. He lost maybe 5 shots out of 300 because of the software crash. He also didn't hire me. The e-commerce company hired me directly. So technically he wasn't even my boss that day. Many photographers I've worked for were overrated as holes. Many of them didn't even know how to set up their own lights or operate their own cameras. I took a full-time job a few months later and never assisted another photographer again. Looking back on it, I'd say about 70% of the shit I went through in the photo industry wasn't worth the money, especially working for big studios like Hudson, or Jack, or Pier 59. I was working at Baskin-Robbins a few years back and was basically the assistant manager and cake decorator. I would open and close the store, had my own key, did inventory, did all the cake orders, trained new employees, and counted out the money at the end of the day. All this while being paid only $1 more than the regular employees. I wasn't allowed to actually have the assistant manager title either. It was just quietly understood. I didn't mind too much because I would usually work alone and could do my homework in the back and not have anyone bug me. Then they hired this new corporate level lady who would visit the stores and tell us what was wrong with them. She came in one day when I was busy with Mother's Day cake orders and wanted me to walk her through the store. She nitpicked the store and wanted me to stop what I was doing to clean the imperfections, scrub the tubs, dump out all the buttercream, cause it wasn't in appropriate containers, and other things. I 100% said no. I said second shift employees come in the afternoon to help clean the store for closing, and I would have them work on it. She got mad. I disagreed with her and said she would tell my manager to fire me. I didn't care. I was the hardest working person there and told her to go ahead and tell my manager to fire me. I had cake orders to do with no one to help me. I wasn't paid enough to do what I already was doing. I refused to do anything else. End of story. I wasn't fired. A kid pissed in the soap dispenser at the tax office I worked at, and I used it before I realized it. We were low on soap before lunch, and the coworker who handles those purchases said she was going to the grocery store across the road during lunch to get some things for the office. I assumed to get more soap. By about 1:30 p.m. a family came in to get their taxes done with 2 young boys in tow. After the oldest boy used the restroom, I went in. I saw the soap was refilled and used it. My first thought when I pumped the liquid yellow dial out was the soap was very warm, but the bathroom stays hot, so I thought nothing of it. It was also very liquidy, and I thought maybe she added some water to what was left to try to use every last bit. But then the smell. It was 100% human urine wafting up in front of face. I paused my lathering motion and stared at the bottle, seeing that the soap was still gel-like in the bottom, just below where the tube picks it up, and that there was yellow liquid floating on top. I knew right away. I almost puked. I threw the whole soap container away, bleached my hands and rinsed them, and came back out staring at the kid like I was Miss Trunchbull. My coworkers wouldn't say or allow me to say anything to the parents. Our boss/business owner was very controlling and OCD and demanded perfection when it came to the office appearance, angle of chairs and trash cans, and customer service level. Basically the little sheet got away with it, and I gave a very short notice. Worked at a fast food location as a cashier and cleaner. We had one constant customer who was a little off, but honestly just fine, and not a problem to deal with. Always asked for the same exact meal, a bowl of chili with cheese on top and absolutely no onions and fries on the side. He was such a regular he stopped telling us the particulars of customizing his order, because he just assumed we all knew it by heart, and this wasn't a problem. Until it was. I was not at the front when one day we had a new guy working the register for the first time on his own. This regular arrived, asked for his bowl of chili, and waited for his order. apparently became irate when it came out as our standard bowl of chili with no fries, raw onions on top, and no cheese. I mean, how fucking dare this new guy who has never served him before not know his customized order right. He threw a fit. We got his regular order ready for him, and the owners gave it to for free and refunded his previous payment. He eats it and leaves. Everything is fine, right? Well, I go to clean the restrooms very shortly after he has left. The men's room is a faking scene from a horror movie, except it's not blood covering the walls. You see, this particular customer wore a colostomy bag, and we knew, because he had a rather large sized one, that we could see under his clothes. There was so much sheet on the walls it couldn't possibly be from one sheet, not even the largest sheet known to humankind. 2 walls were floor to ceiling, side to side covered in it. I turned around and told one of the owners I couldn't clean that. I was prepared to be fired right away because both the owners were kinda harsh and didn't like getting their hands dirty, but surprisingly, they were so appalled someone would do this knowing their minimum wage employees would probably have to clean it. They called the police. Security cameras confirmed he was the only one who could have done it. They called a biohazard cleaning service. They ended up suing the guy and got reimbursed points. Dude tried to come back to eat here again the following year, and one of the owners about jumped through the order window to chase him out. 5 minutes till close after hairy brunch shift. Point Karen, Grandma Karen, and their 4 younglings in tow walk in. Hey, can we get seated? Despite my best efforts, we seat them and inform them of all the items we'd sold out of, because this is a mom and pop shop with a wildly popular breakfast that frequently sells out most stock by 2 p.m. In the distance, you can hear the souls of the kitchen staff leaving their bodies. I serve them, take their rather complicated orders, get some biscuits for the kiddos to munch on, coffee rolling, jelly and honey and cream are out and ready, and life is bueno. Food comes out in record time, no issues, all smiles. Then comes the screaming point. Youngest kiddo, maybe 5, is howling, and I see Karen and co scrambling for any napkins on hand. I figure they spilled a drink, so I popped over with a roll of paper towels to offer assistance, and Karen looks up and grimaces. Sorry, he had an accident. Could we get some boxes? Yeah, boy just peed himself all over the floor. I look down sadly, agree, get her boxes, then grab the mop to clean up the spawn juice. I spend the rest of their meal mopping up the mess in their kids' wake. They didn't want to switch tables in the meantime, despite my offer, while they hastily put their food into boxes, leave the table and floor around it a disaster, and run to the register to pay. When I was cleaning out the bucket afterward, Karen waved a bill at me and mouthed, "This is for you." I smile, feeling a little bit gratified that she tipped well after that. Karen promoted to Sharon. I check the tip after the shift. She left $9 on $50. Not even 20% for serving them last minute and mopping her child's piss off the floor. Sharon demoted to Karen again. Fuck you, Karen. Probably not the same as everyone else. I'm a middle management type at very niche engineering company. Basically we make roof safety equipment, and I'm in the sales department. The sales department I'm in is headed by the owner of the company, so even though I'm not upper management, I work directly for the owner. We work together every day side by side and it's good. He's not a jerk or an asshole or anything like that, but he obviously has a lot of other responsibilities beyond our little sales department. He's over 69 now, and in the last few years became a grandfather. He takes a lot more vacation now than he did previously, so has often gone for several weeks at a time. For whatever reason, everyone else in my office, around 150 or do people, see me as the go-to guy for him when he's not around. I end up dealing with lots of things well above my psi grade and outside my normal scope of work. I'm involved in our defense in a lawsuit. I'm helping bring in new outside contractors. I'm responsible for overviewing an entire other department when he's gone. Stuff like that. Sometimes I just want to say fuck it and just get my sales done and earn a little commission, but I gotta help hire the new accountant or deal with a problem with a contract for some project I know nothing about. Like I said, probably not like the others here. Ooh, boy. I was hired as an IT guy, but apparently that meant I had to install fiber optic cables for an entire resort, pull out the old cable and run the new cable through the ground, as well as splice it together. I had almost no training, and so this meant trying and failing on one splice for hours and hours. I had so many cuts on my fingers from peeling the shielding on the cables. You had to get these two little hair-like cables to touch each other perfectly inside this machine, and it would splice them, but the machine would give errors or fail the splice often. It was a nightmare and really tested my patience. Any sudden movements would break the cable and you started over. I did this sort of thing in all kinds of crazy conditions too, and I had to get creative frequently. One time in December around 8 PM, I had been at work since 8 AM that day. My boss said I couldn't leave until I finished splicing all the cable. So I stayed until 2:30 AM in December with the snow falling hard. I turned the heat on in my car, lowered the window, and shut the door on a tarp, so I had a somewhat heated tent to work in. Got the police called on me because it looked suspicious. Other times I had to work in the middle of terrible rainstorms. I was expected to carry a little tent and work under that. I would still get soaked and often ended up sick, but no work no pay, so I worked. One time I backed my car up to the site, opened the trunk, and worked under that to protect myself against hail. Ruined my car, so there I was in a ditch in the middle of July. It was about 91 degrees, and I was covered in mud, blood, and sweat. My head was the only thing sticking out of the ditch. I was holding a thick cable under each armpit, balancing cutters and the splicing machine on my legs when my boss pulls up in his Cadillac. I could hear the AC blowing cool air, and he asks me how I'm doing. I was so unbelievably pissed. The worst part is I was the only one in my department expected to do this kind of work. It's so useful to have a second person with you on these kinds of jobs, but I learned later that my boss barred anyone else from helping me. Everyone else chilled inside the office. That was the breaking point. On top of all of that though, that stuff wasn't my main responsibility. I was expected to work on programming projects and troubleshoot tickets after 12 to 14 hours of grueling physical labor. I asked for a raise and was told that I have unlimited overtime potential instead of a raise. I was already working 60, 70 plus hour weeks. All that for $13 an hour. I have a much better job now where I'm appreciated for my work. 2 years ago, when I worked as a lifeguard at my neighborhood pool making $7.75, close to minimum wage for where I lived, for my first job. Anyway, hear the story. Kid running on pool deck whistle. I tell them not to run on the pool deck. 5 minutes later I see the same kid running on the pool deck whistle. The kid stops, looks at me, and sees me looking back at them. I look away for a second, and they start running again. I lift my whistle again, but as I inhale the kid trips over something, and scrapes his knee. I administer first aid, just a band-aid. Me, this why you don't run on the pool deck. Kid stays quiet, probably from the embarrassment. The pool I worked at had a fence around it, but the pool deck extended beyond it, and the pool rules didn't really apply. Beyond that fence I saw someone running on the pool deck. I was about to whistle, but it's the same goddamn kid and he's running outside of the fence. He sees me seeing him, and he makes an ugly face. This kid runs just to spite me. Every day there would be some kid running on the pool deck. Right after calling them out not to run, the same kid or another kid nearby would go off running. It's these moments I always thought to myself, I don't get paid enough. There's also this one time a patron, grown as man, used the bathroom at the end of the day. It was my turn to clean the bathrooms, and when I went into the toilet stall there was shit everywhere. In the toilet, on the toilet, outside of the toilet, on the floor, on the walls, painted in sheet. I didn't think about how I was paid enough in the moment. All I thought was, how? One more thing, why the FNCK do parents think that lifeguards are the same as babysitters? Worked as a lifeguard for a private pool in a set of townhouses for less than minimum wage. We were paid the same wage as lifeguards in the 1989s got there. Our shifts were 5 hours long, and we could not get up to use the bathroom if there were people in the pool area. There was also nobody to relieve you for even a 5-minute break if you got too hot. It was also an outdoor pool and the umbrella we had didn't do anything. I would regularly get overheated and even got heat stroke more than once. The complex was filled with a lot of little kids and a lot of parents who didn't want to deal with them an entire summer. Most parents would come drop their kids off, then sit and text on their phones and sunbathe while their children wreaked havoc. As the lifeguard, it was my job to yell at them and make sure they followed the rules. Some kids, 6 to 10 years old mostly, I would have to yell at multiple times and threaten to kick them out of the pool for the day. I did have the power to do that after a third warning, but it never came to that. The kids would eventually listen, mostly, and I would even get to have fun with some of them and be a judge to their swimming races, etc. The icing on the cake was a complaint my boss got about me that I was rude and mean to a child, and that my language was negative and inappropriate, and they demanded I apologize to both the child and the parent. My boss told me about the situation and I immediately know it was a 10-year-old boy who was extremely wild and a mother who would actually turn her back to the pool while they were there. My boss refused to hear me out, that I was simply enforcing the rules, and I refused to apologize for simply doing my job and basically babysitting this woman's kid for free. Between the lack of respect from these parents, the terrible working conditions, and the gross underpayment, it was not worth it, even as a summer high school job. I worked at a chain retail office supply store in the computer/technology department. After doing this for a month or so, I was moved to the job I really wanted, or at least, the job I thought I really wanted. I was selected to be the guy who does computer repairs in the back office point most of the time. This was about 90% ransomware/malware removal from elderly people's very old desktops, with the occasional job setting up a new laptop with Office and Windows Pro. etc. Point for some excited college student. I wouldn't say that I necessarily liked this job, but I was getting paid $1.50 an hour more than I had been as a salesperson without having to be out on the sales floor busting mouths all day. It was fine for what was pretty much my first job. Point however, every so often, we'd take in an absolute nightmare of a case. Some examples: a computer someone found in their neighbor's barn, which my store manager instructed me to clean as part of our then free tune-up process. I had to haul the disgusting thing outside, take the case apart, and power wash it, then use about 3 cans of compressed air to unclog the fans. It did eventually turn on, to my shock. There were a few like this, numerous cases, where a computer had multiple instances of malware and ransomware. It's still frankly unbelievable to me how bad some users let their computer get before finally taking it in for service. These ransomware removals were often complicated and time consuming. As a result, I created a batch tool which was capable of detecting and automatically removing some of the most common variants we'd seen. When I finally left the store, this tool was still used in-house for some time, a case where, for reasons unclear, the customer wanted me to update the BIOS on a very old computer. The BIOS update file they provided had no documentation, and entering the BIOS on the machine itself revealed no tools to update with. This was a bit of an unusual one, because I think this was a technically proficient user who couldn't figure the process out on their own, and wanted to have me do it instead. Point each of these examples made me painfully aware that I wasn't being paid enough. When I was 17, I got my first job as a hostess at a newer franchise restaurant. In my interview, I was told that the schedule is really flexible and that I could work from 4 to 8 on school nights, and that was pretty much all I was told. I used to really like as I met some cool people and it was nice to have some extra cash. Over the next few months, many of my coworkers were quitting, which now I see should have been my first sign that maybe this job wasn't that good. Customers would come in and be rude to the hosts for the wait and scream in our faces if they were told the wait was 30 minutes and it had now been 35 minutes, and they would leave huge messes from the ice cream machine where they would drop their cones on the ground for us to clean up. Weekdays were the hardest as I would come home from school and immediately go to work. I would go home those nights exhausted, and it would be around 9 or 10 when I would get home. During my first 3 months there, I would work the morning and the night shift and they would have no one to cover for me, so I'd end up closing by myself and wouldn't leave till around 11ish. So around my 4th month working there, it's spring break and I forgot to request off, so I was scheduled to work almost every single day besides Monday and Thursday. I ended up working a double on most of my days that week, 1030/11 am-8/9ish pm. Because a lot of coworkers had requested off and would be out of town or still had school, and I decided to be the hero. So within this week, I work 41 hours and I end up getting really sick from the lack of sleep I was getting, and I just felt like I had been taken advantage of. I went home and cried after my last shift that week as I snapped at a customer and was really rude for no reason. I apologized and they were super nice ladies who understood that working off little sleep, PMS, sickness and overtime was just awful circumstances. And this when I realized how unhappy I was there. The managers would ignore the work schedule I would request, and every week I was working Friday and Saturday back to back with every Saturday being a double. I was killing myself working as much as I did for as little as I was making, $7.25. I also found out that the managers kept giving false promises of a raise to my coworkers. Those who had been there since the restaurant opened were promised a $0.25 raise every 3 months they stayed. They never saw this raise even after 7 months of working. Others who had experience were already making around $8.50. And those who also had work experience were told they would start out making $7.25 but would get a raise every month, which never happened. I went to my manager to talk and put my 2 weeks in. I told him I was killing myself from working so much. I was making myself sick. I saw a personality change in myself from happy to really rude towards my family, was barely getting paid, my schedule is ignored, and that when I request days off I would have to put a reason, and would sometimes not get my days off. He manipulated me into staying and told me I could only work 3 days, no more working doubles, and I would get a raise as all the managers liked me and I was in mind for the next raise. I stayed for another week and put my 2 weeks in after. The customers were rude and mouthy. One of the managers would talk trash about the workers, even if we were right there in front of them, and the managers were going around threatening the other hosts about talking about how much we make, and telling them that they weren't allowed to discuss it at all. How my coworkers and I were being treated as teenagers by everyone was awful, and we were severely being taken advantage of. My only regret is not quitting sooner. TLDR worked a minimum wage job that overworked me and paid me little for how much I worked and became a toxic environment. I used to work at a phone shop for minimum wage, $7.50. I had all sorts of weird customers. There was an old lady that came in screaming and swinging because of an error we'd made. Her phone plan has been stopped because her account wasn't on autopay. After I put it on autopay, she insisted on staying because she hated her phone and wanted a refund. It had been more than 7 days since she'd purchased. Refund period was over. When I told her I couldn't do that, she literally sat down at a table and watched me help other customers until closing. I think she stayed for like 3 hours. She wouldn't leave even after closing, so I had to call the cops on her. She did this 3 times by the way. Now she has a ban on coming on our property. Story 2. So I have a lot of Hispanic coworkers. One of them was slightly attractive, so guys would go to her station instead of mine. This old Hispanic dude came in one afternoon and started hitting her up, leaning on the counter, trying to stroke her hair and sheet. He smelled like alcohol and I knew he was drunk. He kept harassing her until I told him get the fuck out. Later, 10 minutes before closing, I don't know why all these assholes come back right before I close. This dude came back and he was blackout drunk. He seemed visibly disappointed that my female coworker wasn't there. Her shift ended and he walked up to me and mumbled something. I was helping a customer at that time and we both looked at each other like what the fuck. Eventually, he sat down at the table. We should really get rid of that damn table, and leaned back and fell asleep or went unconscious. Bear in mind that my store closes at 7 and he pulled this sheet at 7:10. I kept asking him to leave or if he had any family, etc. I tapped his shoulder, shook it, lightly slapped his arm. No response. So I called 911 and it took the ambulance a good 30 minutes to get here and another 30 to leave the small parking lot. 2 ambulances came and blocked off my car from being able to leave. So I literally just sat there watching as this faking dude laughed and stumbled around while getting handled by hot EMT women. And I ultimately stayed an extra hour and 30 minutes of unpaid minimum faking wage. Now that I think about it, I really didn't get paid jack shit. Feels bad. We got paged out to a multi-vehicle accident, to cars out in the middle of nowhere in rural Kansas. We get there and find PT1 still in her car. She had been T-boned by PT2 who was nowhere in sight, and judging by the hole in the windshield, he probably went into orbit or the next county over. We start frantically searching, while 2 medics tend to PT1 and the PD runs license info. For some reason the vehicle didn't click, but the registration for PT2's vehicle came back to my uncle, a career police officer. We checked fields, ditches, trees, and officers even combed the area to see if he was walking through a field or down a road trying to get help. I don't know what it was that possessed me to look under the vehicles, but I did, and I found PT2, my uncle the career cop. We cleared PT1 from her car and the fire department lifted the car with bags. At that point we saw what happened and realized a wrecker was needed to lift the car off of PT2. Everyone tried to get me to leave and go back to the truck, but that wasn't happening. He's family. He's going to get saved, goddammit. Once the car was lifted I saw that this wasn't the case. Up to this point all I saw was his body and the normal muscle movement, so I thought there was a chance. No, he flew through the windshield and due to the impact of the vehicles, PT1's car went airborne. He hit the bottom of her car, fell to the asphalt, then her car landed on him, straight down on him. His head was flattened by the tire and looked like a rubber mask laying on the ground. His body was stretched from the front axle to the fuel tank, and he was so unidentifiable that I still couldn't believe that it was him after checking his ID and hearing his registration being radioed back. I've had hundreds of I don't get paid enough for this sheet. One of the most notable was removing the lifeless bodies of elementary children who drowned after getting trapped in their school's basement while sheltering from a tornado. However, this particular incident was family and gave me the most fuck this sheet, I need paid more, or I need a different job feeling I've ever had. I was working at Fresh Market. A woman came in and demanded I sub out one salad in a $6 meal deal for a more expensive one. I was explicitly told not to do this because we'd basically be losing money. For reference, some of our salads were like $8-10 a pound. Our rings were like $10 a pound. And you got at least 1/3 pound in this deal. I told her no, politely, and she demanded I ask someone else. I asked my assistant manager who said no. She demanded again. I asked my store manager who told me to turn her down. I politely did again and told her she could buy that salad separately, but that I was unable to substitute it. She started screaming at me and demanding someone else help her because I was a bitch with a nasty attitude. My assistant manager said he'd take her, but she'd have to wait until he was done with his customer. I informed her, and she got pissed and followed me to the other side of the counter, screaming while I tried to help another customer. I tried calling a manager up because she was demanding one, but of course he told me to handle it. My AM told me to go to the back and cool off. This woman followed me into the back as I was almost running to escape her. She was trying to grab me, screaming about how I was an awful miserable bitch who was going nowhere in life. Useless store manager was in the way, so I just kinda went she's looking for you and fled to the break room. The guys in the meat department had to come out and help the store manager rush her out of the back. I slipped as I was punching a wall and broke my hand. I didn't get paid enough for that sheet. It was my first time ever being a foreman, and it was for a landscaping company. I got a company truck, but there was a catch. My employer was a devout Mormon and believed that he should help the community, so he signed up for a job homelessness program in which he would give jobs to homeless people. He would pay them in cash every day and the homeless organization would take care of all deductions and taxes. So I pick them up every day at a certain pickup/drop-off point. We go to the job site and they work for me. Well, you wouldn't realize how much babysitting needs to be done for homeless people. 90% of the time they were drunk when you pick them up, and you wouldn't realize they were intoxicated until after you pick them up. Drunk workers can't work, so you lose time having to drive them back. When you do this, they want to fight you. Like they seem to believe their work is God's gift to man and won't work unless in the most perfect conditions. One day I was driving the entire crew home because they were all drunk and I couldn't work that day. Here is a day I was not getting paid for at all. I decided fuck it, I'll get these guys a coffee so they can sober up. Anyway, while I'm ordering they're just yelling about how they want sandwiches and how they won't leave the vehicle unless they have sandwiches. At that point I got them all coffees and nothing else and just dropped them off. That day I returned the truck to my employer and told them I would be pursuing other interests. I worked at a preschool as an intern just for the summer. All the adults that I worked for were so disrespectful to me, and only me, because they weren't very fond of my mom, who also worked there with me, because I was too young to drive myself to work, and couldn't have gotten another job, since that world clashed with my mom's working schedule, and again, too young to drive. I'm probably the one that worked the hardest there. My job was to watch the kids on the playground basically once everything was all set up. I would work outside on the playground, putting out all the toys, and on Wednesdays, inflatable pools, all by myself in the mornings and afternoons putting them back. I also had to fill a giant cooler and put it outside for the kids to get water from. The playground was probably a mile walk from the kitchen tbh, and I had to carry a heavy cooler all that way. In the mornings, when the playground was dewy, I would wipe off every inch of the playground to make sure the kids don't slip and fall. Moral of the story, I did a lot. The other interns were told to help me, but they never did, and didn't even get in trouble, because they were the boss's daughter or daughters of suck-ups of the boss. All they did was sit in the classrooms on their phones, when they were supposed to be watching the kids, which they didn't get called out for either. I never once complained, and when I said literally one time that it was getting too hot for me, I was honestly close to passing out. I was out there for 2 hours, maybe more. I was told to suck it up and stop complaining. I passed out. 1 week I was out sick and the boss's daughter took my place outside, and I was told from one other intern that was my only friend at that job, who also got shit for her mom being a least favorite as well, that she came in every 5 minutes and wouldn't stop complaining for a second. I only worked 3 days a week and got paid around $200-250 every 2 weeks, but got those adults what I worked with gave me shit every time I forgot to bring out a single damn toy or not fill the pools up, right, because I was doing it alone, or forget the cooler one time. They also talked about how I wouldn't shut my mouth with complaints after literally asking to go inside one faking time. I cried every time I came home from work and hated my life doing that for them. The money wasn't even close to worth it, and I will never work there again. Side story, my mom got fired because parents were complaining that they didn't like her posts on Facebook. She literally posted one cuss word that was in a meme or some shit and no remorse. Now we can't afford our taxes. Honestly, fuck that place. Nothing gross or inhumane, but at one of my first marketing jobs we had instability in management. Within my first year at the company, my boss left, my boss's boss left, and my only other co-worker in the department left. The company was slow and dragging their feet to hire replacements. They were bought out by a private equity firm, so their workloads kept being placed on me. I would say I did an admirable job keeping my head above water, using this to showcase my eagerness to move up and become a manager. They finally hired a new director of marketing, replacing my old boss that left, and I proactively met with him to fill him in and express my eagerness to become a manager. He said he would evaluate my work over the next 6 months to a year and see if I'm deemed qualified. If that wasn't a slap in the face, as I had been doing that job for 9 months now on top of all of the other workloads, he also said that he is going to spend the next few months evaluating if we need some more help in the department. It was at this point that I saw the writing on the wall, that the company saw that they were able to get by without paying some large salaries while riding the low cost of my entry level, just graduated starting salary. It was also apparent they were purposely dragging their feet to hire more help / compensate for my tripled workload. It helped that as a recent graduate I was too timid to bring up justification for promotions, negotiate raises, etc. So, I then updated my resume, was contacted within a day by another company, and offered significantly more than what I was making, plus given ample room to grow within the company. I'm still here 6 years later. Moral of the story, learn to recognize early what value you bring to the company and be prepared to negotiate for a fair and competitive salary. Sadly, unless you work for a great company that recognizes the value of their employees, the best way to get a raise is to change companies. I majored in psychology, and after taking some stray college courses in psychology and health, and taking some internships and crap jobs at stores, or whatever, I got a temp job as an activity leader in the municipal care facilities for people with severe developmental disorders and autism. As one of my managers explained it, the clients were adults, most over 35 years old, with the cognitive abilities of a 2 to 4 year old, and many of them with additional health issues that needed addressing. The facility I worked at was a sort of daycare facility. Opened at 7 in the morning, closed at 5 in the afternoon, and they'd call me in if there was a staff shortage for either 4 or 8-hour shifts. Now, I could go into everything that was wrong about that place, but I won't. I've considered contacting the authorities and getting them to look into what was going on there, but essentially, absolutely nothing worked. Nobody could tell me who was my manager. Everyone in the workplace just did their own thing. Half of the paperwork relating to my employment came in far later than acceptable, and the rest never came in at all. And I'd get called in on 45 minutes notice to a shift so short that it wouldn't even pay my bus ride there. And if I ever said no to a shift, that might mean me getting fired, which in turn would cause me to lose any unemployment benefits for reasons so complex and stupid you'd vomit from reading it. After the first 2 months working my way through about 35 hours a week, my first salary was late. Like several weeks late. So I called the secretary at the municipal office to ask, and she said no, you haven't worked anything this month. Or at least you haven't reported work. Turns out even though I had asked, do I need to clock in, or report worked hours, or something like that? To literally everyone I met at the workplace, and they had insisted on saying no. There was actually a system for reporting worked hours, which was part of the paperwork, that hadn't reached me point for the next couple of weeks. I called the office something like twice a day to check if they had solved my issue, meanwhile refusing to take any shifts or respond to any messages that didn't directly address the issue of my payment. I eventually got an email from a woman I'd never heard of before. She was apparently my boss, and had been informed that there was a troublesome employee who refused to use the system for reporting worked hours, and after scolding her for acting like a lame fish in a bucket, she gave me an appointment where I could come to the facility, sit down by the computer, and do all of my time reporting for the past 2 months. At the end of it, I marked down working 24 hours per day from 1 week before I got hired to 2 weeks into the future from when I was by that computer. I eventually got 2 sealed salary envelopes, where it turns out the management office actually had a perfect record of my worked hours, down to the minutes of arrival, and corrected the data I had given them based on that. I got my 2 payments, and blocked the automated request number, lest some vein in my forehead would burst, and ruin all of my good bedsheets. About a month after getting my 2 payouts, I actually got a call from one of the people I had worked closely with. She was really upset that I had never formally quit, and said it really messed with their whole temp and intern system. I said something along the lines of call me again, and I will have a heart attack and die, and hung up. I could have told her that I was upset at her for not telling me about the time reporting system. I could have told her that if any of them disturbs me again, I won't hesitate to call the Insight agency and have them look closer at the place. I could have told her that, even if this mysterious boss figure hadn't intentionally made my employment there a complete pain, she had, de facto, done nothing to help the situation, and made conscious efforts to make herself deaf to any complaints or feedback from the staff or the people responsible for the clients. But really all I could think was, the privilege of talking to me is reserved to people who don't make me feel like my lungs are filling up with hellfire. Worked at a restaurant as a host. It was a free seating buffet most days, so this wasn't the hardest job. So they decided that, since I was so good at my job and got through customers quickly, that I was gonna now be in charge of cleaning the nasty drink station and the bathrooms. The kicker was I wasn't allowed to leave the front in case someone walked in, but I had to leave the front to clean the bathrooms. Those bathrooms were the nastiest I've ever seen. We were told to clean, but we only had paper towel, a random cleaning spray, and gross old mops. Never cleaned the toilets as part of the daily, only if they were nasty. And like every day they were vomited on, diarrhea sheet on, kids threw toilet paper and paper towels everywhere, guys pissed everywhere, and no matter what I did the men's room floor was perpetually sticky. Cleaning up 90-year-old man diarrhea off the toilet/floor walls is gross enough, but I would then have guys trying to force their way into the bathroom, even if I barricaded myself in with chairs and wet floor signs, and complain that they couldn't use the urinal or other stall while I was in there, a barely 18-year-old girl. It was so creepy and kinda scary. When they'd be yelling at me, the kids that would try to come in I would try to accommodate, because I know kids can't always hold it, but the amount of grown men was ridiculous even after announcing that the men's restroom would be shut down for X amount of time and X minutes. One of the worst was when some woman managed to sheet enough to thoroughly clog all 3 toilets in the women's room, to the literally brim of the toilet, like a mountain of sheet. Like a horse on fiber supplements came in and filled those damn toilets. Or maybe the guy who came in obviously not feeling well, refused to buy a meal, went to the bathroom for an hour, and after he left we found out that he had sheet in the urinal, like a lot. Luckily both times I got either the manager or the sweetest guy ever who worked in the kitchen, a huge and tall Mexican guy named Colas who intimidated everyone but was the sweetest guy ever to all us employees. To help me, because I could not handle that, I would've had to if it weren't for the fact I was one of 2 hosts/cashiers, and if I left they'd be faked, because I was working 6 shifts a week and the one I wasn't there the manager had to do my job, only because it was illegal for me to work 7 days. While I got paid a lot I certainly was not paid enough for all the things I did. I ran the hostess station/cashiered, cleaned the drinks station, helped the people picking up plates, helped put out food, ran the dessert station including making the desserts. I was great at the things I was required to pipe like whipped cream and icing, and cleaning the bathrooms, all in one shift. I have so many stories from that place. I worked there almost 2 years, and despite all the hell I was put through for minimum wage, including practically being a manager, in fact they offered me a manager position, but I wisely said no, because I knew how fake the place was. I do miss it. It was my first job, and when I was working the 6 days a week I was taking home over $1,500 every 2 weeks, which was pretty awesome as a college student, although the stress and failing 3 classes kinda sucked. I doubt I'll ever find a place like that again where I was given respect, but not through being a manager or demanding it, but through just being damn good at my job. The place shut down after I left. I was given a heads up by the managers that they weren't renewing the lease. I'm a rescue specialist with the Canadian Coast Guard. I spent the first few years of my career on buoy tenders/lighthouse supply vessels. We were generally on a pretty tight schedule, so were considered a secondary search and rescue asset when in areas covered off by a primary resource, usually a shore-based 47-foot lifeboat. Consequently, in my early 20s, I had very little involvement with major SAR cases. During this period, the onboard SAR team, I was the Zodiac fast response boat driver, was tasked to investigate an area where a small plane had disappeared from control tower radar as it was making an overwater approach to a regional airport the evening before. After 30 minutes of running a sector search pattern, we entered a debris field consisting of insulation, a backpack and a slick of avgas. Within a few minutes, the deckhand at the bow of the Zodiac turned to me with something draped over the boat hook he had been using to collect personal effects, and said, "I guess we are no longer looking for survivors." Hanging over the hook was 3 feet of intestine. We spent the next 10 hours filling 5-gallon buckets with floating remains, often having to race seagulls to the bits before they were eaten. When it was deemed we had enough of a sample size to DNA test, to ensure all passengers would likely be accounted for, the search and recovery was called off, and we returned to our ship. It had been a long day, and despite what we were doing, I was absolutely famished. Dinner that evening was sloppy joes. As I sat down to my meal, I remember wondering if I was being paid enough for the job I was doing. 26 years later, I'm still a pointy end SAR specialist. Luckily, the times I get to make a difference in someone's worst day, with positive resolution, far outweigh the days I'm the bearer of bad tidings, or am too late to make a difference. Was working with a customer who had the worst bow I have ever smelled. I mean, like face assaulting bow from 5 feet away bad. We were sitting down and finishing up some things needed to finish selling him a van. He didn't have good credit, so the bank wanted some documents before working with him, including proof of insurance. Now, I had been handed this guy because I was the only one available and someone else had worked with him before. I was told he was going to have his proof of insurance faxed over, then I was going to print paperwork, and we were going to be done. So, Bowman is on the phone with his insurance agent, fax comes in, and he's got a deductible that's too high, which since it was financed, he needs to lower it to the second highest deductible. I tell him such. He proceeds to scream, "Well, you didn't tell me that," and then yells at his agent on the phone, "X person is now saying I have to change this. She should have told me. I don't understand why this is so difficult to do this," and proceeds to slam his fists on our desks and pacing throughout the room, still screaming at both us and his agent. I just had it fact this guy who can't take a shower. I knew he was currently in a hotel, paid for by his job. I don't judge people that can't afford a shower and screams at me over something that takes 5 minutes to fix because he was literally on the phone with his agent. I walked away and started helping another customer. My manager took over because I'm sure as hell not paid to deal with stinky McScreamy. I was an investor for insurance companies and received an assignment to check out a guy who had been injured on an offshore drilling platform. He'd sustained a back injury, but the medical records indicate he had mental issues, PTSD from Vietnam, psychotic breaks, delusions and multiple requests for a plastic stomach, so I was warned to be extra cautious if I located him. He was being paid substantial disability benefits and the company just wanted to verify that he was in fact disabled. So, I finally located him in a tiny town that consisted of 2 general stores and a post office. I was at one of the stores asking about him when the owner points down the dirt road at the other store about 100 yards away and says that's his vehicle. I drive there, pull up, and he's standing at the passenger side of an old Mercury Marquis and says, "I hear you've been looking for me." I'd previously asked directions to his home at the post office. I said, "Yeah, I'm in. The company asked me to check on you to see how you're doing." He says they did. Who at the company asked about me as he casually opens the passenger side door and sits down. Fortunately, I remembered the name of his supervisor and gave him that name. He kind of does a half turn towards the driver's side and swings back around with a short-barreled shotgun pointed at my gut. He pumps a shell into the chamber and says, "That's some beach, don't care about nobody. Now think careful, who in the hell sent you to spy on me?" I managed to keep my cool and just repeated the same story. I thought I was a dead man. I think me acting calmed him and he lowered the shotgun after a brief chat, and I slowly made my way back to my car and hauled ass. When I worked in housekeeping and got assigned a job at a house in the middle of the desert that had sat empty for 15 years. Some guy wanted it cleaned up so he could move his elderly father into it. The job took 2 to 3 teams every day, 3 days total. I spent an entire day and a half on one single bedroom. The house was an absolute disaster. Everything was coated in a thick layer of fine sand and dust. An exterminator had come a few days before and bug bombed the house, so we were cleaning up hundreds of dead spiders. It was hot as hell. We all had to wear masks and gloves. One girl on the first day didn't have a mask on and ended up accidentally inhaling a cobweb while cleaning under a sink and ended up outside choking and vomiting. On the last day, I was getting close to the end of cleaning the master bedroom. There was a door to the outside in that bedroom with glass panes in the middle to let light in, and the glass was covered up by a sheety curtain secured to the door at the top and bottom. I went to move the curtain aside so I could clean the glass panes, and a few little round objects fell onto the floor. Confused, I pulled the curtain back further and saw on the inside of it there were thousands of spider eggs. I shrieked and ended up going to get one of the older girls I was working with, panicking because I didn't know what to do to clean those off. Since they were mostly stuck to the curtain, we ended up pulling the whole curtain off and putting it outside. I say we should have burned it, but I think the homeowner ended up throwing it out. I had cleaned some gross houses before, but that one broke me a little. I'd go home every day and shower for at least half an hour and throw my work uniform straight into the washer. Worked at a pizza place for about a decade, manager slash driver, so I have a lot of stories, but this is the only time I ever walked out. I get an order that's about a 5-minute drive from the store. I get there and knock. A lady answers, so I go over the order and tell her total, as it was entered as a cash order, and hand it to her. She says, "Oh, I paid with a credit card." So I look at my delivery slip again, just to confirm that I didn't leave her credit card receipt at the store or in my car, but nope. It's definitely a cash order. I say, "I'm sorry, but we didn't get any credit card information from you, but if you'd like, I can call the store and we can run the credit card over the phone and I'll come back with your receipt in a few minutes." She tells me that she's not giving me her credit card again and that she has no cash. I tell her, politely, in my best customer service voice, that we didn't take her credit card information at any point yet in this transaction, and that if she's unwilling to pay for the food, I'm not able to leave it with her, or I'll have to pay for it myself. She gets pretty nasty with me, but gives me back the food, and I drive back to the store. This is when it happens. As I'm walking in the door, I see the manager in charge is on the phone. I can hear him saying things like, "Yeah, I understand. No, I wouldn't want to do that either. I'm sorry, let me send something back out to you." When he gets off the phone, he tells her to remake the order and says to me, "Once that's remade, I need you to run it back to the place you just were, for free." I'm a fairly laid back person. I don't lose my temper regularly or easily. I tend to go with the flow. Friends, I saw Ed that day. I'm not entirely sure why it was that triggered me, but I flipped out on him. I'm screaming at him at the top of my lungs about how this woman tried to get her food for free. And I can't believe that he was contradict one of his employees when they were just doing what they were supposed to do. And not only that, he would ask me to humiliate myself by returning to her house for no tip to give her free food. I told him if he thought that was the way to treat his employees, then I was done for the day. I gave him the money I owed the store for the shift, and I went home. I worked at a bindery on a paper folding machine. Essentially my job was to load large stacks of cardstock into the carriage, set the fence and press run, then watch the machine fold. If the fence drifted above 0.2 mm I had to stop the machine, reset the fence, check the last 20 to 30 copies to make sure they were within allowance, and start the process all over again. This was my first big boy job out of high school at 17 years old, and it paid well for what it was, $9 hour when minimum wage was $5.15. After working for 3 days I was told that the advertised work schedule of 8-4:30 with a half hour for lunch was only during non-busy times. Busy times were typically from March to October with an additional calendar rush from November to December. So we would be required to work 8 AM to 8 PM Monday through Thursday, 8 AM to 4:30 PM on Friday and 8 AM to 4:30 PM on Saturday if there were orders to finish. I didn't have a car at the time, so I was taking the bus for 2 hours each way, leaving at 6 AM and getting home at 10 PM to go to bed and do it all over again. I didn't walk out upon hearing that, but after about 4 months of being nothing but tired 24 hours a day and putting up with racist and sexist jokes in the break room, I finally got to talking to one of my coworkers. He seemed to be a decent enough guy and didn't partake in the shitty jokes as much as the others, but he asked where I went to high school. When I told him, he said I graduated from there too, 14 years ago. This was my first job out of high school and I've been here ever since. I immediately went and put in my 2 weeks notice, declined the mandatory overtime, and went to enroll at the local community college that same day. I'm 2 years older now than he was then and sometimes wonder if I'd still be there watching paper fold after all these years. So we had a coupon for free cake with coffee. It was busy. The cakes were standing near the register with a sign with the name of the cake. A pie that gets confused with it is in the fridge for costumers to take. People without coupons still take these. A lot of costumers didn't have the coupon, so it still was very often this pie was taken out of the fridge. A customer bought 2 pieces of pie with coffee and 2 other snacks. I didn't see a coupon. She didn't mention it. So I simply thought she'd be one of the costumers that didn't get the coupon in the mail. I asked her if she wanted the ticket seeing as she had more than 15 euros total, and she firmly said she didn't want it. Thinking nothing of it, I continued. Eventually she called me over because she needed to talk to me. Apparently she did have a coupon, but it was under one of the plates. She got incredibly mad at me, telling I should know, and she wanted her money back. I politely told her it was impossible for me to get her money back seeing as she refused the ticket, only to tell me I never offered it to her. She continued yelling at me and my coworkers for 3 hours. She even tried to get me to pity her by telling she had stomach surgery and wouldn't have taken the pie if she had to pay for it. She continued until my coworker snapped and gave her money back. I would have never given it to her seeing as she hid it under a plate, neatly folded, not saying a word. It was all on purpose so she could get the pie for free, and it worked. Used to deliver pizzas. There are many scenarios that I could talk about, but this is one of my favorites. Anyway, we had a major order for a well-known charity, total of several hundred pies, and obviously going to be a donation. Being this big of an order, and being that this was going to be an early delivery, instead of PM, we had to get to work early, which meant that I had to be in early. 3 AM early, since I was cross-trained as a pizza maker. Okay, fine, whatever. So we've got 20 people in at 3 AM making hundreds of pizzas. Eventually we get to delivering these pizzas before we are even officially open. Fantastic. So I'm managing to fit around 100 pizzas in my car. Another 2 other drivers have another couple hundred, and there's more pizzas being cooked for a little bit later. So we drive what is normally a 30-minute drive, but because of the event, there's a massive reroute and traffic changes, and it's an hour and a half. We finally get there, and have to park about a block away, and then carry the pizzas over to the location. Fantastic. Finally get back to the store, and have to work my normal shift, which is 10 AM to whenever. Finally get to the end of the day, about ready to fall asleep before even getting checked out. Now, I get that, since this is a charity gig, there's not going to be a bill, so likely no tip, but surely the owner is going to make it worth our while, right? Wrong. We get mileage for the miles we drove outside of our normal delivery area, but nothing extra. That was when I quit caring about making sure my job was done at a superb level. I'm a quiet guy. I keep to myself mostly, and I try not to lose my cool. Back in August of 2002 I was 17, and had worked at the Quiznos in my town's mall food court for about 2 years. We had 2 new hires who I knew from school. We were in the same grade. These girls were twins, and they were also part of the popular crowd at school, and I was not. I also had a not so good history with one of these 2 always giving me attitude, but I never knew why. I was the first one on shift, and it was the busiest weekend of the year, the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. Being first on shift also usually meant first to lunch break. Anyway, the lunch rush started early, and I had to take the register. The supervisor was on the sandwich making line teaching one of the twins, and the other twin took the sandwich finishing line, which they both already knew well enough. The order line on this day was the longest I had ever seen. Lunch rush usually was over in about 45 minutes. This one lasted about 3 hours. I'm ringing up customers like a mofo. Sandwiches are getting to customers fast enough, but people keep joining our already long line. A customer who had already gotten his food came up and pulled my attention between orders to have his sandwich microwaved as it had gotten cold. I said sure, and asked the twin on the finish line to heat up the guy's food in the microwave next to her. She ignores me, but I'm slammed with taking orders, so I figure she'll do it in a second. Meanwhile the customer stands there waiting. I ring up another 4 or 5 orders, and see that he's still standing there. I look behind me to see the sandwich still sitting there, and the twins and the manager sing and laughing over a magazine, while the customer is beginning to lose his patience. I get the twins' attention, and ask her to get that food microwaved, and back to the guy waiting at the counter. She looks at me, rolls her eyes, and gives me this defiant "how dare you speak to me" look. Now, I've got 2 years seniority at this job, and I thought that would mean something, but these girls are members of the privileged popular crowd, and I'm an anim nerd, so I must be some kind of insect to them. I decided not to argue and just to nuke the food and give it to the customer myself. The customer was angry that reheating his food took so long, but I looked on the bright side and reassured myself, once we get through this rush I'm going to get to go on lunch break. After he walked away I seethed about it in silence while taking more orders. We get through this Armageddon like lunch rush and it's finally time for us to start going on our lunch breaks one by one. The manager decides that he's going to go first without telling me. I seethed in silence about that while I cleaned up after our rush. When he came back I was busy taking another random group of orders and he let the twins go on break together without telling me. I seethed in silence about that for a while. While I was waiting for the twins to return from their lunch break I called a restaurant my mom worked at part-time and asked if they had any openings. They did and they would love for me to come over and apply. The twins finally came back and were 30 minutes late and I was the only one left who hadn't gone to lunch. Said peace and quit on my way out the door. I didn't finish my shift. I took my uniform shirt off and drove over to the other restaurant to apply and interview and was hired the following week. TLDR popular twins I knew from school started at my work after I had been there 2 years. During our busiest day's lunch rush one of them treated me like they did at school and then the supervisor made me wait until last to go to lunch when my shift started first. I secured another job before my lunch break and quit on my way out for said lunch break. I used to work at a really horrible dog daycare when I was 19. There was a room for small dogs and a room for large dogs. One worker was in each room, watching up to as many as 50 dogs, all in one space. Definitely not ideal for 50 dogs. To communicate with the outside world, the front desk, we had walkie-talkies clipped to our shirts. They'd radio us when a dog was being sent in, or we'd radio if we needed to use the bathroom or anything. Since the front desk was where customers would possibly hear, we had code words for sim events, like break room for restroom, or clean check for a new mop to be brought in. Gross. In case of emergencies we would use code red. One day I got attacked by a dog while my hand was dripping blood while I'm trying to push a vicious dog away from me that's making all the other dogs act up and jump on me as well. I radioed the front for a code red. The 3 slackers up front replied and said code red. What kind of red? Do you just have to go to the bathroom? It's not really an emergency etc. So I radioed again and said it was indeed an emergency and I needed to get out. They started to ignore me, so I broke the rules and said a dog just attacked me. I need to get it looked at, so after that, they took an additional 20 minutes to get to my room to let me out. Luckily everything was fine with my hand, nothing too deep, washed it up, but told them I was switching out with the small dog room and never going back in there again. Quit shortly after that, a day where all the dogs got a stomach bug. Most disgusting day of my life. I love dogs, but I did not love it there. Was a server for 4 years, now a supervisor, and frankly being a server makes you say this a lot. Once had a resident, it's a retirement home, come 15 after we had closed, and had the audacity to get upset because she was late, didn't want to sit where we told her to, and was upset that none of the food she wanted was available other than sandwiches, and to Geo, she does this during breakfast too. She wants an omelette with coffee. Me, sorry we don't have those, only cereal or scrambled eggs, and coffee has been dumped out. Huh, but why? Can't you just make it? Me or other server, the chefs have put away all the omelette options, and have only an hour to fully finish preparing everything they need to prepare for the lunch shift, and it's not their problem you came in late. So it's only cereal or scrambled eggs, because it's easy and fast. Guess who threw a tantrum and went to tell the directors GHE don't want to give me and Y food, which resulted in our team almost getting into trouble for her lies? Luckily, we had 4 people to confirm that was not what happened, and they spoke with her about the rules and hours of the dining room, which she clearly didn't like. The lady goes on to do this again for weeks on end, and had the nerve to ask us why. Can you guys stay open for another 15 minutes for those of us who don't like to eat early? I eventually just told her, because it's closing time, the servers have to finish up their work, the chefs have to clean up, and we have family and friends at home to go and be with. If you want food that isn't scrambled eggs or cereal or sandwiches, you need to be here earlier. She eventually moved out of the building a couple months after because the management did not want to enforce her demands, aka force everyone to cook what she wanted after we had closed. She wasn't the only one who did this, but eventually the others learned their lessons and started showing up earlier or accepted what was offered to them. Yeah, you live here, but we aren't your slaves and we have rules and a business to work for too. Worked at a large chain thrift shop as a cashier and general labor. Chronically bad maintenance. There were 2 washrooms located at the back of the shopping area. One day one of them had a plumbing issue or sewage backup or something. Management blocked it off from customer use and called someone to fix it, but naturally they won't arrive for the foreseeable future. Water continued to rise in the washroom, leaking into the other washroom and inevitably the area around the washrooms. By the time I got to work there was about 2 inches of fecal water pooled in the washrooms. A literal pool of sheet water. Myself and 2 other minimum wage workers were told to mop it up and get it ready for the person who would fix it. No shoe covers. We had to search for gloves a long time before finding any somewhat acceptable plastic gloves. Took us a couple hours to mop up the disdainful liquid mess, which we found out also had some solid pieces, all the while customers were getting mad at us and trying to force their way onto the bathroom and then being mad because they were unusable. Ruined my shoes and bottom of pant legs. Don't want to think about what we could have contracted from the obviously biohazard which we were not supposed to even go near in hindsight. But we were poor, young and desperate to keep the job in the terrible economic climate. Thank goodness I found a different job shortly thereafter. Will never work for that establishment again. I was supervising at a restaurant where I was transitioning from server to service manager. Anyway, we have brunch on Saturdays and Sundays, where bottomless Bloody Mary or mimosas are $20 per person for all you can drink. Needless to say, weekend brunches would sometimes get out of hand and people would drink way too much. On 2 occasions, drunk women threw up all over the table. The first time, the woman just sat there covered in her own vomit, and her friends at the table snapped their fingers at me to get my attention and inform me that I needed to clean up. The second time, the woman threw up and was then resting her head in the vomit while her friends took brunch selfies. The whole area reeked of vomit and they refused to leave after we instructed them to pay and get out. These situations only happened a week or so apart, so both times the restaurant was out of the powder used to clean up messes of the kind. Since we didn't have the powder, the bosses refused to clean those messes up, and I couldn't force them to technically. Both times, my colleague and I had to get gloves, bleach, and sanitizer and clean up other people's bodily fluids. There was another time a lady leaked period blood all over the floor, but that's a different story. As a manager I get paid salary regardless of the hours worked. So at the end of the day, I'm making probably half of what my average server was making. It was gross, and I really don't think I get paid enough to deal with that shit. A few years back I was working at a tech startup and the CEO liked to use his minimum wage employees to do undesirable physical labor at his house. Everything from cleaning the mansion, washing his vehicle/boat, moving furniture around from different company houses, etc. This was annoying, but not a huge issue. It was to the point where nothing surprised me anymore, and I just tried to keep my head down and not get too frustrated. One day I was power washing the outside of his house, and he told me to move a giant umbrella from one corner of the backyard to the other. I start inspecting how it is anchored and realize it has a big plastic base that opens up containing 4 huge sandbags. I immediately reach in to see if I'm strong enough to pull the sandbags out by hand. As I'm trying to get my fingers underneath it, I noticed a huge black widow run out from underneath, nearly right on my hand, then proceeds to hide in the upper corner. I was freaked out, so I got a bucket of water and dumped it in there to hopefully get the black widow to leave. As soon as I dumped it, about 10 soaking wet black widows came climbing out and scurried into the grass at my feet. I said fuck this and went into the CEO's house and told him I wasn't going to deal with black widows. He was really irritated and belittled me, saying he should have hired someone without arachnophobia. When I was 15 I used to work at an arcade. It sounds super fun, and it was, for about the first 3 months I worked there. Kids could have their birthday parties there and have pizza, play laser tag, glow in the dark mini golf, as well as play all sorts of arcade games. I usually helped run the parties, but one busy Saturday I was stationed at the front desk to sell tokens and answer the phone. We were so insanely busy that we had a lineup of people all the way out of the building and into the parking lot. I was the only one working the desk. This bloated hippo of a woman with a "can I speak to your manager" haircut stomps past everyone in my line to say, "I can't find the girl running my kid's party. It's been 15 minutes. I say, "I'm sorry, ma'am. She's probably making the pizzas. I'll call back to the kitchen and let her know you're looking for her." She then nods and goes to sit on a bench by the desk. I phone the kitchen and tell the girl the party mom is looking for her, and she said she just had to throw the pizzas in the oven and she would come up to the desk and meet with the mom shortly. I relayed this message to the mom and continue serving the people in my lineup. About 5 minutes goes by when the mother stomps back up to me, red in the face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I told you a faking hour ago to get the girl doing my party, you little beach. You are so faking stupid. You're an idiot. I look so bad sitting here waiting for you to get her." She screamed at me for a long time. I had never been spoken to that way, so I just stared at her in complete shock, since I had just told her that the girl running the party would be here shortly. The dozens of people in my lineup stared around awkwardly, and my manager also happened to be tending to a machine not too far away and witnessed the entire thing. Not once did he step in, just stared at me blankly after she practically ran away. I worked the rest of my shift holding back tears and totally embarrassed despite it not being my fault. What kind of whack job screams bloody murder at some 15-year-old girl? Frustrated or not, I don't care. I stayed at that job for 6 months then left.